Welcome back, y'all. Damn, that this doesn't feel like a Saturday afternoon, though.
Oh man, I'm falling asleep here.
Yeah, it's bad, bro. Welcome back.
Yeah,
Welcome
quite
back.
slow. I think everything is moving quite slowly, but we may get some action in the Asian market. But it's a couple of hours, so I don't know. I'm falling asleep right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the good news is we had whales step in underneath. So that stopping volume candle that we had swept through rather large sell walls. So now we're having a bit of a battle of the whales here. Bullish whale stepped in underneath with close
Yeah,
to 2,000 Bitcoin.
I'm still expecting 86 400, 86 500, something like that.
Been some nice swings though for our swing traders out there. 3%, give or take, right?
Trump and Powell. Trump's gonna fire Powell.
Man. I told you it's never good when Powell gets on TV and they let him answer questions like in long form. But we knew that guy was setting him up. I said it when they were talking. I was like, oh, he's setting him up. He's trying to get a soundbite, a Trump soundbite out of him with the tariff shit. And then that was a
I don't
direct
think so,
question at the
because
end.
Can Trump fire him? Yeah.
No.
No, he can't. That's right, he can't. Powell brought
I
that up
don't think
before.
so, because it was curated, and they announced that it would be curated questions that were known beforehand. So
It doesn't change the intention of the question. When you ask, when the last question that's asked is about the government overreach over the Fed and how he feels, like you're basically asking him to double down on the fact that the government doesn't have power to get rid of him. He answered it. He answered it well, but the intention of the question, I think, is obvious.
It was actually pretty entertaining. I like how the guy came out with your shot.
Well, when you think of the
You-
room that you're in, and then you look at the shorts, right? We don't have to imagine. We can think of the room we're in. We're in Chicago Mercantile Exchange. We look at the shorts on that day. The shorts were above the longs by at least 10%. So most of the people in that room were shorting. It was a very good meeting for them.
You have the best job. You are a god. When you come out and speak, everybody's watching. It's true.
Telling you, some of those questions felt like they were a direct poke. He did well though. He could have, if he had a bigger ego, that could have gone really bad.
What do you call it? The best job in the government?
I just imagine Trump's face when the guy asked him if he feels like God, and they both had a nice little chuckle over it. Has to go.
That was good. We're gonna be stuck here forever. We'll be stuck in this range forever.
Well, we knew we were gonna have this nastiness. We're not even halfway through it yet. Honestly, we were looking at what 22 days of sideways. We at least got some sort of pump out of it. But as far as timing goes, M2 hits its very bottom in 8 days. Well, our overlay. M2 is actually hitting all-time highs, which is freaking exciting because we haven't even seen this thing turn around yet, and we haven't even got to the point where we catch up with the start of it. So the longer this pushes, the better. I told you August, September, October is where I'm planning on unloading. And a couple more days
Unloading?
now. Yeah, like getting all of, like starting to sell my my bags. And if we look at the date, right, like the next weekly candle will be in August already.
That's amazing. August, September, October. Jesus.
So if we see this thing, and we'll have time, right? We'll still be back here. But if we see this get to August, September, October and start to break structure, then we know what time it is. Yeah, nothing's changed about my exit dates yet. Only thing that can change my exit dates is if we really do find debt neutral ways to buy Bitcoin.
Do you still keep your bullish outlook for, let's say, the next weeks?
Yeah. I do think that we can find another bottom. Like I said, we've got 8 days until we catch up. There should be another drop here or there. I don't think we put in a fresh low on Bitcoin though. I think we've gotten that already. But if we turn on our 4-year, is September, October, our last month. And hopefully I'll be TPing somewhere around this range. But y'all will be the first ones to know if I change my plan at all.
I'm just wondering if I should open a couple of longs on the next leg down and a couple of longs to keep them until 120 or 130.
Yeah. I mean, I like to sell off into the euphoria. You know, so when I'm selling off, there will still be green candles, and people will be like, "You probably shouldn't be selling off right now." But
Yeah, I know. Usually, most people just come and buy then because Bitcoin is $120,000. So we're gonna buy it. We're gonna go to
they want to
3
buy, I
million.
will sell it to them. I
Yeah,
will
yeah,
be more
yeah.
than
I
happy
know.
to sell them the Bitcoin.
I know. I'm sad,
Brick unit.
but I kind
I've
of.
been out of alt
Sorry.
since December. No, I was just answering a question on YouTube. And I don't
Yeah,
plan alts to be down 80% by the time we get to September, October, November, obviously.
yeah. I'm kind of like even if BTC goes down to 68 I'm gonna long it to 100 plus. So when everyone starts coming in and the news reports, oh, BTC is back at, I don't know, all-time high of 140, 150, that's the perfect sell point.
Yeah, I don't.
If news starts to pick up, that's the perfect sell point.
Yeah.
When mainstream media says all-time highs, go inside, go buy,
No, Brick. It's not that I'm out of alts. Is that I sold my alts in the end of November, going into December, when I told everybody I was de-risking. I started to load up on my ETH, my Sol, my Sui, shit like that. But I haven't got into the lower cap alts yet. That's just profit that's sitting from the top waiting to go back in. I am underwater on some of my alts. I'm obviously underwater on my ETH buys, but those are just DCAs. Excuse me. It doesn't have to be filled completely, RH. If things are bullish, you can fill 50% of the vector and keep moving. But if there's no volatility and price is dead, they tend to fill completely. I don't start building my lower cap alts until dominance does something. Dominance doesn't come down, then I'll ride the rest of this market with higher cap alts. But if dominance doesn't come down to like low 60s, I'm not touching some of the lower stuff yet. It's all still too sketchy. It all looks like shit against its BTC pair. Two things have to happen. Either Bitcoin comes down low 60s, 50s, like high 59, 60, something like that, and then I'll start dabbling. Or we have to get an announcement that QT is officially over. Completely. And then maybe I'll go into some mid caps. Yeah, I think Souls look really strong over the last couple days. The Soul ETH pair was going crazy last night.
I'm all in. Let's go. Old 85K.
Crazy that we're still sitting around 84, bro.
Yeah, what if we're going to be sitting here to like 2027?
the sideways bull market, or the sideways bear market of 2025.
Just range and always trying to break 100K. Like,
To
we can
just
do it
screw
again.
all the macro analysts up.
Oh.
I was thinking about actually opening a long on that. So for example, I was thinking of opening a long till BTC hits 1 million. But I calculated how much I would need in my account to actually be able to pull that, even though pullbacks will happen over this long period of time. I would need to have about kind of 20,000 K.
And you would want to wait
But
until the bottom of the bear market to even think about that for sure, though.
yeah, but this
Because
would
you
be
want
a
the best
long
entry
term.
possible. That's what I mean. But you want the best entry. If you want to hold it for that long, you want to make sure that you long the very bottom of the next bear market.
Yeah, but this would be, as I said, a very, very, very long.
Yeah, like
So,
four seasons, 3 seasons
yeah,
maybe.
What exchange would you
so
do that? What exchange
Yeah,
would you
that's the
do that?
problem
Do you
too,
trust?
right? Because then you have to trust that that exchange is still there in the next 8 years.
I would go with Binance.
It's probably the only one that I think you could get away with. Yeah.
Yeah,
Binance is
I
good.
would go with Binance, but at some point I would expect some phone calls. Hey, dude, you're like
Yeah.
2 million in profit. So
Yeah. You
like,
get auto-deleveraged or something. Yeah. Yeah. I could see that.
yeah, I would expect that to happen because that would be a very, very long. But it could actually do it. For
I'll be right back with them.
sure thing. For posterity's sake. Yeah, if Bitcoin goes from 86,000 to 1.5 million, 1.5 million, you'd actually be in profit about $1 million over the long term.
Now, if you just put 20K, let's say right now in a spot trade on Bitcoin, how many X's would that be till one? What did you say? 1 million?
$1 million.
Yeah, it'd be like around 10X, right?
Yeah, but if you would
So,
put, for example, 20K in spot, 20K in spot will buy you, so if it's 84 right now, over 20, it will be about 0.20, let's say roughly 0.25 BTC. And we multiply it 1.5 million, and that would be about $375,000 instead of 1 million.
it's not bad. Safer.
Kind of, but yeah, you don't get the 1 million.
You can still work on that 1 million on the side. Start some, do some degen with like high leverage, low capital plays.
I really don't care. I also mine on the side, and everything that is mined is in
Nice.
the spot wallet. So I really don't care about it. I get BTC every day, so even
Nice.
though it's a small amount, but it adds up. So I
Yeah,
would
right.
go for a long like this.
Yeah, I've just been adding to 3 bags. I got Ethereum, Doge, and this thing called Mudang.
I don't know what that is.
It's
Mudang.
like, yeah, Doge, like Ethereum's my low risk. I consider, even though of course all of them are high risk, but I consider my Ethereum the low risk position, my Doge mid risk, and the Mudang is the highest risk one. It's a hippopotamus, Mudang.
Okay.
It's a baby hippo. It's cute. Little Mudang. Little cute Mudang.
So it's another meme coin or something like that.
Yeah.
No, that's good. But even though if you would, for example, long Ethereum from this price point, let me just see how much it would actually mean.
Yeah, me, I just do spot. I never do leverage.
And let's say Ethereum hits 10,000 and you do leverage and you go for the max leverage. It's okay. You just get about $2.8 million on Ethereum.
That's not what leverage is meant for.
But as Dbloc also mentioned, I think in this kind of long positions, I do believe the exchange will contact you and say, "Hey, dude, it's like, what are you doing? You need to close the position or we'll auto liquidate you."
Your position will not survive. If you were to
You got
long it
interrupted there,
here,
mate.
try it will not survive unless you have an infinite amount of margin. If you try to long Ethereum from here to $10,000 on max leverage, your position will not survive unless you have an infinite amount of money in a cross margin account, which nobody really does.
Well, I have a cross margin account, and I do have about $150,000 in it. So my maximum leverage is 125x. And if I max that to the limit that Binance allows me to do, that would be 50,000 USDC. And in real money positions, that would mean actually about $500.
It
My
sounds like
liquidation point is actually non-existent.
a really good way to lose 125 grand.
Yeah, but how can I lose them if I don't have any liquidation point?
All right, well, I mean, you could end up stuck in a position where you're just at a floating loss and you're in the negative and you have to wait until it comes back up into the positive before you can get out.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a 5 to 10 year long position.
On max leverage, you're willing to tie up that much money for 5 to 10 years on
He said,
100x leverage.
he said 20 G's. I mean, if you got 20 G's on the side to do, why not? You know, if you feel like doing it, balls to the wall, baby.
Because it's that shit. 20 G's is just what he would be putting in the trade, but he would be tying up his whole account to be able to
No.
safely.
You didn't understand. My limit on Binance is about 15,000 USDC. I'm not VIP level. I'm not anything like that. I'm regular user. So my maximum that I can put on a position with X 125 is 50,000. But that's 50,000 in leverage position. Actually, my buying price would be $500. So basically, I'm leveraging $500, 125x in an account that has more than $150,000 in it. So in that case, the liquidation point is basically non-existent because if Ethereum goes to zero, they still can't liquidate my account.
They could do what they want.
Yeah, if you add enough, like if you add another trade, that will throw off your margin ratio. Yeah, like you wouldn't be able to get liquidated on that one position if you left all that money. But you have to think, what is like a 100% drop or like a 99% drop times
And would you really believe that Bitcoin will have a 99% drop or Ethereum?
125? That's the amount of percentage. Ethereum could.
I doubt it is the second currency in the crypto
Now,
market.
you have two risks. One, you get auto deleveraged and your trade gets cut early, or two, you run the risk of, for whatever reason, something happened with Ethereum where it just goes sideways longer than you think, and you're trapped in this trade for a bit longer than you would have liked to be.
You have to
And
pay
if you're
fees too.
trapped in it,
Or some sort of flash crash. I mean, you know what I mean? There's
fees.
mostly it's going to be exchange risk. Your counterparty risk is the exchange here.
Yeah, basically you're leveraging, for example, on a $500 position or
if you're trapped in it,
But it would be
real quick, if you're trapped in a
$150,000
100x
trade
trade
just
for
because
that,
it's, yeah. Your entire thing is going to be trapped for that amount of time, or you're going to start messing with your liquidation levels. So you'd have to be willing to set that amount of money on the side for that long.
and you would be paying fees the whole time, and that would eat into your cross margin.
You have to
So
do that math
if the
beforehand, yeah.
fees start taking too much, then you're gonna end up you will end up with a liquidation price. If Ethereum just goes sideways for a year or whatever, eventually your liquidation price will come in because the fees that you'd be paying on that type of leverage could start eating away enough of your cross margin.
Yeah, you have
I'm
to
not sure why
calculate.
everyone.
You just have to
does show up.
calculate the fees, as long as you know what you're getting into beforehand. But the fees shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a deterrent.
Yeah, I'm not sure why anyone is actually considering the fees. I'm not sure what they are in the USA, but for me, for example, I have a long trade opened on some positions, and they are open from last year, and I only paid about $500 in fees,
Yeah.
and I'm still in profit. I don't know. Okay, $500 per year, that's like nothing, peanuts. I'm not sure what other fees are in other countries, but in Europe,
No, some people are
I don't
playing with a
think
smaller amount of money. Those fees feel like more. But you start thinking,
yeah,
well, I only
maybe.
have $500 in the position of my actual money, and I'm paying $500 in fees a year. But you're not really considering the amount of money that you've got leveraged in the position.
Not only that, but a lot of times you earn fees too, right? Depending on like market
Yeah,
fluctuation.
yeah, you
I
also
can
earn
tell you
fees
one
on
thing. For the
positions.
last 5 years that I've been with this group, going on 6 now, I've yet to have a trader successfully hold a leverage trade through the bear market.
And we've had many traders that
And
had
there's been
perfect
many that have tried. You know,
Remember,
I
also
have
there's many that
I have
actually had
one
the
bit
perfect
I have
setup.
one Bitcoin I have one Bitcoin trade open from 48K still.
yeah. I mean, like we've had good runs. I mean, but just we had people catch perfect shorts on the bear market and not even be able to ride them all the way to the bottom because they got auto-deleveraged or some foolishness happened.
Yep. Remember what happened to Tennessee? Like he
Yeah.
caught on SHIB. He did a really good trade, and he was super excited. But then they just screwed him somehow. Like I don't know, went through his stop or whatever happened. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Well,
had
can you
really
explain
like
to me a little bit what that auto deleverage actually means?
It's like I
I
said,
never had that happen to me, so
they'll call you and they'll be like, we had to close your position. And they'll give you some bullshit excuse. We've had people in here that it's happened to. It happened to Gloomy. Sometimes it happens that the exchange that you're on has to leave. You're not allowed to trade there anymore for whatever reason. Country laws change.
okay, that would be one thing, but
Yeah, but
why
it's
would they
honestly
deleverage my position?
it honestly feels sometimes like if you're in too much leverage, if you're in too much profit for too long, they just cut your shit. That's why I don't trade. I don't trade leverage on Bitcoin. I know if I've got a short on, if I short IBIT or if I long IBIT over there on Legacy, I can hold that for as long as I want. I can keep rolling it up. I can do it. There's regulations that make me feel safe knowing that as long as I want to be in that position, I can keep that position. I don't feel that way in crypto. Because too many people have been closed out.
I don't know if I'm coming through.
You're coming through, but really
going
choppy, bro.
If the specific exchange that you're on does not have enough liquidity to fill an order if you were to execute it, then they will automatically auto-deleverage. Like they'll auto-deleverage you because the exchange just doesn't have enough liquidity to fill an order if you were to execute.
When
Yeah, but
you
what does actually auto-deleverage mean? They will close the
they close
position
your
and they will give
position.
me the profit
Yeah,
that
yeah.
that position is on,
Yeah, they will pay
or
you.
they will not give me any profits and
No,
they
they
will
give you
say,
the
"Oh,
profit.
well,
It's like
sorry."
if you market close.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's totally fine. If I'm in $2 million win, I'm okay with that. Even though it
I'm
could
just
have
saying
gone
it's hard to
further.
shoot for very far targets because of that. So that's one of your risks. One of your risks is that you get cut off before the time that you expect to be. The other risk is that the asset that you're in doesn't do anything. Now, you can only really take these long, sort of high margin trades on two different. You can only do this on Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? You'd be super, super risky to try to do it on anything else, in my opinion. But out of the two, Bitcoin and Ethereum, Ethereum does have the biggest risk of something happening in the next 8 years.
There
I
is
would I would also go on along on a Solana, because Solana seems to be trying to basically take over Ethereum.
Solana
In
needs
the sense
one
of
more
the
bear
market cap.
market for me to be convinced.
That's on. I had a
You-
Solana long open from like $22 on KuCoin, and it ran all the way to like 120, and then KuCoin ended up shutting down U.S. customers, so I had to close it out.
Yeah.
But I was in massive profits from $22.
But you got your profits, correct?
Yeah, they give you warnings. Like as long as you're paying attention, I got warnings that hey, you need to close your positions, or we're gonna close it for you.
If you
Imagine
were
if they
in
market
that,
sell, they close it for you when there's no liquidity and you get like 50% slippage, and they're like, "Hey, you know, we told you we're gonna market sell."
That's why the first question we ask is what exchange would you be doing it on? At least it's on Binance. You don't, for Americans to run a long term leverage trade is a lot trickier because the exchanges that we have that offer leverage to Americans don't last for more than a year and a half. It
if
seems
you were
like
to
they all
try to
have an expiration date.
Oh, that's sad.
like $2 million on max leverage, you would have to hope and bet that there would be at least 2 million people in shorts getting liquidated while you were in that profit. Like people would have to be getting liquidated on shorts for you to be able to hold that position open and not get deleveraged.
Binance has the liquidity. I mean, I'll give him that. As Binance has the
It,
liquidity.
I think, is the biggest one.
Yeah, Binance has huge leverage.
I think you should do it right now, non-financial advice, and document it and let us know how it goes. Go ahead. You have my permission.
No, like
No,
I
I'm
said,
just
that type
asking
of play,
you guys your opinions.
that type of
So,
play, you want to swing at that type of play at the bottom of the bear market because you want to give yourself the best possible sort of entry.
No one got time for that, Dbloc.
Hey, a little bit of patience goes a long way.
If
You
if
know,
he
if you would
pulls
have
it off,
taken that trade at 15K, you'd be looking pretty comfortable right now.
oh, whoa, yeah.
You know, but it's a big difference between taking it at 15 and taking it at 65, or taking it at 50, or taking it at 84.
If he was to pull it off, that would be the first I've ever heard.
The thing is that I think this is live, right? So I'm not gonna. Okay, this is. I think this is live. I'm just gonna post it in the chat here.
Yeah, Sinlos, it's really just people in the States that have the biggest problem.
Yeah, that KuCoin account I had so many good longs open that I rode like from the bear market. Most of them actually probably would have been closed out by now automatically because everything nuked. But like I had Pepe from the lows, that probably would have still been open. I had Whiff from the lows, that would have been still open. And obviously Solana. They shut me down, dude. They shut down the US.
Good. They should ban leverage in all the United States. I'll vote for that.
The
Nah,
guys who
I
are
don't want to
here,
trade this market.
check the chat.
I don't want to trade in this market if there's no leverage.
There could be global leverage, just like a little isolation.
Wiping out these liquidations is an edge for me.
It's true. That's true. Imagine a spot only market. That'd be nice.
So I'm thinking of using that for a very long position, 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Not all of it, but a part of it. Let's say half.
Man, just get yourself a Bitcoin wallet and stuff it with some Bitcoin.
I'm already doing that, my own node, but I'm thinking about half of it reinvesting in crypto and also maybe investing in some new mining hardware and some stocks, stuff like that, over the long term.
Long-term leverage investing.
I'll be right back, y'all.
On stocks, no, just buying stocks on the spot.
Okay.
But in the crypto market, long-term leverage to go to about, I don't know, maybe keeping it 5-10 years in a long position.
What kind of miner do you have?
For what happened, I'm just gonna tell you that about 2 days ago, actually not 2 days ago, last day, I started them up, and it was pure luck. It was Avalon Nano 3S. It's about 6 terahashes, so nothing fancy. So it was pure luck.
You hit a block.
Just check the chat. We're live here, so.
You say yeah?
No, I said just check the chat. We are live here.
My first time on the stream. Just want to say thanks, Dbloc. Thanks for letting me in. Found your channel, and it seems like the only channel that makes sense. One of the few.
Ah, great. Sell it all.
Yeah, those shorts. Those shorts are printing, baby.
Yeah, man, we got a 3-day weekend, man. They're gonna mess everything up.
Yeah, I'm not too excited about that long weekend.
Dude, it seems like These market makers always do some scam stuff on long weekends, man.
Yeah.
And it's usually to the downside. It's never to the upside. Will they do some scam stuff?
Yeah, I want to know
Wait
like
1
if
minute. The Asian market is coming up, so.
Oh, is Asia open? I thought everything was
yeah,
closed.
Asia's open.
No,
Just
no,
what?
no, no, no. Asia is still trading.
Yeah. No, Asia is gonna be online in about an hour 30. It's 7 a.m. here. So
I forgot. Maybe Asia
yeah,
sells this
I'm
dude.
waiting for Sinlo's. I'm waiting for Trump, and I have Trump and IMX on my other screen. I'm waiting for that unlock. I'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
Asia will still be online, and they don't have a cutoff day, so they will
Oh
still
yeah,
be
we
trading
don't.
tomorrow. Also Australia as well.
Oh, it depends. For Asia, I think some of the Southeast Asian countries are going to be on vacation.
The most important ones are Japan and China,
Yeah,
and they're not.
Hong Kong, China, and then you have Dubai.
Dubai doesn't actually care about and Dubai is in another part of the world, but Dubai doesn't actually care about Christianity or anything like that. They're Muslims, so they don't celebrate Easter, so they don't have a close day.
So I forgot, man. I'm surprised we're closed. I never knew that we were closed on Good Friday. I didn't even know about that.
You are because you are celebrating Easter, so it's Good Friday, and after that Easter, and after that the first day of Easter. But yeah, it's actually, I don't know in how much time. It's the first time that Orthodox Easter and Catholic Easter coincide. So basically, European markets, most of them are closed, and the US markets are closed during this period. And only Asian markets and Oceania markets are opened.
And altcoins are bleeding out again, dude. Damn it.
Man, it's not yet time to be in alts right now. Just like buy the dips of Bitcoin when the price goes up, so you don't become late. I mean, the value comes up along with it. So when it's time to come into alts, at least you're in Bitcoin already. Yeah, you have to look at the Bitcoin pairs. You'll only know that it's time to get into alts when the alts start outpacing Bitcoin again.
Yeah, except Farcoin. That outpassed
Yeah,
Bitcoin
except for
in
Bitcoin.
every.
That's my like daily bread, man. Like bread and butter every day, man. That's why I trade. It's a nice cash cow. Prints really well. Soul Sui, Farcoin, Popcat. SPX is doing really well also. But all the profits that I make out of that, I just put into Bitcoin afterwards.
Right, Solana did pretty well from its bottom.
Oh yeah,
It
dude.
broke
Sure, for
100,
sure.
like 97, I think. Now it's back to
It's
130,
been,
but we may get the
yeah, it's
flush,
been
man.
producing some higher lows for the past week. It's really good. It's like it's tightening. It's on a wedge right now. Let's see what happens. I have a feeling like after this week, whales are going to stock up, or we're just going to go on a higher, another level for Solana, because the high is at 135.50. If we really break that and do a retest and keep going up, we're going to create a new zone.
Yeah, the one thing I could say about Solana and why I think like from the bottom it's done really well because I think they just have a lot of people still trading on Solana. Like even though like the trenches and the meme coins and everything got pretty much annihilated, there's still
Yeah.
people out there trying to make something happen. So I think they're just keeping
And
it
it's
up.
and the whole ecosystem for Solana is very, what do you call this? It's dummy proof. It's pretty easy to figure out, you know what I mean? So if you're in Solana, like you kind of know what you got to do inside the ecosystem. So most of the layer ones, they still have to build a system where retail can actually flourish. Because you gotta have the whole mechanism. You have to have DeFi. You have to have your NFTs. You have to have your meme coins. You have to have different sectors available for everybody.
Damn. Damn, man. I should have closed all my positions.
And if Solana bounces on this 200 MA on the 5 minute on the shorter time frame, that's another higher low. So let's see. If it breaks the 200 MA on the 5 minute here, we might bounce on 131. That's a lower low. So let's see.
Feels like there's a trap though. I feel like they're just trying to entice more shorts. Seems too easy to short right here. Oh, there's Solana bouncing again. Bitcoin too.
Yeah, they're both on the 200 MA of the 5-minute and shorter time frames.
So Netflix is above $1,000. It's crazy, man. Can't believe I sold my Netflix stock.
Toshi's going for one of those runs. Massive candles on Toshi right now.
You said which one? Toshi? Oh damn. What was that for? It's a big can. Was there any news or anything like that? Or just
Yeah,
stop?
Toshi usually does that. It does it. It rests, and then it does a really, really like hard run. If you look at all of its runs, it does this. Starts with like massive candles, and then just runs, and that's how it achieves like reaches its new zones and new legs. It's one of the first memes in Coinbase, and like it's really popular right now.
Yeah, I remember I didn't really look into it, but I saw something floating on Twitter yesterday. Didn't Coinbase or Base themselves release a coin and then immediately rugged or something?
Yeah. So what happened was there were snipers that came in really early. So it went up to 20 million within, I think within a few minutes. It went to 20 million market cap, and then within an hour, it was just a massive sell off. It just got rugged. By Coinbase, but it was promoted by Coinbase.
Oh, Coinbase actually tweeted it out also?
Yeah, for under Base, of course, under the Base
Like
Base
the
ecosystem.
not the main Coinbase account, right?
Yeah. Under the Base ecosystem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep. I mean, 20 million is okay. I mean, it's not as bad as Melania and Libra. Libra was really bad. That just erased everybody. Like took retail and told them to fuck off. Yeah, man. I remember that day.
Yeah. I lost some money
Like
that day.
it was one after the other. It was like Trump, Melania, Argentina,
That
and
killed
Libra.
the Libra was what like killed like the trenches and everything.
Yeah, it
Ever since
took
then, it has
everybody
been
out.
like downhill since
Yeah, it took
Libra.
everybody out. Took everybody out. And a lot of like, and the worst part was a lot of the big guys and the cabals and the head of cabals, a lot of the influencers were actually part of the whole scheme. So a lot of the wallets that were being followed, so it just really left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. And retail was already coming in, they were seeing how fast things move in the ecosystem, and that happened. It just killed the space right away. Toshi on a tear. I'm up 2x already in Toshi. Let's go.
Yeah, good call. I just entered. I mean, I entered kind of late, like around. I just got in at 3164. I was like,
That's gonna keep going. Next target is 3,400.
if you look at it, Brett's up pretty good too. Maybe there's some news on base. I don't know. Brett's going up. Not as much as Toshi is, but it is steadily going up. Brett was like one of the first coins I traded on.
Oh yeah,
on base.
yeah. That broke a lot of hearts too, because it did really well when it came into Binance, and then just faded right away. But Toshi is a different animal, because like Toshi is Brian Armstrong's cat.
There was something else on base that completely rugged. The guy had like a blue face also.
Oh yeah. A lot of the first A lot of the really nice meme coins on base, they actually rug the community after everything died down. It was pretty sad.
This one was really big though. You know what it was called? I forgot what it was called. It was really big. It had like a blue character.
Mhm. I forgot. Yeah,
Chill
I
guy?
remember
No, it
the
wasn't Chill
coin.
Guy. It was some blue guy, man. But they rugged like completely. They were
What
like
was
the
sad
face.
though was what happened to the Sui memes, because they had really good memes, and then the Solana the Solana Cabals and whales came in and just tore up the meme scene right away. So much money to be made in Sui, because like it wasn't like everybody comes in, everybody comes out. It was really nice and slow, and like all the coins were building. They were all multi-million market caps, and then the Solana meme space came into Sui and just like wrecked it. Yo, check your Toshi.
Oh wow, yeah, dude. I'm in 100x. I'm in 100x. I'm already up like 300%. It's ripping. Damn. Good call, bro. I got a tight stop though, just in case.
Yeah, it's one of those coins I always have in one of my screens. I always have it because Toshi is one of those coins. It's Toshi is gonna represent base. So if you have whiff and all of that for Solana, Toshi is for base. Toshi and Brett. But Toshi has the mind share.
Yeah. I usually have Pepe, Whiff, and Fart Coin as my like
Yeah. Farcoin's
throwback
bad.
coins to figure out like what the sentiment's really looking like. Because if those coins start dumping or moving, then there's something happening in the market. Like Pepe for ETH and Whiff. Whiff used to be the leader in terms of like, what's the move for Solana looking like, but it's just beat up now, dude. Now it's mainly like Fart Coin, I guess. Because if you look at it, dude, Farcoin has made such an amazing run, right? But if you at the same time, Solana has made a pretty good run from the bottom also. Like Farcoin is up from like 20 cents from the bottom to almost $1.
Yeah.
Solana is up from like $95 to like almost 140.
Farcoin, I think it's done it right. It's not trying to be anything else. It's a meme coin, and if you actually go into their Telegram and the community space, they are one of the craziest groups I've ever seen. Like I thought Popcat whales were crazy until I saw, like, I met most of the fart coin whales. Oh, they're different. They're gonna be they're in it. A lot of the Popcat whales actually moved to Fartcoin also. So these guys know how to
Yeah,
draw a chart.
that was another one. Yeah, Popcat. I used to always have that up. So that's pretty dead too. Not dead, but It, if Toshi like fails right here, it might go down to like 2.7, I think, and test that level at 2.7, 2.757. Because it looked like it was headed there, and then that candle came out of nowhere. But strong still, never mind. He's like strong.
Yeah, next target is 3450. If it passes that, next is 36. Nothing's gonna keep going. This is how Toshi moves up a leg. It goes, just rallies really hard, then rests for a couple days, you know, distribution, and then rallies really hard again. Yep, it's not gonna stop. My first TP point is gonna be 3-4.
Damn,
Already
bro,
up
it's
400%.
ripping.
Yo, thanks for the heads up about Toshi. I'm up like 300%.
All good, homie.
Holy shit, dude.
Like I said, it's not gonna stop.
I should have got more. I should have got
Yeah,
more.
this thing's gonna go straight to 36, 34 for a little bit, and then 3600. And let's see if it can go to the highs of 400. I'm up pretty big on Fartcoin as well.
Yeah, I kind of dropped the bat. I'm still in a long from like 27 cents, man, but I took most of the
Nice.
profit at like 50.
Toshi's done.
The key with Toshi runs is as soon as you get a couple 100%, take your initials out, just let it run. So you don't have to worry about it.
This is Coinbase injecting capital into it to make up for that mishap yesterday, maybe. I don't know.
No, man,
You
just
said
look
it's
at
Brian. It's Brian
Toshi's chart.
Armstrong's cat. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah. Look at Toshi's chart. It runs the same way all the time. That's how it does it. It does massive runs with its community, and then redistribution for like a week, and then runs really hard again.
Yeah. So for Toshi, I was just looking. I was checking Bybit's chart, and that initial candle went all the way up to 3458. But then on Mexi, where I entered at, it only went to 3198. And on weeks, it only went to 3198. It was like only on Bybit did it wick all the way to 34.
Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna get there. We're gonna go way past 3-4 today. I just checked the community. They're all rallying right now. Everybody. One last push before the long weekend. I think they're gonna take this all. I think they're gonna take this all the way to like the 4,000 mark.
You're
Yep.
wait, your weeks. It shows a candle at 33. No, that initial candle. I'm talking about like the candle from like 30 all the way to on weeks. Mine goes to 31. Yeah. But then on Bybits goes really high, that initial candle. I guess that just says that someone on Bybit entered a massive long at that spot, like right at 29. Yo, for the guy that uses weeks, like when you draw like fibs or anything like that on your chart, and then if you leave your chart and go somewhere else, do they stay or do they disappear? For me, they just always disappear, like every single time. Yeah, it's so annoying, dude.
Yeah, 3,400 coming up. Almost there.
Yo, for the guy that called it out, did you see it on Bybit or what chart were you watching when you look at it?
Oh no, I always follow Toshi. I always follow their community. When I hear a rally call, I start putting my longs in.
No,
And
I was
there's
just you were saying that
yeah.
like you always have the chart up, like on what
Yep.
what exchange do you have it up on usually?
Sorry.
You were
On
mentioning
Mexi, just on Mexi.
oh Mexi, okay.
Yeah. It has the lowest fees, so like, especially during like when you have charts like this going on, like what's been happening the past couple weeks, you don't want to waste $40 on every trade, right? So Mexi
Yeah,
is the
no,
best.
Mexi's really good for fee. I just
Yeah, that's
started getting
true
on
now.
Mexi. It's like the best for
Like,
fees.
yeah, for people that don't know, like Mexi, if you're doing futures on Sol, the fee is 0. Transaction fee is 0.
Yeah, the one thing about Mexi that I don't like though is I actually messaged someone on help about it is like if you're on cross, it they don't allow you to like the collateral that you're up on, it doesn't you can't like move it or it doesn't go up. You know,
Oh
your
yeah,
basically your unrealized profit doesn't like float your
yeah.
collateral higher. Like
Your
it
UI
just
is up.
reduces your liquidation rate. Versus
Yeah.
like weeks or BitUnix or anything else on cross, like your available margin to trade goes higher on cross, but Mexi just stays the same. Yeah, it's so nice, dude. So nice to have that. Apparently, because when I messaged someone on Mexi, because I was like, man, what is going on? Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Because I just got onto Mexi like 2 weeks ago, and they said that they used to allow that, but they took it away. But they may bring it back. They said or something. I think they said something about risk. It was too risky or something. Something risk.
key to like closing a Toshi trade is like just go on the 5 minute. As long as you don't have an engulfing red candle on the 5 minute, that means the whales are still going to push.
What's going on, peoples?
Yeah, Toshi's moving up again. Massive candle on Griffin. Massive candle on Griffin right now. Griffin's about to rally.
Hey, what was is Trump talking smack about Powell today? He's the one who brought him in to begin with.
You have an open mic, Goshwick. Everybody.
Hey there, Dbloc.
That's my boy Dora. He's a nut. Ah, not
Hey
much.
there. Hey there, Three Guns.
What's going on, doggy?
All good. Just arrived home 30 minutes ago.
Ooh, long drive or long
No,
walk?
no. I just had 2 beers with a few friends of mine.
Oh, killer. You a dark beer guy or medium? What kind of beers we talking?
I'm gonna drink pills.
Yes. Pills.
Yeah, pills. Blonde beer, normal beer, you name
Oh,
it.
God. Oh, nice. Yeah, I used to like the cheapest beer more than the. Well, I can't. Fancy stuff, I can't. I can, but it's more, just give me a PBR and I'll be a happy man. But yeah, I got disconnected.
I'm the complete opposite of that. I can't do the cheap beers, so I like a nice API. Like Sam Adams has some good APIs, man.
IPA.
That's, thank you, yeah.
I do like an IPA, but it's more like I can't drink too many of those, or I couldn't,
I don't drink a lot
Just depends
anyway,
on
so it works out great.
what it also depends what like side of the atmosphere and all the what am I thinking? The longitude latitude plays a bigger role than we all think, but to remember. I think it's all kind of regulated now, but I know back in I don't know 10, 20, 15 years ago, the all the states had different regulation for the level of alcohol. So
Alcohol per volume. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
because
there was
there ended
something
up being an explosion of local brewers, right? Like small time, because at some point the technology or the know-how to just make your own little home brews just kind of exploded. It was pretty funny, man.
I remember in Carolina forever it was like 2.5 was the limit, and my uncle used to he would every time he went to down south or Louisiana, he would always like when he would leave or something, just be in the summer, he would always like pack his truck full of just whatever Budweiser domestic, like it didn't matter. Your domestics and your normal beer down in Louisiana had like close to 5%, and it was 2.5 up there. So definitely, that's why people come down here and they turn into a train wreck their first time down here because I was used to drinking 20 beers a day in Carolina, and then I get down here and I can barely get to 10, and then after 6 you're wasted. So it takes some getting used to, but that was 20 years ago. But I don't know if it's more if they've like bridged the gap yet. I don't think they have. I think up there it's still pretty low. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm
Yeah,
just
I
talking
wouldn't
about
know
like
that
people
answer either, bro.
just domestics, not liquor, obviously, but it's like Louisiana, you can get liquor in a drive-through, at a Walgreens, at a grocery store. In Carolina, you have to go to specific stores, and you can't buy it on Sunday some places. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, we are an ABC store state.
Yes, yes. So
Yep.
you know exactly what I'm talking about. They got drive-through liquor stores down here, Judge.
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to live in Los Angeles, man. So yeah, and Philly and New York. So it's all way different from the country, you know. And I mean, Florida has its own. It's another world down there in Florida, man. I must admit, man, different from the rest of the states. I would have to say.
Yeah, I was about to say Florida, dude. You go to Florida and you get free samples in all the liquor stores. They're just like, there, There's like representatives. Their job is to get you drunk before you leave the liquor store. Like what? But it's always a kick. I don't know.
Dude, the first time I ever experienced the sales rep dude that goes and visits freaking businesses, man, and he's always got a damn bottle getting everybody shitty on the clock, man. It's so funny, but I was uh I was window tinting this storefront that happened to be a boat marina, right? And that while I'm there, for the hours doing the job, dude comes in, man. He's just getting everybody snockered, man. It's just so funny, man.
It's like Oprah, dude. You get a shot. You get a shot. It's like they're like, do you have an ID? Just kidding. You get a shot.
Yeah, that particular experience, man, this sales guy, his line always was he didn't even know me at all, man. I'm not even working for the company. I'm just there doing a job, right? And I'm an outsider and he's trying to throw me shots, man. So, but anyway, I did do a shot because I like to do one shot, if two shots if I'm at my house, but anyway, the dude's saying to get everybody laughing is he just walk up to a random somebody he doesn't know and he's just like, Have you ever shit your britches? I'm shit my britches. Have you ever shit your britches? And that's what he would say. It's like, oh my god, bro.
Man, love poop pants jokes, dude. It's less of a joke after you turn 30 than it's real. It's still funny. It's still hilarious.
Oh, so funny, man. So funny. Because we're there trying to do business. It's so funny, man.
It's like, yeah, you know, we shit our pants all the time down here, bro. Oh man.
Right? That's your traveling salesperson, your sales guy right there, man. Just has no filter. Is funny as hell usually.
Oh yeah, you should meet my grandmother. She said she's not a traveling salesperson, but she has been a filter. Oh man. I think I also have that problem 90% of the time. The no filter. I'm like, there's kids here. I gotta censor myself. I can't stand these stupid ass kids, dude.
Three Guns, I have a question for you.
What's up, dudes?
What's your current playing scenario on the Bitcoin price action?
Ooh, I've not taken a Bitcoin position today. I've been observing and waiting for a proper setup, for some proper market formation for the most part, man. You know, we gotta
Sounds interesting. Sounds interesting.
we cannot we don't want to rush into you know, rush into any stuff, get into any bad mistakes.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get better every day, so I'm just practicing patience today.
Man, that's a good setup. That's a good startup for me. Thank you for sharing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm
Yeah, sometimes no trade's the best trade.
there it is, man. I'm heavy on my USDT trade right now. Let's put it that way. I'm stacking dry powder, gentlemen. Legal dry powder.
Well, I just pulled all my powder out of the futures account on Coinbase because what a shisty scam. I will
Yes.
tell the world their futures chart is bullshit and did nothing but scam me. So the money I had left, pulled it out. I'm done. I'm not even going to do it anymore. Waste, bro.
They're about that. They're about as scammy as scam weeks, dude. Not, I mean, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are because they're so like they're so they paint themselves as like the Mary Poppins of crypto or something, and it's like I don't know if
Yeah,
you
you
looked
know, I
at the
mean,
statistics.
I would be fine with it if it was my entry, right? I jump into an entry where there's just too much movement and volatility, so it just kind of slips me into a bad spot, right? I would get that. But nah, man, no. Their chart, literally their chart's movement defies real movement of the asset. So pissed me off to no end, man. So yeah, I better not say anymore.
Now, I'm curious. Well, I guess I don't know if you'd be able to answer this because you're totally out. Well, maybe. I don't know what time zone it is, but are they counting Good Friday? Like, is this the Friday? Like, did you get any things that said like you were going to have to, well, they're monthly contracts, but can you trade a contract right now there, or do they cut it like they do on, I think that's the messed up thing is that like you can't trade from Friday to Sunday, and especially the last 2 months, how many times have we seen a Saturday, Sunday $10,000 Bitcoin move? Like,
Yeah,
It's
exactly. Yeah,
it's closed
exactly.
right now.
I mentioned
It's
that
closed. It's
about that
closed until
platform. They constantly shut it down on the weekend. You're done at Friday, I believe 5 o'clock, and they don't open up until Sunday 5 o'clock. Um, and they shut it down every day between 5 and 6 p.m. Yeah, man.
right,
Dbloc,
which
I
are in the
definitely see that.
yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
That's what I was having a feeling it was going to
yeah,
come down to retap off that 800, clear all those liquidations. There's a bunch of liquidations sitting right there.
Mm-hmm. At the
yeah.
bottom of the trap.
I don't know if you
Oh yeah.
I don't know if
They're
you
not
experienced the
they're not
same, but when I was trading earlier, I was trading silver futures, and it would literally go reverse directions for one candle, go up and grab the order block above, so that like they were sniping so hard, like you couldn't, it would hit just below where you had your limits at, because they went ahead and grabbed that in one candle, and it doesn't update for like, uh, you know, doesn't update properly. You only get like a candle every like third or fourth candle, and you never know which one it's gonna be.
Yeah, exactly. They
It's rough,
literally
man.
ignored movement. Like one time I did a future on Bitcoin on their BTC, and it straight ignored $2,000 worth of movement, volatility in BTC. Did not even move their chart in their future. But sure enough, the second BTC goes back in the wrong direction, right? Next thing you know, you've got this little sliver of a hyphen candle that puts you basically in the negative, right? Every time, every single time, I swear to God, man. It follows the movements while you're in the negative, but it does not follow movements while you're in the green, man. Oh, I'm just done, bro. But yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You have experienced that. Yes, it's
Yeah. I had the same I feel like maybe it was like maybe 3-4 months ago, and I got real fed up like after maybe 2 or 3 weeks of I was like, this is and I hate the whole contract. They make it extremely vague about what you're like. It's like they get to choose your leverage. They're changing your leverage overnight. They're doing these things like, God forbid we have a if you have an early uh false move like on Sunday that goes against you, then you're like it can open up like liquidated, Not that that didn't happen to me, but like it's very possible. And I mean,
What exchange is this? What exchange you guys talking about?
that's the Coinbase future weird. They're weird contract things. Like if you're,
Really? They're
I see
doing that?
out of the states, you can do perpetuals, but I haven't heard anything.
Well, you could do it in states too. You just have to get approved for it. I'm just surprised to hear Coinbase doing it.
Oh, bro, you want to talk about such a shisty scam? And I put it all in their chart, man, because they do not follow market movement, man, and it's just a scam, bro. It's straight. I'll give you even another example, right?
You get
You,
your support, like, or did you like blast them over the tech support about it?
dude, I'm not even gonna bother with it because, all right, so let's say, right, hypothetically, I go to their support and I complain to them about it, right? I would have, in my opinion, would have already needed to do like screen video of this movement happening while it's happening before I would even be taken seriously about it anyway. They would probably just say, well, he doesn't know what he's doing or he's off movement, bad entry, etc. Whatever. It would drag on, no solution. This is just my opinion would happen. But anyway, I didn't have any of that. So no, I didn't go to support. And basically, let's say another hypothetical. Let's say they're like, all right, no worries, man. Yep, our bad. Here's all your money back, right? that would incentivize me to go back in there and do it again, and they would just take it again. And it also still doesn't stop them from doing it to the other people who don't actually complain about it. You know, man, I've heard this sad story before on other platforms, man, and
weeks, 8 weeks.
yeah. Yeah, weeks exactly, bro. So I'll take my loss. It's okay, man, but I learn quick enough.
And that's why
Yeah,
I
in this
always
case, and
sorry.
go ahead.
That's why I always have a screen that's recording all the time, all my trades, everything, price entries, price exits, as well as market charts. So basically, if anything happens, I can open a lawsuit.
Well, with scam
Smart
leaks, you
move.
can kind of, even if you don't have screen caps, you can blast them about little and big stuff, and they might give you a little. Like I know when that day when they had that crazy wick up to 100K, that someone in here had said they had got their money back. I was able to get about a tenth of what I lost on weeks back without any screenshots. I just told them I had friends at the cyber crime task force or something, and they were
Nice.
about it. I was
Yeah,
like,
I
my
had
friends at the
some.
SEC will kill you.
Yeah, I had some issues on one of my accounts with Binance. Um, there were some crazy movements over the futures. I opened the ticket. I said, "Hey guys, I lost about $50,000 on these crazy movements, and it was not movements of the markets. It was just the futures. So what's going on there?" They said, "Oh, we're sorry, trader, blah 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 bullshit. You should be aware of losses and blah blah blah." I said, "No. Look at what the markets did and look at what your futures did. This is not okay." It was something like 3 candles up, and basically the market only moved like, I don't know, not even half a candle. It was like 15% of a candle on 1 minute.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
they had some
Yeah,
weird
you have
movements.
totally experienced the exact same thing I did, bro. You totally have, Ghost. Yep.
And I told them, no, this is basically, do you have any proof of it? Yeah, fuck you guys, I do have proof. Here's the recording, here's the market movement, here's what happened, here is the timestamp. They were like, yeah, maybe there is some issues with our systems, they're not correlated with the spot market, there may be. Yeah, my friend, but look, this is the proof. You messed up. Yeah, okay.
Exactly, I agree, Ghost, because if their future, see, this is the argument they cannot possibly win, okay? The futures in any leverage is based on market movement. You can't argue against that, period, right?
Yeah.
So, perish, yeah.
And it's nothing in the contract. When you click agree and you read the terms of agreement, it specifically says there that the futures markets are correlated 1-to-1 to the spot markets, and we tend to blah 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 whatever. We have a 0.001 maybe upside or downside, but 0.001, that's not like $2,000 move or $3,000 move. That's like, I don't know, a few cents of a move. And they basically paid up, and they also paid up the leverage because my positions were in profit, not in a loss.
Yeah, in some cases, even if you don't have a recording of it happening, and but you like it happened. Like in that situation, I've had that happen where it's like, okay, you had a limit order. Let's just say you're trading, I don't know, ADA, and you had a limit order at 62 cents, right? And you go in and for like say you were filled and the trade blah blah blah, and then it goes against or something, and you see that you can go back and you'll see where they like market ordered you in even though you had a limit, or like say your stop didn't get hit and they marketed you on some crazy, and then when they have those like big spikes and liquidate all your stuff, you'll see that like it will say it like liquidated you or it did something, and like he was just saying, like it's like it's 67 or something, and you can look at every single chart and it's like ADA didn't hit 67 on any exchange, like anywhere, and it didn't, and in your exchange it didn't hit it. So it's like I would just do, I would like kind of word that, and then I'd send a screenshot of the price and like their chart at that time. It's like, this is what you did. This is not
Yeah,
acceptable.
I know, but you can't actually combat them because they would say, oh, okay, this is slippage, depends on different exchanges. Our exchange has X liquidity, other exchanges have Y liquidity, and others have X liquidity, and there is a difference between the price. It can't be on par with every exchange. So they can actually
I would say no
uh,
for sure. Yeah,
yeah, they can
they
actually
don't
say
have to.
that they can't do anything because it's the difference between the exchanges.
Yeah, you know, 100%. I would like I was only gonna say that Weeks, like I think Weeks is probably about to have so many lawsuits that they're kind of just on the like they'll give something. It might be $2. It might be, I just go in there and I'm like blah blah blah. I lost this and that, and I lost 1,000 or something, and they're like they'll email me even out of the app. They'll be like, hey, we're reading this and our support team, they're like, is it okay if we send you $30? And I'll be like, I'll reply and I'll say, yeah, $300 sounds great. It's way less than 1,000, but let's go with the 300. And then they'll come back. They'll be like, no, we said 30 or something. And I'll just keep acting like it's a miscommunication until they send me $30. And be like, okay, fine, give me $30. I'm about to do it again just for kicks and gigs to see if it
Yeah,
works.
I don't use Wix.
You don't need to do
I
it, but
yeah, I use Kraken, I use Poloniex, I also use Binance. Binance is my main one.
does Pionex even have futures? No. I didn't think
Which one?
Pionex did. Pionex? They don't do futures, do they?
No, they don't. They only have spot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, I've never had to do it with them or anything, but Weeks, I just feel like anybody can get something back from Weeks because they know they're in the wrong. They're gonna try to brush anything under the rug that they can before they just get shut down. So, but don't take my word for it. Just a convict over here, boys.
Yeah, but you can also go through big exchanges, and going through big exchanges actually helps you a lot because they don't want their image to be tainted. So, for
True.
example, if I am on Binance and I have an issue and the support doesn't fix it, I can always go to the media and say, look what happened to me. Here are the videos, here are the screenshots, here is the market, look what happened. And the media is like, okay, a new story about a guy who lost money. So yeah, we go to print.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
They're like crazy about that. So yeah, it
Yeah.
it depends. That's why I usually record every session I do, every trade I do, everything, because I got burned, as some of you here mentioned. I really got burned. I got burned for about $68,000. So, and I didn't have print screens. I didn't have anything, and they were like, "Oh, okay. I don't know what happened on your side. Maybe your internet went down. Maybe we don't know. From our side, everything is golden."
Yeah. Well, we're gonna tell him, dude. We're not gonna let him get you like that. Wait, did you get it back, or are we gonna have to call our boys?
No, that money was lost about 2 years ago, and I never got it back.
What do you use to capture your screens to do the video screen capturing? Is that OBX or something?
I use OBS. I also, for example, use the Windows bullshit machine for capturing screen, and I also use Zoom. Sometimes I use Zoom because Zoom has a better resolution, and I just share my screen for myself and record it. I
I'm glad
also
that
have
totally worked
my
for you, Ghost. Glad that worked
ex
for you, dude.
yeah, I also use a software named 3CX. Uh, it's a phone system service, basically a call center application, but it can also do meetings, it can also do recordings and stuff like that. And I also use that. I have it in house because I have a zip trunk and stuff like that. I also use it to capture the trades, capture everything. So it depends on the situation.
I
But
do have
mostly,
OBX.
yeah, mostly OBS. This is just from experience, guys. If you want to do it, okay. If not, that's your problem. But this is from my experience. Exchanges will try to beep you as long as they can.
No, yeah, for sure. They
You know what? One of the funny. You want to hear one of the funny ones that they did to me? So I jump into a leverage. I know it's a good entry, right? But they scam the chart movement back the wrong direction so that literally the cost to do the trade through them was like 43 cents and I was only like 40 cents in the green. So either way you looked at it, if I would have closed it out right then and there, I still would have been 3 cents in the hole. It's like you shiesty little bastards, man.
Yeah, that's why I record all my trades, everything. Even though it's a loss, even though it's a win, I do record them because I also had an issue with Binance. At some point, they contacted me. They said you had a trade last month. Yeah, okay, I did. You were in profit 971%. Okay, yeah. But our platform shows that actually the chart had a bug and you are not actually in profit, you're in a loss. So I was like, dude, what beep beep are you talking about? Oh, well, our chart shows blah, 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 blah. And then again, having the recordings and stuff. Here's the recording, here is the market recording, here is the timestamp, here is the entry price, here is the exit price, here's everything. And they couldn't say anything more on it because yeah, it was a back and forth mail. Yeah, but our chart. I don't care what your chart shows. Look at the global market. I don't care about your chart. Your chart, through the terms of agreement, says that it will represent the true market. Correct? Correct. Well, I don't care what it shows to you in the back end or whatever. This is the market.
I
You
will
can't say
say
that you're.
crypto.com, that one doesn't work so much because
Sorry.
their agreement is very so crypto.com, they're not so good about that, at least in the US. Their agreement is very aggressively against the consumer. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. I'm in Europe, so I don't know about the US. But that was like a 900% move, and they were claiming that yeah, that 900% move didn't actually happen, which it actually did on all the exchanges and even on coin market cap it showed. So you can't claim it didn't exist. And for example, the Binance chart in that point went down and all the markets went up. No, that's something that no. And also the futures went down, but the spot was like spot on with the normal market. Just the futures went down, which is like what? The futures are like one-on-one par to spot. So what are you telling me that there was a decorrelation or something like that? No, it can't happen. It it can happen, but it should not happen. So yeah, we went back and forth for about 3 months, and after that they released the profit.
Good for you, bro.
Beware of exchanges. They have mysterious ways of working.
The exchanges are most definitely not your friend, and that was a mistake that it would be wise not to make. Um, I'm wondering if we're gonna see a big jump up and not right here, maybe 10 p.m. I guess sideways for a bit, I think.
Dominance just won't take a breather up here at 64, brother. Come on.
Yeah.
When it falls, it's gonna take a dump. And hopefully that starts altcoin season. But man, we are just inching further away.
Do you guys still think it will go down? I'm thinking it will go up for
Worst
a little bit.
case we can do for alts is for Bitcoin to go down in price and its dominance to go up.
I think he's talking about dominance going down. I mean going up.
I know what he's
Or
saying.
sorry, Bitcoin going down.
So dominance.
Yeah,
won't-
I was
altcoin season ain't started yet.
I don't think there's gonna be an altcoin season, but okay.
It might actually take place in layer 2. Bitcoin rips up there first, layer 2s, then layer 3s, gaming, AI, all kinds of stuff. Maybe that's what we're properly and patiently waiting for. I think this
Okay.
market structure is to just convince people that there's going to be no alt season. So
Could be, but if you look at the market structure and also if you look at what happened in the past and how the market structure looks right now, it's 99% no more altcoin season. Keep in mind that in the last seasons, we didn't have institutional investors. Institutional investors like stability, like predictability. They don't want 1,000 altcoins to go up. They don't care about them.
I'm not even interested in 1,000 altcoins. I'm only interested in the top 100.
Not even that. There are too many, and there is not enough liquidity to satisfy all of them.
I think when trillions of dollars enter back into the market, that's what's going to tell us the real story. Which ones
Not trillions of
are
dollars, because
actually going to be grabbing liquidity? Ones that people are actually going to be rebuying. Things that make sense. Things that have a rhythm, have a rhyme, have years in their background.
you're looking at trillions of dollars. Okay.
In
Keep in mind that the whole market has 2.3 or
That's it.
2.6
That is
trillion.
nothing. What we had at the bottom of all kinds of beginning of the last structural rises. All I'm saying, what happens if 2.5 billion enters the market or 2.5 trillion re-enters the market on top of that? It'll bring us up to about $5 trillion. You think it's only going to go into a Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Litecoin, and mostly the top 10.
Whoa, why are you talking altcoins if they're not going to take off? So we got to put it all into local motion, if you will. Which ones are going to do best? Which ones don't even bother touching?
You may be right, but on altcoin season as we know it, I think it's over. Usually in the past,
It has ended, right? So this is if it's over, are they all just going to go down further?
no, I'm not referring to that. Usually an altcoin season was like something like, okay, BTC dominance goes down and the rest of, I don't know, 1,000 alts go up. And then they all go down and it's over. And we wait for the next market session.
Correct.
Right now,
Absolutely.
it's not happening. You have a lot of institutional investors, EFTs, millions of dollars in EFTs that are based on Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Litecoin, Doge, and a few others. That's all. And if you look from the start of the bull market to now, you will only see that alts execute what Bitcoin is doing. If Bitcoin is going up, they will go up. If Bitcoin is going down, they will go down.
What's Bitcoin been doing for the past few months?
For the
Been
past few
going down.
months,
Been going
yeah,
down. Now, what have altcoins done in the same time frame? They've all gone down right with it. When Bitcoin's just
Exactly.
taken off, I don't expect them all to take off with it. I agree. But I don't think there's not any season for them. I don't think they're all going to go make all-time new highs. I think there are ones that are going to go above this last structural high. There's going to be ones that don't make it. There's going to be ones that don't even make it out of the mud rut they're in.
From my point of view, they will only make all-time highs once Bitcoin makes all-time highs. So, for example, if Bitcoin goes to 100 and
correct. That's correct. But guess what? I like to accumulate things at their low points.
yeah, I know. But
So that's
for
it.
example, if Bitcoin goes to 150K, most probably Ethereum will go back to 4,000 or maybe even a little bit more. That's all. They are correlated. But there will not be another altcoin season where Bitcoin goes down and alts are going up like crazy. No. Basically, in this season, they are all correlated. So a traditional altcoin season, I don't think we're gonna see that.
Wait,
That's
one second.
bullshit.
What about
That's bullshit.
your my bad. In your same scenario, Bitcoin goes to 150, everything goes up with it, and then Bitcoin comes down to like maybe like 120, and that's when everything runs even harder.
Layer 2s.
Yeah,
No,
that
everything
would be.
will go down. In my scenario, everything will go down with it.
I mean, if Bitcoin goes from 150 to 130, I don't think everything's going to go down to the lows that we're at right now. At that point,
That's when those big guys
Not
are going to
at
be
the lows.
pushing it in.
No,
Yeah.
see, if Bitcoin dominance is as high as like 50 to even 55%, if Bitcoin moves from 150 to 120, it will drag all alts with it. That's the reason why it can't be an alt season. An alt season is when
Not
the
dominance.
alt can
Not
do
if
whatever it
dominance
wants. You know, it can just fly as fast and as high as it wants without listening to Bitcoin. That's why dominance has to find its stable area. But with all the ETFs, like the Bitcoin dominance is going to be so high until the other ETFs come out. Like in October, we're going to have like the ETFs for Sol, for XRP, ADA, Doge. They're going to pass by October. So you're going to have like this mini alt rally. Not really an altcoin season, but you're going to have alt rally. But unless you have Bitcoin dominance go down, whatever Bitcoin wants to do, all the alts are just going to follow.
You just explained it better than I did.
But yeah, unless like we find like suddenly Solana and Ethereum decides their market cap doubles, so they could actually nudge Bitcoin dominance aside a bit, then maybe we can have a mini altcoin season. But that's going to be the difficult part. Whatever Bitcoin does from here on in, like we alts will just follow. Bitcoin goes up, everything goes up. If
do you
Bitcoin
guys
goes
do you
down,
guys follow? Do you guys follow the Russell 2000?
yeah, I do. I like the Russell.
Look, there,
That's
I
a
can't
fun
remember
market.
where, but there's a giant correlation with alts and the Russell 2000 also, and the Russell has just not. It's just not gone up at all, like for the last like couple years.
Oh, it's not time yet. It's not time yet. Everybody's just stuck with the Majestic 7. You know, they're just
Yeah,
like
and
they just want to
that
trade
I
that.
mean, that's like the same thing what we're looking at in the crypto world is like where our alts are like the Russell 2000, and then yeah, like the Mag 7, the Nvidia, the Apple, all those top 7 are
Yeah,
like
I was gonna say,
Bitcoin.
yeah. Russell's like the altcoin of the legacy market. There's a lot. I heard there's like a lot of like what's that term, guys? It's like black something like
Ass.
What you're saying, thinking?
Black Swan.
like a type of business that's like
Black Swan.
man, like this
Black
business is
Swan event.
they're like not turning over profit and whatnot. I don't know. Russell be thinking like putting some, I think some wild companies up in.
Shell company.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like the Russell can move, but it's like the legacy's like altcoin. It's just the way I've been looking at it over the years.
Typically, like in the markets, like I think usually like when like the major markets like the SPY and the Nasdaq and all those have topped out, usually like there'll be a rotation into like some of the small caps like the Russell. That never happened. It never happened.
It's a good, but like you said, there's a correlation there with like the altcoin market and the Russell. So,
Yeah, we're in the same boat. Like
I
Bitcoin
think
got
I
where
think
it's
there's a
at.
picture that's
and
already
we're
painted.
just-
We just need to choose if we want to actually look at a goddamn picture for one. It's just like they're going to do, like they're doing this. Like they're going to have their way, however they want to do this. They're going, they're going to execute the plan.
Yeah, I mean, like as long as that rotation starts happening in sort of like the TradFi area, like the rotation from Mag 7 and stuff goes to Russell. I think that's what alts are waiting for also, and most of it's probably tied to QE.
Yo, have y'all any of y'all thought about like if Powell actually like got like he got freaked by maybe some certain type of numbers and actually raised rates, again, maybe once or twice. Have y'all thought about that?
No, he's not going to do that. That's impossible.
Saying,
The way I see it, even if inflation starts like creeping up, I think the GDP numbers and honestly, I think the jobs is what's going to get them, dude. I think the jobs reports in the next couple months are going to start looking really scary.
From what I've understand, like Powell does what the market tells him to do.
Yeah, I think the jobs number is gonna spook him. If you remember, the last time he did that like double cut, that emergency cut, it's when
Yeah.
he started seeing weakness in the jobs market, which
Yeah.
that data was false, and it was like it later on was revised and it was wrong. But I think with all these cuts and everything that's happening with Doge and then all like this, like it's not just the federal workers that are getting cut. Like people are losing jobs left and right, bro. So it's like I think once that data is lagging because it's not really reflecting yet because a lot of those contracts aren't up yet. Like I'm a contractor,
Right.
and my contract's up
That's probably what
May 1st, and I'm not gonna have
Powell
a job.
moves so slow.
Guys, I
You
think
said what?
Solana's going to break out in a bit.
Powell always a month or two too late. It's probably because of the lag in the data.
Yeah, so no, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
You're
what
right.
I was saying. Like that's why Trump called him Powell Mr. Too Late or some shit in his tweet today.
Hey man,
Yeah.
he brought Jerome in to begin with,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I mean,
just because you hire somebody don't mean you.
No,
Hey,
yeah, we're years down the road. He might be looking at like, yo, yeah, that was years ago.
You don't remember? Hey, you don't remember the last administration of Trump? He fired his whole damn staff in like a 1 month period.
Yep.
He fired everybody.
But hey, that's what I'm saying. Like this market, we can see a lot of whipsaw in Trump's term because the way he is, man, he's
He a boss. He don't be bullshitting.
yeah. But when it comes to the markets, it'd be like a whipsaw kind of thing, and it could be some treacherous waters, man. These 4 years.
Bro, it's all about your conviction.
One question
You
I
got-
have for you guys. I don't understand exactly how your elections work. Okay, I understand that the president has a 4-year term, but what impact does the midterm elections have?
It's just a TV show to get everybody chained to their TV, man. Nobody. It's a rigged. It's like reality TV.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, that's
Drop mic.
yeah, it's a good way to look at it, man. To be honest, just keep it simple. It's just
Well,
like
not 100% though, because midterms are important because a lot of the senators
don't know, man.
are put in place to back a lot of the things that he wants to implement. Like a lot of the
You
stuff he's
might-
implementing now,
yeah.
he's using presidential power, but there's certain things that he can't actually do without congressional approval. And for congressional approval,
Yeah,
you need to get
Cabal
both.
runs
You need to have
the
you need to have enough. What's that? What'd you say, bro?
I just say the Cabal runs the show, man.
Oh
The
yeah, no,
people
for
that
sure,
make
bro. There's tons of
decisions.
conspiracies, but like that he
Well,
asked
I'm not
what's the
talking about
importance.
conspiracy. I'm
He
just
asked.
saying the WT.
I'm just saying like.
You know what I mean?
I'm just
Hold
saying
on,
like.
guys. Hold on, guys. One
Yeah,
at a
dude,
time. One at a
this guy
time.
just
We're gonna do it
this
one
guy
at a
just
time.
wants to talk over, bro. I definitely I got pushed to talk on, bro. I'll let the mic go and you can talk. But he just asked what's the importance of midterm elections in the US? And that really is like the major of it is try to get as many of your team to
Oh,
vote
Sean said he
for
got regulate.
whatever direction you're gonna
Regulate
like
bro.
try to your agenda. He just wants to push his agenda. And you don't want roadblocks. So if the other team has more people that are voting against your agenda, that's the importance of midterm elections.
Okay, so basically in the midterms, you change the senators.
Yeah, bro. They have elections which end up going for new seats for the states in the United States, and then that ends up increasing or decreasing the amount of members of seats you have in Congress that can vote for your shit. So you want to have more, states with your side's agenda so they got the seats in Congress than the other guys so that when midterm comes around, when the votes happen, people get elected in. So when you want to push an agenda, you want to have those numbers to back up your agenda to get stuff passed in Congress. Yeah, man.
Oh, okay, I understand.
And you might want
Okay.
to line some people's pockets up too while you at it, because that's gonna help
You
you.
gotta
That's
pay,
gonna
pay
because
to
that's gonna
play.
help you. That's gonna get you over the line. You learn to
Hey,
proper people's pockets up.
hey, is that Drew?
Pay to play. Pay to play, baby.
Yep.
It's just
Okay, and
balance of power shift. That's all it is.
okay, and is this a direct election or is it something that I don't know,
It's,
maybe state governors do or something like that?
oh man, it's behind the closed doors, man. We'll never know.
No, I was referring into the sense that okay, midterms come, but is it a direct election? Are the people called to vote on who they want them to be
You
represented
you
by?
vote on your representatives or your senators depending on which one is in campaign.
You vote,
Yeah.
it's
So
voted
it's
state by state. So whatever state you're registered to vote in, you go and
it,
vote for whatever senators or representatives are running
Okay.
or
Okay.
up for
yeah,
reelection.
it's the same basic process. It's just state ballot. So sometimes you don't have the same level of options, or there's not as many people running, or but yeah, it's the same. You vote by party, and you vote for who you want, in your state.
Okay.
That
There's
that's why you
some
hear.
states have like. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's why you hear lame duck president, because if he loses one of the houses, just one, he doesn't need to lose both. He can lose one, and he could literally not get anything done.
Yeah,
So,
it was a big
so it
deal
basically
when
has. Sorry. Go
like.
ahead. Sorry. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Ask your question.
But I was just going to say. So basically, this midterm specifies if the president has enough power to change things or not, because it basically changes the seats in the Congress and in the Senate.
Trump don't care.
Yeah,
He gonna do
and
it
and a lot
anyway.
of
President wants to bring forward if he wants to pass a bill, like if he wants to make a motion to pass a bill or something, like he has to get approval from the House of Representatives and from the Senate. So the Senate has to vote on it, and if the majority of the Senate is like say Republican, then you can expect the majority of the Senate to vote a certain way. And then if the House of Representatives, if they are also like if they're majority Republican, then you can expect them to vote. You can expect the majority to vote a certain way. So then both the House and the Senate will basically agree, and it will get passed. But if there's too many people opposing it, so if too many people vote against it in either the House of Representatives or in the Senate, so say the House of Representatives has more is primarily Democrat, then they'll probably have more Democrat votes voting against whatever's trying to get passed, and then it won't get passed. if all of them vote, if
Yeah.
there's more Democrats and they all vote against it, then it won't get passed.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
quite
it's also
interesting.
kind of a it's kind of a big deal with the midterms because generally, or not generally, but like recently at least, you know, when Republicans they took a lot of different positions, but when presidential votes happen, you know, more people turn out than when state votes happen. A lot less people are aware, so things can really shift in that time. There's not always so much campaigning, so you don't have like this national campaign going on trying to rally people for the party. So you can see things shift. It was a very kind of a big deal, no matter what you think of Obama, because when he what was it? He was able to get things passed through without the majority. And then I think I can't remember if I think it was his second term. Like he got a majority supporting him as well. So you know, it, it can shift momentum in politics quite a bit here, and in policy changes. You know, if Trump doesn't have to just rely on executive actions, you know, you know, the Senate is backing him. You know, it's a big difference than if he's constantly being, you know, hampered or uh, you know, held back by an opposing Congress or an opposing Senate.
Okay, I understand. And one last question for you guys. For me as an European, I find it very weird that you have only two parties to vote from. You either
We
have
find it weird too.
Republicans or Democrats, and
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
that's
we
all.
hate it, dude. We hate it.
actually,
Trust me, we hate
actually,
it.
there's really there's Democrat, Republican, Independent, Libertarian, and there's
Green Party.
Green Party, but nobody ever votes
What
for them.
system?
Yeah,
From
that's kind of
my point,
actually.
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just say it's kind of actually like there's an argument that possibly Trump got into office because uh, uh, people didn't vote their party on the left. There's arguments against that argument as well, but it yeah, we have all these parties, but I think the closest was Green Party to uh you know rallying enough people. It's just there's so much money in the left and the right that you know it's really hard to break that. Es- Especially with the division in constituents.
Yeah, I've heard that there are
Problem
a
is,
lot of
uh,
money in the
we
US elections, like
so we have a lot of lobbying that happens in all these corporations. Like depending on what type of corporation going to fund a campaign, like if they're looking for policies that a certain party is going to try to get changed, then they'll support that party. So all of the money for the campaign sort of comes from these donors, these lobbyists, and corporations. None of them go to the other parties as campaign like as donations. Like none of these corporations and stuff will fund the other party. So they typically always all the funding goes to either Democrat or Republican. So that's why they're so heavily, there's a high
Yeah,
probability that one of them will win over the other because they
Yeah, well,
have more campaigns
Kamala
because people
outspent
realize
Trump.
that. Well, because people realize that they usually
yeah,
either vote for one party or the other because they feel like it's not going to make a difference to vote for any of the others.
oh,
yeah.
this is
Ghost, I
like
want to
And
ask you
and
something.
they yeah.
Hey, Ghost, man, forgive me. Um, so I think you have a pretty good grasp on American politics and how the House and Senate and President and all that stuff works. I think you got it. You uh, aren't you in your government is a parliament, right? Would you explain to me how your government functions? Like, or is ours completely different from yours, or is yours similar to it?
You're
Yeah,
referring
I'm also curious.
to our government or
Yeah, because you said you're in Europe, right?
yeah, I'm in Europe. Yeah.
Don't you guys, instead of having like, we have a few parties, you know, just a few, and don't you guys, you have like, your government is like a huge parliament where like every territory basically is its own presidency or something like that, and
No,
everybody,
no,
nothing ever gets done because there's too many people with I don't know how that works, man.
no. Most of the countries in Europe, I don't think most of them, all of them in Europe function like this. It's a presidential democracy, actually a republic, republican democracy. So basically, we're the Republic of Romania, or Republic of Germany, or Republic of France. And we have direct elections for the president, which means that we can choose from a number of candidates. They can be 1, 2, 3, 10, 15, doesn't matter. Some of them are supported by a party. A party as in, just to make an understanding. Uh, some of the
Probably the same thing as we have here, just there are some parties with the massive amount of money, so they're pretty much going to be top, you know, ones that are
not
going to
really,
end up. Oh, huh?
not no, not really,
Because
because
money runs our game here, man. Basically, the reason why it always ends up boiling down to Republican or Democrat is because they shill out the most money. It's insane. Trump, he just happens to have an it factor that changed everything.
no,
Yeah, but
actually,
he didn't have the money that
uh,
Harris had though.
I mean,
I
that's what
know,
he's
but
saying.
Yeah, but
dude,
Harris also
he
didn't have
liked
the time to
Harris,
campaign.
bro.
Harris
Yeah,
had
Harris
way
Harris
more
had a
campaign
weak platform, and she also didn't have time to. Yeah, but she had a weak platform and like half of the time to campaign, and
I mean, she
going up against
sucked.
Donald Trump. No, uh,
She sucked,
yeah, she did.
but she
You know,
did have
I
more money.
Bro, our country was
So,
pissed.
Oh,
He
so,
she
he
totally
well,
deserved
and
had
to
that's
more
vote for it.
money. Absolutely, man. They
so what are you
threw money
saying?
at Harris,
What
man.
are you
that is
saying
that
that?
is where money doesn't outweigh timeshare or mind share at the end of the day, but
Money don't outweigh
that
common
money
sense.
padding and And also think about it, right? You're only saying the money that he had against her. If you consider the fact that he had already been president, we'd already been exposed to him. I mean, think about how much publicity he has on his own. Yes, he's the vice president, but like that's really not the best position to have to become known for your policies.
You guys
And
are
so like he
goofy.
didn't
You guys
have
are
to invest
goofy.
as much either.
You're saying that
No, I mean, you
money,
got
it's
to
all about
understand
money, and
something
then
about Harris, though.
Hey,
She
hold
was
on, hold
vice
on, hold
president.
on, hold on. One at a time. One at a time.
you guys said that it was about money, and then you're like, but if the person sucks so bad, then the money doesn't matter.
All right, hold on. Let me clarify what I said, okay?
Um,
What I said is here in America, typically over, let's say, the last few decades, we only have a two-party system because that's where all the money was thrown, and you
Yeah,
can't deny that. Now, what happened with Harris
correct.
and Trump, that's a different weird it factor. And the fact, let's look at Harris, okay? She was running on failed policies. I mean, dude, nobody liked what was going
yeah.
on. She was not going to win no matter how much money they threw her way. If she was Obama, it's a different situation. If she was anybody else other than the vice president, bro, I mean, she had nothing to say. It was her policies. She backed Biden. It was a no-win situation. So it's
Right,
just a different
right.
thing here.
Now let's hear what he got to
I
say.
agree. She
Let's hear
did
what he
not
got.
have a strong platform. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I want to hear what the dude. He said we goofy. I want to hear what he got to say.
No, I mean he
Yeah.
clarified it, but look, Biden didn't have much to say either, and money dominated then.
From my
Biden,
point of
Biden
view,
was.
from Europe,
Biden
Hold
sorry.
on.
Biden didn't have to say much because the sieging of the Capitol was kind of a big deal, and the votes just weren't there. I mean, like there's a lot.
The what the
Like
Capitol? Wait a minute. The what
Biden's
the
whole
Capitol?
platform was basically "I'm not Trump." But Biden's whole platform was basically "I'm not
Right.
Trump," and he had
That's
money,
the
and
only
he had
reason
like
he won.
Hey,
he
dude,
was
can you please clarify what you said
yeah
about the
he was
Capitol?
Obama's advice.
Oh my God. What did you say
Yeah,
about the
I said
Capitol?
because the Capitol was sieged. Yeah, like Trump had really bad optics coming up into that. Like,
Dude, he
yeah,
lost
it was not
before
necessarily the
January
best.
6th. What?
Yeah, correct. And before January 6th, there was a lot that led up to the sieging of the Capitol. I mean, that that wasn't the only event that happened in DC where people were harmed. Okay, like I'm not saying like it's all because this. I'm just saying like there was a lot of bad press on Trump at that time. Things hadn't panned out. He was making moves to like it was pretty clear that he was making moves towards trying to uh to deter the transfer of power before we had even fully resolved that he was not going to be in there, right? So like there's reasons that Biden had an easy case there, right? And Biden was kind of a return to normalcy in politics. Whether you think that's good or bad, I
Everybody
don't
knew
think
who
that's necessarily a
Biden
good thing.
was.
But right, and Biden was also running off of Obama's. Like he rode Obama's legacy, right?
He
Obama,
was the
whether you
be-
like him or
he
not, was
Biden.
popular.
Let's just say this: Biden was the best option.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but Biden is kind of senile, but no.
I mean,
Okay.
now he is, but at the
Yeah,
time he
yeah.
was still
Yeah, at the
He
cognitive.
time he
wasn't at the
was okay,
beginning. Yeah,
Yeah. At that
but
time,
he's kind
but
of
it went.
senile.
they would have voted for anybody because everybody just wanted Trump out.
So okay, the conclusion
Yeah,
is that
absolutely,
I get
absolutely.
that money does matter unless the person is so bad, money cannot save you. Is that what we're saying?
Exactly.
I wouldn't even say so bad that their optics are so bad. I mean, like there are things I think also like the first run with Trump. You have to realize like we'd never seen a candidate like that. So like
Hell no.
it's there no matter what, no matter how you feel about him, like he was an extraordinary case, and I think there's a lot of America that even if they supported his policies was like kind of done with it by the end of it, right?
Bro,
And
bro,
also
Trump
you
is
also
Trump
saw
is
those
the
same people
first.
come back out and vote for him this time.
Bro, Trump is the first president that
Go ahead.
we ever had that was not a politician.
Yes.
And I got one for
Oh,
you. Listen to this shit.
and I think there was a lot of yeah, go ahead.
Check me out. What if I told you that Bush, Obama, and Biden were all the same administration? Check this out.
That they are.
Thank you,
Bush,
one party
Yeah,
system. I
yeah.
do.
hold on. Bush
Hit him with the got.
is related to Biden.
Yep.
They're family members, in case you didn't know.
Yep.
90% of the
And,
presidents are all related.
and Biden is Obama's vice president. There you go.
Yup. And the
Actual,
rabbit hole is
actual.
deep,
And
man.
that and
It's so crazy.
yeah, and this is true. I mean, we even before even on like a senator level, right? Like it's always been until more recently things actually got divided. They got so divided that things actually got divided a bit. But uh, just in general, most of these guys, when they go, when they leave the cameras, like they eat dinner together. Like they're all buddy buddy. They all have deals with each other. It's much more civil for them than what they're projecting it to be, right? or
Oh hell
between
yeah.
You
them.
know, the fact that freaking Trump's uncle is the dude who freaking stole all of Tesla's equipment when they raided his place in like what 1919 or something like that. It's like, bro, this stuff just
know
goes
that.
so full circle, rabbit hole, crazy. It's so crazy, man.
We'll say that Trump absolutely like it was, I think, a catalyst for like both like absolutely fake conspiracies and at the same time like the truth behind all the conspiracies kind of coming to a head a bit. If you could filter through the news, you know.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. For every real conspiracy, you got a fake one, right? So you gotta sift through. Yeah, it's just so wild.
Trump is just a byproduct of a late stage empire. That's why things are so crazy. People are they're desperate for things to be fixed. And when a guy sits up there and tells you he can fix them, they're like, "Yeah, I'll take the chance." I mean, it's not really him. Like he's kind of crazy and whatever. If you don't like him, you don't like him, but it's really the people. The people elected him and the people are like desperate for change.
You know, and let me respond to that, bro. You just said the word. People wanted change, right? We were supposed to get change with Obama. People were pissed off about America. The people, okay? A silent
Yep.
majority have been pissed off about America since before Obama. And that's
Yep.
why we all voted for Obama for change. And then did we get it? No, nope, sure
Dude, he's
didn't.
not.
One
He,
question
No,
I have
we got
here.
symbolic change. That was it. Go ahead.
One question I have here. If you guys didn't get change in America by voting for Obama, why did you vote for him on a second term?
well, the
Oh,
alternative.
Yeah,
so
I think the alternative was not I guess as good as Obama, man, you know? I mean, what
No.
I can give Obama
also
this. The guy is
his
very slick in public and I like the guy personally. If he didn't screw us so
yeah, he's
bad,
a nice
I
guy.
like the guy, you know?
Obama just
And
made
so also
everything
like
sound so
I think
good that everybody believed it.
I didn't vote
Obama
for his ass.
also was really good at optics. He was charming. He was really good at optics, right? So here's the
Right.
thing, like Obama played his first term really well. So it's like, you know, he plotted out all the things. He made it look like he was gonna do all the things and it was gonna be great. And then when it actually came to brass tacks, some of these policies were not as good as they looked on the surface. A lot of his promises weren't kept, but he did
Yep.
enough to get elected for the second term. And that's something that I think about American politics that's maybe hard to understand is that that first term is really like a lot of those policies are more or less performative. A lot of the things that they do are performative because they're trying to get that
Yeah,
second
but
term where they actually get the things that they want to do, right?
you got to get a little deeper though, man.
Sorry,
Because
go ahead.
he got in
So
there.
Yeah, please. By all means.
He got in
Obama
there.
did what the Democrats have been doing for the last 50, 60 years. He
We
sold you a dream and made you believe it.
well get this,
And that's why he
America.
won his second term because he sounds so
That's why the
good.
Democrats let him run.
Now get this though.
Everything he said sounded so good that people believed in him.
Get this though. Africa was never bombed as much by America until we had an African president.
Turned out to be bullshit.
That's the only way we were able to bomb Africa was to have an African president, like African. So Barack Hussein Obama
Oh
had
yeah.
the green light to bomb
The
Africa.
the
He was
amount
put
of
like, without even like
the amount of
no
drone
kind of
strikes that
trial.
he
He's the one that started that with the drone strikes, like no trial, and you know Yemen and all these other places. Like he went in, dude.
Yeah,
he
but
was the
that
best at holding up the veil though. Like he was the
yeah,
most
but that
professional, and not in a good way. You know? Sorry, go ahead.
sorry to interrupt you, but that's what Bush did, that's what every president of the United States did. They kept on a war. And from my point of view,
And
and
that's
please guys don't take it personally or don't take it in a bad way. But I think that America needs to always have an open conflict. Doesn't matter where.
Called
It doesn't
perpetual
matter.
war. Yeah, perpetual war. We love it.
Perpetual war because
It's
that's when the Fed
it's our
can
moneymaker.
print money. So basically,
Absolutely.
no matter the president, no matter the who runs America, who makes policies,
We know this.
yeah, you need a war because you can print money. During a war, and in every country is like this, if you're in a war, you can print money. Doesn't matter. So
How we
basically,
sustain and expand our resource pool, and it's also how we expand our assets. It's also how we sell all of our weaponry. Um, it's like the basis of like the military industrial complex is the primary driving force behind uh, our political decisions at the higher end, right? That that's why what he was saying earlier about all of these presidents being the same, because they're all like chosen, they're all picked from a few sets of families that are all interrelated one way or another and connected. They all have their watchers because it's all about keeping that status quo and keeping the war machine turning, right?
then what does Trump do? He does the same.
No, he's not doing the same. You will not see us go into a war while Trump is president. I will bank on that. He's not going to do it. You know
No.
why? Because he said he doesn't want to do it.
No,
I don't
doesn't matter what he says.
I don't know if he won't do it this term,
He's
but
keeping up the war in the Middle East.
One at a time, man. Come on, one at a
Oh,
time. We
sorry,
can't hear
sorry,
his
sorry,
shit when
sorry.
his
everybody talking
his
at the
first
same time.
It's
Oh,
hold.
hold. You keep jumping in,
It's
bro.
hold. It's hold.
Hold. Calm down, man. Let the brother from Romania finish speaking first.
Yeah, thank you for that. For example, right now, Trump is keeping the war going in the Middle East. He's keeping the war going with Russia, Ukraine and Russia.
That's not
And
He's
true.
he's
trying to
keeping,
That's
end it.
not true. That's not true.
just let me finish my idea, and after that, you can counter
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
my
ahead.
points. Also, he's trying to, I don't know, enrage China to maybe, okay, before the tariff wars, he, from my point of view, he's trying to go to a physical war with China. Maybe that will not happen in 1 or 2 years, but maybe in 3 or 5, that could be a possibility. And if you're saying he's trying to end the war with Ukraine and Russia, okay, maybe he is trying from your point of view, but as well he's cutting supplies to Ukraine, he's cutting weapons to Ukraine,
Yep.
he's
Good
cutting
for him.
internet access, he's cutting almost everything to Ukraine, and he's
Good.
not doing anything to Russia.
He's because he's
He's,
he's friends with Russia right now. Russia wants him to broker the deal, so Russia they're saying, please, Donald, let's see if you can do this. They're up for it. They want to see if you can do it, so they're trying.
yeah, but
But you do,
what's
but you do
the
realize
end
that we
game?
push.
What's the end game? The end game is that Ukraine capitulates and it ceases to exist, and Russia takes over
No,
that.
no, no. There's just a
Okay, so
little
let me
part.
ask you this. During the negotiation, Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire between the two. Zelensky pretty much wants Russia to return all the land that they took during the war. Do you think that's fair?
From my point of view, as a European, yes, that's fair. But Russia should fucking return to sorry, pardon my French. Russia should return to its borders, and Ukraine should remain a sovereign state. Because, from a European point of view, I can also relate to that. For example, if Hungary attacks Romania, they want Transylvania. So if we get into a war with Hungary and we fight over Transylvania, what should we do? Should we basically say, okay, we agree
Well,
that
look,
Transylvania is not ours anymore?
here's the situation. You have to, I mean,
If
the
they
people in
took it
Transylvania. Hold on, it's
during
the
the
people.
war,
My family is Transylvanian, so the people in Transylvania speak Hungarian. So I think it should be up to the people from that region. That's the same
I don't think it
situation. A
worked
lot of
like that.
No,
During the
hold on,
war,
let me finish, dude.
if
Let me
you
land my
take
plane.
certain property
Yo,
during
can
the
I land
war,
my plane? You guys be cutting me
I've
off.
never heard of
Yeah, this dude got me blocked or
giving
something.
it back afterwards.
I don't think this dude can hear me.
Hey, Sean, can you hear Drew?
I can hear you, Drew.
No, Sean
No,
can't hear me there.
the guy that was speaking about Transylvania, please let him finish.
Yeah, Sean can't hear me. I think he has me muted.
no, I'm
But I'm
done.
just saying they speak Hungarian there in Transylvania. So if the Transylvanians would like to be part of Hungary, I think they should have that vote and choose. And that's the weird thing about what happened in Western Ukraine. There are people that speak Russian, in Eastern Ukraine, that would like to be part of Russia. And there's also people in Eastern Ukraine that do not want to be part of Russia. And it's the same situation in Transylvania. But when you go deep in the heart of Transylvania, they love their sovereignty. But if they had to choose, and if there was a war, they would probably side with the Hungarians. They speak Hungarians. The same thing with Eastern Ukrainian. So it's delicate situation. And the borders, you can't say return to the borders because Ukraine is a new thing. Like Ukraine's borders have been moving before. It was like Wallachia, the Moldova area, the Bessarabia, Wallachia. It's all the history. So who knows where the borders are? And it's just right now, it's like whoever's stronger makes the lines in the sand. So if Russia makes the lines in the sand, that's what it is,
There's a big difference here because you're saying that most people in Transylvania speak Hungarian. No,
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
not correct.
that's correct. What are you talking about, dude? I'm from Transylvania. My whole family speaks Hungarian.
There
Everyone
are
in
there are
dude, I'd
three
say
there are
80% of Transylvanians speak
one
Hungarian.
moment.
80
One moment.
percent. Dude,
One moment.
every time you come at me with stats, I've always shut you down, but go ahead.
One moment. There are only three, let's say from your point of view, there are three states in Romania that speak Hungarian. Most of the people that are based in Transylvania, from Cluj, Sibiu, Alba, and also a lot of let's
Dude, they
say
all speak Hungarian.
no, from Cluj-Napoca, not many. From Târgu Mureș, not many. From Satu Mare, no.
I'd say
Oradea, no.
at least
The only
20%.
ones,
At least 20%, 30% at least.
no. The
Yeah.
only ones that speak Hungarian that were part of the Hungarian Empire about, I think, 100 years ago or something like that. The ones that speak Hungarian are in Miercura Hodorheiu Secuiesc.
Covasna, Harghita, Mureș,
Yeah, those are regions.
Sfântu Gheorghe, but let's get back to the point. The whole thing
those
is
are three regions. Those are three
yeah, but
regions.
let's get back to the point.
One
The point is
one moment.
the
One
point I was
moment.
making. No, but let me get back to the point. No, you one moment. Transylvania was part of Hungary before World War I. These borders are moving. So some parts of Ukraine were part of Russia before some of these wars. So we have to recognize that as well.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, if we go to that point, I could also say that during World War I, we invaded Hungary and we got Budapest. So Romania was bigger and we got Budapest, and also, let's say Moldova was ours, and also let's say that most of northern Romania.
No, but you can't say because Romania is a bunch of pussies and they can't fight. Russians aren't. They can fight. So that's the thing. You can't say that, and Russia can because they're not pussies and they can fight. Romanians are pussies and they're just like sitting there sucking on America's titty right now. I'm sorry to be all, but that's how it is, man. Romanians, they can't fight. They're pussies. And that's just how it is.
I'm not speaking about the people.
I'm speaking about and majority, philosophically, like the country is a bunch of pussies.
I'm not speaking about the people. I'm speaking about the territories and history. If it were to be like you say, Romania would be like about 40% bigger right now. And
No, you don't get what I'm saying, man. It doesn't
had
matter.
Odessa.
We're just wasting breath talking about this. It's who has the might. Who has the might has the fight. That's who draws the line. So what's right, what's wrong doesn't matter anymore. And it's people that
Okay,
just
so you're of the opinion that if you're a bigger state, you can fucking do whatever you want.
exactly. That's
No.
we live in the jungle, man. Get with the program.
That's
With the
not
laws,
okay.
that's how it is. Even though we're humans and we have civilizations,
No,
but
that's not
the
okay.
basis
That's
of
why you have the
civilization.
United
Look,
Nations. That's why you
look.
have the European Union. That's why you have
Who made
international.
do you know who made the United Nations? Rockefeller. Do you know what the purpose? Do you ever hear of controlled opposition? Do you know what that means?
Okay, so you're totally fine. If, for example, tomorrow Canada invaded the United States, you would be
It
totally
is what
okay
it is.
because
Yeah, if they do, I'll fight for the United States. I'll fight. Bring it.
dude.
Let's go,
Okay,
man. You know?
okay. I
But
think
they're a
we
bunch of
need to.
pussies and they can't fight. So I don't have to
I
worry about
think we need to stop here because yeah. Okay, I think we need to stop here because
it. Yeah, we should. We should change the subject because it's stupid.
yeah, we should change the subject because it's weird.
Guys, price action. Ryan Reynolds just showed up and he's taking a big dump on someone's face. Look at the thing.
Oh damn it.
Politics.
Spooky Transylvania.
A little spooky. A little bit of spooky.
So is anyone related to like Dracula from Transylvania?
You know, Prince Charles is related to Dracula. They're actually, and George Bush is in the same bloodline too. It's crazy. Look it
I
up.
was hoping we could get to the vampires. I was gonna lose it. I need to hear about the vampires.
Isn't Transylvania in the U.S.?
That's in Romania. There's Pennsylvania in the U.S. Transylvania is in Romania.
Is Transylvania like sorry, Drew. Hold on, I'll grab it real quick. It's
There is
considered like a state.
Transylvania in Pennsylvania. There is a Transylvania in Pennsylvania.
Well, probably is. There's probably a bunch of little Transylvania cities and like small little villages in America, but yeah. But the OG Transylvania is in Romania.
Yeah, consider it like a state of your country. We have like three big states. So we have Transylvania, we have Moldova, and we have Wallachia. So basically, it's three states in one. So Transylvania is after the Carpats Mountains, and Moldova is on the other side, in the eastern side, more towards Russia, and Wallachia is down with Bucharest and the capital.
Victorian is what I was looking for. Drew, is Transylvania like Victorian looking, like the old Gothic kind of?
Medieval, yeah, Gothic, medieval.
Yeah, medieval Gothic, but it also has a lot of German influence because there were like Slav there.
And Austrian, Hungarian influence too.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Austrian, Hungarians. Yeah, of course.
I'm so jealous. I love that type of architecture, and it's so cool that you guys have managed to keep it around.
Slowly disappearing, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking to buy a castle in Romania right now. That's like my next purchase.
Dude, oh man.
Dude, they got castles
rent
under
out a
half.
room?
Yeah, they got castles under $500,000 there.
I mean, yeah, but it probably takes how much to keep it from falling on your face, though.
Yeah, but then if you do it right, you get a grant. You purchase it, and then you just get some European grants, and they help you kind of renovate it.
Yeah, you can actually renovate it if you have that kind of doll lying around. You can basically invest, and you can make it a tourist attraction. You can make it like I
There's a
don't
yeah.
whoa.
There's a Moroccan castle by the Black Sea that like three of my friends right now, and I might pitch in with them. They're putting their money together and they're going to purchase it. It's right on the Black Sea in Constanza, and it's a crazy Moroccan castle, but it's like under 2 million. It should be. It's like probably worth 25 million at least once it's done, like 30 million at least. But now it's just like it's underkept, and it's a good investment opportunity.
And if you document that and make a YouTube channel on restoring
Oh
restoring
yeah,
it, man,
yeah.
oh my god.
Basically, in the Baltic countries, mostly Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, you find a lot of things to buy and invest in.
Yep.
But in the sense of having access to the sea, to the mountains, to everything, Romania is the best position because it has mountains, it has seas, it has different architectures between the regions, and also a big
Well, that's why.
law.
Yeah, that's why NATO has its biggest base in Romania. A lot of people don't know that. And the nuclear missile that was in Turkey got moved to Romania too. America's like Turkey's like, we don't want any more nuclear missiles from America. Romania's like, we'll put it, and they put it in Craiova. But yeah, the
Isn't there
biggest
like
base,
a NATO base or something there?
yeah, there's a bunch of NATO bases there, but the biggest NATO base in Europe is in Romania.
Yeah.
Man, their version of the AK-47 is such a nice rifle too. It's so gorgeous.
Not the AK-47. The best rifle that we have is PKL. It's
No,
a
I like old
derivative
school
from
from the
Dragunov.
90s, man. I got to shoot a Romanian AK-47 from the 90s. It could have been another. It could have been like a a 107 or whatever, but like it looked like an AK-47, and just the way it shot and it's the way it was machined was just superior. It was gorgeous.
They make the best Dracos, I think. They're better than the Americans.
Well, what can I say? I'm proud of my country, even though it's kind of a not poor country because it's not poor. But I'm proud of my country. It has some legacies that kind of resonate.
Well, you should be proud of your country. That's where you live. And Americans who live here should be proud of their country too. I mean, all of them have their goods and their bads.
Yeah, of course. That's normal.
And don't take it personal when I say, Romanians are pussycats, because I'm Romanian too, so I'm talking smack on myself.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I understood, and that's why I didn't contradict you, because in most of our history, Romanians didn't conquer anything. Romanians are not Vikings. Romanians did not have an
They did.
empire.
I mean, back in like Vlad
Yeah,
Dracula's
back
time.
in the day, okay, in the
Yeah.
First World War, we went to Hungary and we got Budapest and we got the Opinka there.
The Dacians were strong too.
Uh, kind of, but not really, because there are mostly tribes.
Yeah, but the Romans, I mean, the Romans, like, they had a hard time with the Dacians when they came over, and Trajan tried to conquer. He had a very
Yeah,
difficult time.
the wars of 101 and 102,
Yep.
and the wars of 104 and 105. Yes, I know about those.
Yeah, they had a difficult
What
time with the Dacians.
Yeah,
technically what was Vlad's nationality?
Vlad was actually Vlachian, so he was based in Moldova.
Got it.
So even though if you hear that Castle Dracula is at Brashov or something like that, it's not true. He never went there. His most visited residence was
Târgoviște.
yes, Târgoviște and also Râșnov. Târgoviște and Râșnov. So he didn't actually went to Brashov, to the castle in Brashov. That's just a marketing stunt that was pulled with Dracula and the Dracula legend and whatsoever. But we do have some impressive castles. I don't want to say that they're the most impressive in Europe, but they're amongst the most impressive in Europe.
You know, Vlad Dracula had Hungarian in him as well.
Yeah, of course. Vlad fought the Turks and also fought the Hungarians. He won all of the wars before he took his own life.
They say he took his own life. You know, we don't know though.
Yeah, we don't know that. They say that he took his own life, but yeah, we don't know. We also have Mihai Viteazu and a lot of other figures that basically built the Romania we see now.
Van Helsing.
Although it was bigger in the olden days, but yeah.
What's cool is that, you know, the Order of the Dragon, that's what was really intriguing, like these orders. And he was a member of the Order of the Dragon, which was, you know, not brotherhood, like, you know, Freemasonry or whatever. But back then they had the Knights of Templar and things like that. But the Order of the Dragon was in the same kind of satellite circles of some of these. And if you look at the Order of the Dragon and see some of the people that have, you know, their bloodlines in there and that are very influential people in this world, you start digging a hole, and it's a rabbit hole that just gets deeper and deeper. When you
Yeah,
look
but
at
he
the
had
Order of
help
the Dragon.
from them.
I mean, especially with the Prince of, you know, Prince Charles being in the bloodline and a direct bloodline too, and he proudly says it too. Like he doesn't hide it.
And Prince Charles has like a mansion here in Romania. He visits quite often.
Yeah, because he's a vampire.
I don't know if he's a vampire or not, but he loves Romania. He goes to that city, actually not city, it's like a little settlement.
Sighișoara.
No, not Sighișoara, not Sighișoara.
He
It's
goes there a lot.
very, very small town.
Oh,
I
the
don't
little
remember.
village. Yeah, he bought a little village there.
Yeah, and he goes there quite frequently, and he loves it there. He comes about 4 or 3 months a year in Romania and spends time here. It's like crazy. Why the fuck would a monarch come to Romania?
Yeah, I like
But
what
apparently, yeah, he likes Romania.
I like what AI says about Vlad Dracula. It says, so while Romanian and Wallachian at heart, Vlad had one foot in both Hungarian nobility and Eastern Orthodox Balkan world, making him a hybrid figure East and West. That's part of what made him so dangerous and legendary. Because he had roots in both East and West.
We had some good leaders back in the day. Now, not so much.
No, not so much.
Yeah, now not so much. But back in the day, we did have some great leaders, and they did make Romania great again. But
Well,
yeah,
unfortunately, the Russians kind of turned Romania into satellite state basically during.
yeah,
all
it
that
was
drama.
it was fucked up then.
Yeah, it was really bad. That's why a lot of Romanians hate Russians now, because You know, they just really look at the back, you know, the 80s and 70s, what was going on.
No, you're actually mistaken. For example, the 70s were called the golden age.
Late 70s,
And
late 70s, early 80s. I meant, like, you know, early 80s was bad.
yeah, early 80s, and after that it was pretty bad. But
Yeah.
the 70s were called the golden age. Everyone had a job, everyone had everything they needed, everyone could buy anything they wanted. It was
Yeah,
like the golden age.
but the late 70s, it started getting bad and people started getting scared.
Yeah. Quite bad.
That's when my parents left in the late 70s. At first.
Sadly, my parents didn't leave, and I was
And
born
they
in
went, my dad
Romania.
went back.
Yeah, mine were they just stayed in Romania and took the full force of what happened during the communist era and also after that. Because after the communist era, everyone says, "Okay, Romania got independence; they're free now." Yeah, but the economy was in shit.
You know Antonio Eram? They call him Dodi. He's like an OG Bitcoiner in Romania. That's the guy that introduced me to crypto.
I can't say that I know him.
Yeah, he introduced me back in the day.
Yeah, this is
So hey, Ghost, I was watching Ancient Aliens on History Channel, and you have a Saint Germain who has been living for centuries there in Romania. Very well off, influential person who has influence with all the elected leaders out there. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
yeah.
it looks like they want some TA on Bitcoin in the chat. SMS, what up, SMS? I mean, my TA is looking at a bullish daily potential reversal right now. You want to see, I mean, of course, 85K, that's been the line in the sand for me. You know, we got to break through that and use 85K as support. Once we use 85K as support, I think that's when dominance is going to drop and we'll see some alts start popping, even though I think Bitcoin's going to test the 95 area again. There's a big resistance though, right at 90, just around 95, 96. But, you know, I mean, I'm not looking at anything under the daily really. The 6 hour also, it's like everything just has to get over this ditch and to make a higher high on this almost looks like inverse head and shoulder that's trying. You'd have to get over 88,620. That would be the neckline. And measured move from that would be, I guess, 94K at least, 93, 94. But it's not a perfect inverse head and shoulder. This last shoulder is kind of iffy, and it has a double head. But whatever, it's still in the range of something like a bullish reversal pattern. So that's what I'm looking at on a daily. Close something above 88,600. Bang, the bulls are going to get more sentiment to keep pushing. I think retail would step in a little bit better there, but everything under this 85K area, it's tough, you know, it's tough to get that sentiment going. So there's a magnet pulling us down the longer we stay under 85K. So if you bulls are out there and you want some bullish scenarios, now is the time. Push it. And the weekly's looking good too, which is, I think, pretty important too. We're getting towards the end of the week. If we get a close above 85,990, that would be a pretty nice higher high on a body of a weekly candle, which will give some pretty nice sentiment. But we have to wait till the end of the week on that. But that weekly doesn't look bad to me. You know, of course, it's tough. Weeklies could turn around. Like if this weekly candle right now starts flickering red, we have an inverse. We have a hammer right now. But if it drops down and goes below 82,000, no bueno for the bulls. Anything under 82, I think, is fair game for a short if you guys want to do that. But between 82K and 85K, danger. We're just sideways, chopping, just barcoding, risky business, doing any kind of trade between 82 and 85K, in my opinion. But I'm in position. Doge, Ethereum, and Mudang. Let's go, baby.
That who day?
That who day, Muday.
Guys,
Yeah,
I
little guy,
think
that little
I'm
guy was
gonna
moving
go.
today. I noticed that it was moving well. You still in that, Drew?
Yeah, still in it. Yeah.
Guys, I think I'm gonna go to sleep. So, see you tomorrow if you're still there.
Have a good night. Yeah, man. What is it? Like 6 o'clock in the morning there, huh?
No, about
5?
5 in the morning.
Yeah, man. Get some rest.
Yeah, channel session opened. I wanted to see how the channel session opened, so I'm gonna go to sleep right now. I'm like poofed.
All right, man. Later.
Okay, see you guys. Have a great night. Bye.
What up, B? Jasmine short scalp? Man, I wouldn't scalp anything short if Bitcoin stays in this little tight little range. If you see Bitcoin start breaking these support levels, that's when you look at Jasmine to scalp, in my opinion. Don't even look at Jasmine yet. Keep your eye on Bitcoin. Once you see Bitcoin break its major support levels, bang, going for your Jasmine short.
I think if Bitcoin breaks his 200, it's going to go test out that 800, 84, 350, 84, 400.
Yeah, if Bitcoin drops, I'm probably not going to let go of my position, but I will scoop up a little bit more. Some coins if it drops, just a little sprinkle. I don't know. I don't like selling towards the end of the week. Thursday, Friday, Saturdays. I don't know. I like being exposed on those days. But we do have a weekend, holiday weekend coming up. So I don't know.
We always like being exposed. It just starts getting exposed with your pants down or caught with your pants down on days like those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know how many more days we can have our pants down at our ankles at this point. It's like, come on, we got to pull these pants up. Keep cruising.
Especially with the alts. I mean, I could understand Bitcoin, but man, Ethereum and the alts, man, they need to really start picking up and maybe stop looking at Bitcoin so deeply. But now it's just like the market's stuck in this, I guess, psychological hypnotic trance that it has to follow Bitcoin. Probably algos, bots that they're using, Bitcoin as their signals anyway. So we're not ever going to be able to escape that. Stock market, it would be cool if it was more like the stock market in the sense that, even though if Apple dumps and some of the bigger stocks dump, it's not such a direct relation as Bitcoin to the other ones as Apple has to the other stocks. So it's something's got to give one of these days because it's a unhealthy, improperly balanced market right now. So the forces that be, I think, in nature, whether it's the Fibonacci sequence or whatever, entropy and I forget the other one, but yin and yang. There's got to be a balance, and it seems like it's an imbalance now. And I'm just talking about the distance between first place, second place, and third place. It's top heavy on Bitcoin, and I think it's not. I don't mean Bitcoin's gonna just fall down, but I think someone's gonna start growing quicker than Bitcoin pretty soon. It's bound to happen. Bitcoin, it's an OG. We got to give it props. But one of these days, it's gonna have to pass that torch, and that day's coming closer and closer every minute. Yeah, Raclet or Rislet, however you pronounce that. That's I agree with that. Once ETH wakes up, go time. I'll be right back.
What's going on, team?
Yo, what up?
Yeah, I'm back. 3.5 hours into Asia, and we're still moving sideways. This will be the last market maker session before the weekend, since there's no since the stock market's closed tomorrow. Did see some alts moving though. Yeah, not bad. ALZ looks decent. Looks a lot better than other stuff. It's 50 yet on the daily? Not yet. Still underneath the 50 on the daily, but to be fair, so is everything else. This is really the test here long term. Right? The question is, do we get a rejection off this 50 and one more buying opportunity? Or does it pop and hold and we're done with these bottoms? Yes. Beam's already rejected off its 50. So I did swing at Beam down here a little bit. But if we invalidate that W, I'll be looking for lower entries for sure. Brett's in a similar situation. Do we get one more rejection and one last dip buying opportunity, or does it pop and go? That shit. CRV is above its 50. Right up against its downtrend on the daily. Right, things like Gala are just basically trapped underneath their 50s. Even if we get rid of all of our downtrends and everything, right? Just looking at your EMAs, you can basically tell what the issue is. That's me, baby. Nice attempt. But there is a chance that we come back and clear some of these vectors, which is fine. That higher low gives us nice chunky W's to play off of. I like that. Right, question is where? But these vectors are pretty good targets. Hondo, same thing. Less than its 50. Pepe. You know, Pepe might have already made that move we're talking about. Right, tested his 50, came down, put in that right side. But it's got to break that downtrend and the 50 before we can even start looking at that. I'm still not convinced that Prime doesn't come down and clear this entire vector down here. That would be nuts, but to say I won't be buying that just yet. On in. So we still haven't found the top of the middle of this W yet, right? This is just what we want to see happen here. So honestly, let's get rid of this until it actually gives us a retrace. But hopefully we get that move from that bull flag break. We already started. We just got to get above the 50. But if we can get to 145 and retrace, then that W will be in play. More importantly, this inverse head and shoulders would be in play at that point. Right, we'd look for
I got
something
some
like
big stuff
that.
coming in.
Breakout and then a retest. What's going on, Drew?
What up, Dbloc? I'm just figuring out how to freeze people's assets. Legally, of course.
Mm-hmm. If we hold this range over.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been studying. So before, you go to court, you can ask the judge to, the person that you're suing or company you're suing, you can ask the judge to freeze the assets if you can prove that it's likely that they're going to try to do some sales and hide some, funds and transactions. So if you could prove that there's, a history of things like that, the judge will most likely grant it. And you could freeze them from selling, their houses, their cars, any movement of money from the business. Just learning some interesting stuff.
Go grab some caffeine. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see, is Asia gonna make a move here, or are they just coming to grab these legs?
There is a pretty big gap, it looks like, on the liquidations after it gets to those red ones right at that side low. There's not much below that. So, and then like you've got those other 600 buy wall, the 463. There's quite a bit down there to buy. So just gonna swoop those up and leave those guys in the dust.
Yeah.
Asia's going to sell all their Bitcoin and buy some Ethereum. Let's go.
Maybe not today. But one day.
I was getting nervous with that up over above 64. I was like, oh man, it still is. But I just like started laughing when I was tapping on it the whole time. I'm just hoping for market cap to finally start increasing. That's what I'm really waiting for.
A little bit of sells coming in right here. They're going to call me the Iceman. I'm going to start freezing assets. We're getting too hype here. My Tourette's kicks in every now and then.
Did you find did you basically chase down everything they have? What you're trying to see is to make sure they don't lie to you, right?
Well, I already know they lie. They're not even like coming up with docs, nothing. They're just like radio silent with a lot of this stuff. But now I found contracts and stuff, and I've been digging, and basically I'm able to prove already without going to court. I already have proof that they committed fraud. So now I just have to, even before litigation, I can go up to a judge and say, "Hey, we're filing this, this lawsuit, but before we start with the motion, we don't want them before they get notified. We don't want them to like scramble and move their assets around. Can you help us freeze their assets while we set this litigation up?" And the judge will look at the information you have, and if he's like, "Damn, you got enough proof. I already can see that they're committing fraud, and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, we'll freeze them." I did not know that can happen. It's crazy. Like they can just do it without a trial. They can just like, okay, as long as you present the evidence to the judge pre-trial, they can already freeze the defendant's assets, which is crazy. AI told me I have about a 65 to 70% chance that I can do that. It always depends on the judge and how good he's feeling.
That's the problem, right? Never know what judge you're
Yep.
gonna get.
Yep, that's the variable right there. But I'm probably gonna pick trial by jury, even though you have to get a judge for all that stuff.
So Bitcoin is a stable coin?
Yep, 84K forever, baby.
You don't even have to look at the calendar to know this feels like a weekend. I think what's
It
throwing
feels like
everybody off is that it's not Friday.
it feels like consolidation before a nice pump. It always is so boring like this before the pumps.
Yeah.
Whenever I get bored like this, I zoom out to the monthly and I just sit there and kind of marinate on the monthly. Right now, what I see is we're still in a bullish engulfing, barely on a monthly. If we can close this month on a bullish engulfing, that might give the market some pretty good sentiment.
Well, will it overpower the death cross FUD sentiment?
Are they still talking about that death cross? Remember like 3 weeks ago when I came on and I was like, guys, get ready for it.
Yeah,
They're
I
gonna
mean,
FUD the hell out of this thing.
it's called the death cross. Like,
That's the
man, they
problem.
just chose the worst name.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
like the golden
everybody.
cross gets everybody hype and then the price dumps.
And isn't the death cross kind of like the same area where a golden pocket could be considered too, in a way?
The problem is that once the 50 EMA crosses the 200, you've already been dropping. It's crossing because you dropped. You're not dropping because it crosses.
Exactly.
So the move is already for the most part over by the time the death cross comes in.
That's why people like tripping off lagging indicators. I'm just like, it's good to like.
I mean,
get
it's a
around
good
bump market.
macro signal, but
Yeah.
it's not. You should have already made a move by then.
No, the thing is, during this whole bull market, every time we had a death cross, I was literally like the bottom, and we just got the death cross. Like back when we hit 27,000, when we made that dip to 24,000, then we got the death cross and we rallied. And then almost in the middle of the consolidation period, in August of 24, we hit 60K. only dipped down to 49. And then we rallied, and now we got another death cross. So it looks like the bottom is new. This is on the daily.
Look, if you in the 200 simple moving average.
Man, I have this gut feeling of there's going to be a moment, and it's going to be almost like a paradigm shift. And maybe it's not going to be just like an instant moment. Maybe it's going to be like, kind of blurred month, 2 or 3, maybe a year. But the monetary system is bound to change, man. Like, we're going to get off the fiat. Like, it seems like it's programmed, like to collapse, and everybody knows it. And there's going to be something new coming up. Maybe we got it already.
All right, so take a look at this death cross here. This is the one that I was saying, there's going to be all over the talking heads on YouTube. They're going to try to freak you out. So as we were coming in for the death cross, people were like, oh my God, the death cross, the death cross, the death cross, right? Look at what happened as soon as the death cross. Boom, right back up. If you took profit on the day of the death cross because you were freaking out, then you basically just got left behind. The same thing with the golden crosses. Oh, there's a golden cross, it's gonna go parabolic. As soon as the golden cross comes in, you get that retracement. The reason that you get the cross is because you've already gone parabolic. You've already made the move. Now it kept going, obviously, but if you bought in at 73 and it went to 66, you weren't very happy. Same thing here. Death cross. Oh my God, death cross incoming. Well, yeah, but that move already happened. Right? Price comes right back up, literally kisses the death cross, and then does whatever it was going to do naturally anyways. Overblown in my book. And everybody watches for it on the daily, which makes it such a lagging indicator that
What do you think the next catalyst is that's going to get us a little pop here?
the end of QT or a rate cut.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm trying to grasp my head around this, and maybe it's just because I've puffed a little bit too much. But I was thinking about ghost wallets. Like, people pass away and they don't leave a will, and their Bitcoin wallet just sits there forever, for eternity, because no one ever gets the code. Now, those regularly, if you're thinking it's something like gold or something physical, you stack it up, it's going to give it foundation. But once we put the trading aspect to it, does that help support price? Even though it helps the scarcity, once we think the way, we already know how the order book works. So if the order book, it doesn't know if that's there or not. It's only the human psychology that knows there's a limit to that supply. So does that really help the price stay up if the more ghost wallets stay accumulated, like technically, like tokenomically,
Not right now, because there's more than enough Bitcoin to go around, right? We're splashing around the supply. It's not really a big deal. But if every millionaire in the world decides, hey, I should probably buy one of these Bitcoins, it's going to make a difference.
Right. I see
Right.
what you're
It'll
saying.
get
Like,
to the
now
point.
it's just like,
now it doesn't really make a huge difference, but yeah, in the long run, when there's a run on Bitcoin and everybody's trying to get their hands on as many as possible, like, you guys realize if every millionaire in the world decided to buy Bitcoin, we'd be screwed, right?
I mean, unless you're in position.
Well, yeah, exactly. But that's the threat. That's the risk that you take by not holding Bitcoin, right? That the world just decides tomorrow magically for whatever reason.
I like how you say it, Drew, because I was looking at the ICP dApps, and there's actually a dApp built on ICP that allows you to set up a will for your crypto. So if something happens, then It doesn't just go to waste.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good thing, man, to think about those things because you never know, man. Surprises happen. It's good to be prepared for anything, even death. I'm not prepared.
I'm not either. Are you Dbloc?
I don't. You're asking me, do I have enough Bitcoin? No.
No.
No,
Like if
prepared,
something
like,
happened, no. If something happens, like, are you ready? Like, is your Bitcoin safe?
Yeah.
My
Like, you
Bitcoin's
have that
safe.
set up?
My Bitcoin's in a cold wallet.
No. Like if like you die.
Oh, you mean for
sometimes
the
it-
future?
Like, is it safe to pass it on to somebody you love? That's the question.
Yeah, I think somebody would find my wallet and the info and all that. Yeah.
I have it hidden such a good
If you ask
spot.
me,
I don't
do I
think
have like
anybody
a
would
will
find
set up and all that officially? And all? No, not yet. Which is probably stupid. I probably should. But I do have it set up in a way to where eventually somebody would find the information they needed to get the information they needed to open my wallet.
I don't have any of that because what if somebody finds that? Then I'm screwed.
If you're on that's the one. See, there's the pros and cons to a lot of things, especially centralized exchanges and wallets. You know, they both have pros and cons. But one pro of a centralized exchange is if you're not set up like that, your wife or husband or whoever next of kin could come file, I forget, an affidavit, some kind of affidavit, and Coinbase or the other exchanges, they'll give it to whoever's like the husband or next of kin. You know.
Well, not everybody's on Coinbase. Like cold storage situation, like a lot of people have their stuff written down, obviously. But yeah, I saw it on ICP. I was like, that's really cool. I didn't really look into it. It's a thing. That's why you got to buy ICP.
I'll buy some ICP if you buy some Mudang.
No.
No shilling, sir.
No more shilling. Okay, no more shilling.
What about
You hear
Hex?
about air
Everybody buy Hex.
Oh, hell no, you ain't talking about buying that Hex.
Hex on Pulse or Hex on ETH? Which one?
I don't know, man. Isn't it like the same thing? Because it's on
No,
NextC, right?
Totally different.
No, I'm trolling. It was like, remember the old server?
Yeah. What about some ETH?
How could we forget?
ETH W? Man, I was mining ETH W for like a few months. What about Pulse Chain, guys?
Nah, man, LTD.
Living the dream.
So y'all know where y'all
I
could
still
go
have
with
it.
all that shit.
Unicorn fart dust. Come on.
That's there you go.
Hey, didn't someone come back on here saying they talked to Biscuit recently?
I think Quad said that he pops up over there. You know.
Yeah.
Are we going to 40K yet, or
Not yet.
one day we will, right? What if it just never comes? Imagine how funny that would be.
The day when everyone decides to load their Ethereum up, some other bags, and balance out the market a little bit and cut off some of that market cap off Bitcoin. Not cut it off while Bitcoin grows. I'm saying, we can still have a few trillion on Bitcoin, but just, get that dominance down, man. It's just unhealthy.
Yeah, it's annoying, man.
I remember last season they're like, Bitcoin's going to 10,000, and then it never did, and it probably never will. And this is one of those cases. Bitcoin's going to 40,000. It's the same thing.
There's a very good chance that Bitcoin never goes to 40,000 again.
Exactly.
A very, very good chance.
Now you may say, well, 15's pretty close to 10,000. Yeah, it is, but 50, 49, 50's close to 40,000, but still, I don't see it ever going back to 40,000.
I mean, you got a lot of people calling for a huge recession. I mean, maybe if we get that, then 40. But other than that,
But I mean,
it depends where we top out at. If we top out between 125 and 150, it's possible we see 40 again. We top out anywhere above that, we probably don't see 40.
I mean, but you guys forget that we're bound to have a black swan event sometime, right? Things just happen, you know. So let's see. Last time we had a black swan event, what was the percentage of drop? It was like 70, 60% or something like that.
Bitcoin will go down over 70% again. The question is, does that 70% bring us to 40K or not? But that bear market will drop us 70%.
And I think that's the thing is what we are at 109 or something, and we were at
We have the technology.
73.
We don't have to guess at it. We can go, let's say 150, 70%.
Let's say 137.
Takes us to 44.
Ooh, 44.
Right. 137, you said?
Yes.
It was 43.
Takes us to 40,782.
Perfect.
So you're still getting your traditional Bitcoin dips, right? It's just that
Yeah.
the 40K just is so minimal at this point.
Yeah. So it depends where we end up, honestly. I'm really shooting for somewhere around 150, but August, September, I won't get every single Bitcoin sold at 150. I promise you that, even if we hit it, because I'm selling into that pump. But I will sell some off at that top, my last bit.
What if Plan B is right and we go to 400K?
Then my runner is gonna eat. My runner is gonna go nuts.
I got burned by Plan B once, never again.
What happened? What happened?
Because he was doing that crap. Now, granted, I know he gets a lot of things right. I get that. Okay, so I just want to put that up front. But he was saying a lot of crazy numbers last cycle.
What was he saying?
Yeah, the top of the rainbow chart was crazy. Or the top of the stock to flow was like over 100K, I believe.
Yes.
He did
Yeah, he
really
does
good
call
at
for
calling
really
the
high
last
numbers.
top. He did really good at calling the last top and calling the last bottom, but he killed the most recent top. He got that one completely wrong. And you know how it is in crypto, bro. You're only as good as your last call. People forget about all the other shit. But there is an argument to say that the stock to flow model has failed. We'll need one more cycle to make sure. That's
I mean,
the
if you
thing.
look
Some
at
of
the
these things work until they don't work no more, and it doesn't make them invalid. It just made them valid for the period of time that they were useful, you know?
If you look at the rainbow chart, each time it hit the top, like first time it was deep outside of the red. Second time it was in the middle of the red. Third time it was in the orange. So it would make sense to say this time the highest it could get is the orange, but probably the yellow or the green.
Yeah,
Like
diminishing
it just
returns.
comes lower and lower in the rainbow every time because
The argument people have for that is that it's diminishing returns, but we've never had nation states talk about buying Bitcoin and the institutions. And could this possibly be the first cycle where we don't have diminishing returns from the prior cycle? Now,
I think that shuts opium.
our prior cycle, we got shitted on though. It is in a way, but I do understand the argument that during this bull market, we really got robbed. The diminishing returns from the bottom of this to the top, it didn't feel like it because of COVID, right? It was such an extreme sort of push. But this right here should have really been, because this is where the institutions got in and started screwing us for real, for real. This price action right here should have been up here, right? Our blow off top got turned into a double top, but we should have broke 100K. Like they were right about where price should have gone. They just weren't right calling it after we took this 50% drop. But right here is when institutions found out that futures were going to go live for Bitcoin. They dropped it 50%, got in position. Here they announced the futures. They got that last little bit off top and then just sold off on it and bought in before, right? So they cut our returns to the top and they cut our diminishing returns to the bottom as well. We only got 77% drop, what should have been at least an 83% drop. So now the question is, since they're already in, right, do they allow the blow off top this time, or do they pull this same sort of foolishness? If they don't pull this, then we could see the first cycle where we have increased returns versus the last.
I think max on the rainbow chart, maybe we go to yellow, but I wouldn't target anything outside of the yellow.
It's not likely. Like we got damn near a 20x on Bitcoin during the last cycle, but 10x is a huge diminished return. Like that's not usually there's diminishing returns, but not to that extent. They don't get chopped in half, right? If we get to 150, we would have got a 10x on Bitcoin during this run.
And for anyone that's curious, the yellow with the end of this year, so December is like 250, 300,000. But I think we're gonna get that light green. Honestly, that makes more sense. It's like 200,000. And it makes sense. Like it's diminishing returns. Like we poked out of the rainbow, then we were at the top of the rainbow, then we were in the orange. We can't get above the orange because we never got above the last color on the rainbow chart. So the orange is the absolute highest to me.
Well,
But
let's
it's
look at
probably likely the light green.
let's look at CBBI. We haven't looked at CBBI in a minute. I wonder where we're at. We're probably in the 60s. Yep, 67. This is one of the reasons why I didn't even consider this being the end of the bull market yet, while everybody was flapping their gums about this shit being over. We're only sitting at a yellow right now, bro. We're sitting at a 62. Bull markets top out above 95, right? Topped out at 99 in 2014, topped out at 100 at 2018, 97. We've got a way to go. And what it does is it just takes all of these long-term macro indicators into consideration. So this tells you what percentage they are from 100. 100 means we're at the top of the bull market. So just a quick glance.
Right.
And then if you ever want to dig into them, you just click it. And then it'll pull up the chart. And it'll tell you exactly how to use it, why it's used, how it indicates the top. CBBI is clutch. You can literally play this thing and just buy. I expected Bitcoin to go down to 13.5, and it never did. The reason I didn't get left behind is because I started heavy DCAs under 10 on CBBI. Every day that we were under 10 on CBBI, I bought Bitcoin. We came all the way down to a 3. The lowest? Yeah, we came all the way down to a 3. And then I bought all the way up until we were past the 10. And then that was my bag. So like you could literally do that. If you just buy when it's underneath 10 and don't stop buying until it's past 10, and then sell when it's above 90, you can do a lot worse than that.
Yo, man, did you hear with the beef with Trump and Powell?
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
I told you when they started asking them questions on the thing, I was like, Trump's gonna have something to say about that shit.
So what did he say? He said he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. I don't think he's doing the job.
We know Trump. We know.
I
He's
just
there.
got this
He's only
breakdown.
still there because you haven't asked him to. If you asked him to, he would go. We know.
Trump definitely is he'd be riding his ego a little bit.
Yeah, I think Powell. Yeah, I mean, at least Powell's not leaning in too. You know, can you imagine if Powell decided to go back and forth, how ugly this shit could get?
So do you think Powell's like? I mean, of course he's central, but it seems like he gets more support from people on the left, right?
I don't know. I mean, Trump put him in office.
Wait, so but he's not appointed, is he?
Yeah, he came in during the Trump presidency though.
But he wasn't appointed though, right? Like I don't even.
The
How
president.
did he get there?
The president does have to sign off. Not sign off, but they're not beholden to the president that they came in on. Like he was also Biden's. You know what I mean? He rolled over, and I think that's where it kind of became. I don't know.
Fed reserves.
Yeah, I don't know if Trump expected him to sort of not Be the chair for buy? I have no idea,
I
bro.
thought he's picked by the president and
I don't
confirmed by
know
the Senate.
where the beef comes from. Give me 1 second. Hold on. My coffee's ready.
I'm pretty sure he's picked by the president and then the Senate confirms him.
I don't know why he's beefing with him. He's like, I was always late. He should have already cut interest rates. He said, we call him late Powell because he's always late. We'd have Jim Cramer replace him. So we got Jim Cramer instead of Powell.
Oh God, don't go there.
Can't we just put AI in there? Like a smart contract with AI or something?
A DAO, dude. Let's have a DAO that's ran on ICP so I can be rich.
Imagine the future where like we do have positions like that that are actually open source AI that the public can view to make sure that it's not manipulated or you know something's I guess corrupt. But it would take a scientist that knows coding to be able to decipher that stuff. But open source AI representatives of the government.
Of the government. I don't think it'd ever be of the government.
Why? Think about it.
I mean, maybe in like a different country, not in the United. I don't think it would be in the United States. Maybe like El Salvador. Like not
That's
here.
our future. Imagine that makes so much sense because that's what we're forming basically with the word government and like the way us humans appoint other humans to do what we're programming them to do to represent us. But they have fault. They have human error. Once we're going to figure out how to get AI, but uncorruptible AI to do that, there's going to be these people that are supposed to like just kind of calculate things that they know that they're experts on to spit out facts. They're going to be obsolete.
I don't think
They
anybody
did
would
that in a
have
way.
really trust that at all.
They did that in a way with Miami Coin. I mean, not with the AI, but remember when they brought in Miami Coin and they started talking about running it by smart contract? They would have you'd have elections once a year on what things were to be spent on, and then the smart contract
Yep.
would be set.
I remember us talking about that.
Yeah, the smart contract would be set. Everything would be traceable. You know, they don't really talk about that Miami Coin anymore. But it was during the bull market. It made them a ton of money when they first came out. So it was like the hot thing. And then now nobody even talks about it.
Was that with like the Chili's ecosystem?
That
or
was
something like
with
that? Remember Chili's?
not Chili's, the one underneath it, Socios, I think it was.
Oh, Socios. Socios. That's it. Yeah. Chili's was with the sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Have they been making any noise? I haven't really heard
I
anything
heard
from
shit. I heard nothing from that.
Kind of fell off.
Bull market activities. Things need to be pumping for people to.
But I'd be down for something like that if it was like open source and we'd say like, hey, look, you know, what some of these people, it's like, do we need them? Can't we have something that's more precise to actually direct, you know, our collective thoughts that we're trying to have, you know, as a people?
I think it'd just be dope to have taxes on the blockchain.
Oh, hell yeah.
You could even give residents a certain percentage where they get to allot it where they want. Not the whole thing, right? Because then things would get left out. But if you knew that 5% of your taxes are going somewhere that you chose, and the rest of it, you could literally watch every penny go from your payment to the end point, I think people would complain a lot less about taxes, and it would keep, you know, would keep them honest.
I forget there's some food company that was like there's some cool stuff they're doing with blockchain. It was from bait to plate or something like that it was called, and you'd be able to see exactly like how the store acquired your fish and everything, and it was all
Yeah,
blockchain
Providence.
verified.
It's, yeah, to be able to follow To be able to follow the food back to the farm that it came from, that type of shit.
Everything, yeah. Have it right there on the blockchain.
Oh, do you guys know what two's threshold is? I had a nice little pump just a bit ago.
No, I don't.
TUSD threshold.
No, popped its daily 50 though.
Biddy, don't make me sell my positions, Biddy.
Damn. Well,
We don't see too many things above their 50 right now. If it struggles too much with this 200 though, it's going to come back to retest that break. Yeah, I don't know what it is. But unless you're looking to short something, I wouldn't chase things that have popped that hard on the screener.
Yeah, no, this is definitely for a short setup.
We got to figure out a name for that. The opposite of catching a falling knife when you're in a shorter pump. Would that be? That'd be catching giant dildo. Pause.
Why is that?
that was random.
Why is that? Is that the first thing you thought of?
Giant dildo.
I had to say pause. I was just thinking.
We got the brightest minds in here, dude.
On Twitter, I think it's because someone just put like a green dildo thing for a candle not too long ago on one of these tweets. So maybe that's why it came to my mind.
I was thinking more like trying to keep a ball underwater or trying to catch a bullet in your teeth. Yo, why does nobody do that anymore? Remember that was a thing for a long time. You don't see anybody do that shit anymore.
Yo, there was who was that? There was a movie Flash Gordon or something like that. You think people really did that?
Oh no. We were dumb back in the days before we just believed everything we saw on television and shit, you know?
No, but wasn't there like something on the Guinness Book or something? There was like a
I have
video where
no
that some dude
idea.
actually was able to
I
do
look
it.
back at it now and I'm like, that's obviously like stop frame, you know?
I think he had like some crazy
You
dentures
can,
on there.
No,
you
you,
can catch a bullet
you
with
can't
your
tell.
teeth, but you're catching it with your throat too.
You're catching a bullet with the back of your head, the wall behind you.
Yeah, you can't even catch a pellet or a
Yeah,
BB.
yeah,
Trap
right.
your teeth.
Man, what's his name? Master Miyagi from Karate Kid could do it.
Who would
What
want to
was his
shoot
name?
that?
Miyagi.
Anybody that's ever been on a bike and caught a bug to the
Mr.
back of
Miyagi.
the throat knows that that shit is not possible. That shit feels like a damn bullet.
Well, you could do it from the profile though. Think about it. It's like, if you miss, it just goes past because it's in profile. Coming from the side.
You can't stop it with your teeth.
Yeah.
Knock all the teeth out of your mouth.
Oh, I couldn't stop the bee. Couldn't stop a bee from coming out a soda can and going and stinging it back in my throat. You gonna stop a bullet? That's crazy.
That's one of my fears.
Not being able to catch a bullet with your teeth.
No, drinking soda that I left outside and there's like a wasp in it.
Hey, at least I'm not alone.
Have you guys ever taken a Jaeger bomb where you take a shot of Jaeger and put it in a Red Bull and you like drink it? Oh, it is. Well, I drank it and the shot glass sit back and it chipped my
Are you
tooth.
relating?
It's just one shot glass sliding inside a cup. It's all done.
Last time I did that, I ended up in jail.
Say a Jaeger bomb. Oh man,
I black out off Jaeger, man.
Jaeger
Jaeger's
bomb.
dangerous for me for some reason. Like,
You remember those old
no.
Jaeger commercials? They're the best ever, bro. Be a dude in the middle of the desert, and like it just goes from black screen to him alone in the middle of the desert, and he's looking around, and then it says Jaeger, Jägermeister.
Yeah, that's the story of Jaeger.
But yo, I don't know what it is about it. There's something in there, man. It just like makes me black out, like straight up.
Nah, that shit is not good,
Yeah,
bro.
it's always asking for it. Jaeger bombs. Oh man.
It's not the Jaeger. It's the fact that you're drinking like or a whole bottle of it.
It's an easy drink, yeah.
Dude, one time I fought like 4 bouncers and I didn't even know. Woke up all bloody. My friends were telling me what I did the night before. I'm like, what? Like, dude, you're trying to fight the bouncers, dude.
That's the commercial, bro. And then the thing comes up right above your head, Jägermeister.
Have you guys ever done a Jaeger bomb but without Red Bull and substitute the Red Bull with milk?
Kevin, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. No milk?
What are you trying to do?
Yeah, man.
Oh my
It
god! What are
sounds
you trying
weird,
to throw
but
up all over the house?
no. It sounds weird, but it goes good. I learned it from some bar owners in Austria, in the Austrian mountains.
I need to get some nice diarrhea with that too, right?
I don't know. I can't. I can't
is-
mix dairy and liquor. I'll throw up all over the.
You guys know Goldschlager? It has those gold flakes in it. The only thing that I would ever mix Jaeger with was Goldschlager because we would call it a Starry Night because those little gold flakes you'd see it in like the black solution. So that little bit of cinnamon mixed with that.
I already know the crowd you were running with, Joe.
Oh man,
You guys were trying to kill yourselves every night.
No, yeah, it was when we were younger. It was crazy, but it was a bar next to our college, and that was one of their drinks. It was called a Starry Night.
Say
Mix
that's
between
college.
Jaeger and Jaeger.
Bro, I didn't really. I used to drink every once in a while, but I didn't start drinking heavy till college. And these dudes in college, bro, it's like the shit you see on the stand-up comedy. Like they literally walk in like, "You ready? What? Ready for what? We're gonna try to die tonight." Like, I just want to go to the club and chill. Like, I'm not trying to get as close to death as possible.
That's why I used to like shotgun like 5 beers before you even made it to the bars, drinking as fast as you can, shotgun them. It's like, oh man.
I used to get drunk because I'd get nervous to kick game with the girls.
That'll
I'd
do
kick
it.
so much game
Liquid
once I got
courage.
loose. My game would come out once I get loose.
Yeah, liquid courage will do it. Nah, I don't miss those days. I'll be honest with you. I'm a way better person sober.
That's what really good.
It was young and part of growing up. I don't know. We all learned from things that happened those days and those nights. Oh man, but it was so rough being hungover. But when you were younger, though, you didn't feel it as much. Now you're older, you attempt that. Oh my God, you'll be hungover for like 3 days.
feel like it was never the alcohol, man. It was all the things that came with it. You know, it's the parties, the girls, or
Nah, if you get drunk in an empty room by yourself, you won't
you just
get in
want to
any
finish it.
trouble.
Do something.
If you stay home and drink, you won't get any trouble. It's definitely going outside that's the problem. Yeah, it's people.
Yeah.
Yeah, hammered in public doesn't work out that well.
One man's trash, another man's treasure.
Yeah, I just had some flashbacks. And I'm just like, man, how am I still alive? Let me knock on wood. I must have angels looking over me because some of those nights, man, those blackout nights, sheesh.
Yeah,
Those
no.
are
Bullshit.
What happens messing with them spirits?
It wasn't just the spirits. It was just like you'd buy a 30-pack in college and try to drink the whole thing by yourself. It was like a game. It was
There's only one liquor that I've drank that is like I'll probably never drink again is Jim Beam. There's something specific about Jim Beam that you'll be doing some shit you know you're not supposed to be doing, be completely conscious of it, and like still do it.
yeah, it's all good. Jim Beam and I have had some rough nights. So the only thing that ever yells like me and a liter of Jim Beam and a 2 liter of Pepsi when I was man. Jimmy would always beat me up. Wake up the next day like, I'm sorry, bro.
Now, most other liquor, you wake up and you're like, oh my God, what did I do? With Jim Beam, it's like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why are you still doing it? Oh my God, I can't stop doing it. What am I doing?
let me try that.
Was Jack and Coke, Jack Daniels and Coke.
Nah, I play the sober role now.
Jack.
My friends all drink, so I just use it as an excuse. Okay, one of us has got to be straight here.
Yeah, it's either rum or Jack. I get in trouble.
Yeah.
Yo, what up, Dbloc? This is Ghost.
What's
Finally
going
on
on,
the voice
Ghost?
chat. What up, buddy?
Not much.
Now, I was telling the boys, like, I found your channel. It's like, it's one of the only channels I found on YouTube that makes sense.
Appreciate that, bro. I agree with you.
Appreciate you, brother.
I agree with you. I have looked around. I don't know what the hell most of these guys are talking about, but yeah.
But yeah, any of the dark spirits. It's like Jack, I get in trouble. Rum. Oh, rum is I stay overnight in jail with rum.
Whiskeys can do it
You got to
too.
do that clear run, man. That Florida kind of.
Yeah, it's like rum. It's like the heat. Because rum's made out of sugars. I don't know the rum in the U.S., but in Asia and South America, rum is like comes from sugar cane. It's a little sweeter.
Nah, I'm a lightweight now,
Yeah,
bro.
it's,
One or two
like, I just
drinks and
can't
my
do
head
it
starts
myself,
pounding.
Yeah, I'm a 2-beer queer.
Yeah, like Captain Morgan has like so much sugar. A lot of people drank that one too, Captain.
I'm getting sick just thinking about it.
That's spice rum.
Yeah, now I drink weed.
Way better off.
I call it liquid instead of liquid. Liquid, get it?
I'm clapping really softly in the background.
I actually even made a song about liquid. I should look for it somewhere on my hard drive.
For some reason, I don't doubt that at all.
I was in the Cayman Islands once, and there was this like this outdoor party that had shut the whole block down. And there was this Rasta lady, and she had this big 20-gallon pot. corn and fish and just a stew, right? So she's giving out the stew. I'm drinking it, and I'm like, yo. My friend was like, yep, ton of weed in that shit. She was just dumping weed butter in the fish stew. That shit was so good, bro. That was like a meal and the after meal joint, like all rolled up into one. And delicious. Not like most of the weed food that you eat that's like, oh, great, it's got weed in it, but this brownie tastes like shit. Like, that shit was delicious.
I like the shorts that I have now. They're like nice and slow and just like slowly going down. No stress, no volatility.
Yeah, this measured move takes us to test these buy walls underneath again. There's enough buy pressure down there that I don't think we free the trap shorts, but I do think we're gonna deviate out of this trap.
Yeah, it's strong enough to do that for the weekend. Yeah, that's pretty big. That's about like 2,000 Bitcoin worth.
Yeah, it'll stop price. We're not gonna eat this the same way that we didn't get through. You know, this has really been the tail of the tape, is this sell wall and this buy wall. This buy wall was established way back here. This is just the newer one, but this is why we've been trapped. But an extra day of Bitcoin going sideways should be okay for the alts as long as this thing rolls over. As long as you can get Dom to start rolling over, maybe we can play with the alts for the next couple days. Yeah, Kelly, we got some buy walls set up at the bottom now. I mean, usually I don't bother putting them up because they're not this aggressive. The only time you'll see me really drop them on the screen is when they're this obvious.
Yo, so gold's what at 3,350 something already?
Yep, I already made a deal with my guy to get rid of 40% of the position.
Nice.
He wants 6%.
Mm.
So, but that means that the 60% that I have left, when I come back, I'm getting it at cost. I told him I'm hitting him over the head with that. But he was happy to hear me. They need gold right now, bro. They're getting ready to sell their gold into everybody that's going to come buy the blow off top, basically. So the problem is that anybody that's holding gold is basically holding on tight. But I think I made him a good deal. He seemed happy with it. I don't know how happy he's going to be in a month when I come back, when we're at 4K and I'm like, give me my money. But we'll see.
They are looking at my money.
My money.
Yo, what's up with this ETF net flow? 106.9 million. That's pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's like that's big for net flow, right?
Was it an inflow or outflow?
It's inflow, I think, on Bitcoin ETF for April 17th. Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, these guys, they tend to sell the very bottoms and then buy back when it sort of because remember, it's not them buying and selling, it's the retail that owns the ETFs that's making the decisions. That's why it's so crazy. You're like, why would BlackRock sell the bottom? And it's like, well, it's not BlackRock, it's us.
Yeah, it's
right? It's people who own the
total. Okay, that's total net flow.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. 4K for gold.
So the influx was 81 million USD to IBT.
You heard the poem. He said, when 84 is the floor, load up on IBIT calls.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that thingy.
That poem, that prophecy or whatever it was, yeah.
Nostradamus over there. 25.9 million USD inflow into FBTC.
I'm gonna start doing that, bro. I'm gonna start taking my daily TA and just feeding it to Chat GPT and be like, give me a poem with all of these data points. And then I'll just stop doing regular TA, and then every day's TA will just be like a riddle.
Yeah, let me turn them into rhymes. I'll spit it on a beat. Yeah, you just gave me a crazy idea.
But Nad, we don't give financial advice here, brother.
So what's the price right now? Around like 60, 70,000, right? For the ETFs on
I don't know what it comes out to, the 1-for-1, what the 1-for-1 comes out to. Excuse me.
the question to me is on this weekly, is it just gonna give us an extended descending part of the flag off of a bear flag, like do one more because we got like the A, B, and like do another C?
Well, we've got about an hour or so left in the Asian session, right? This is the last session that's going to be normal. UK and US are both closed tomorrow. So this is the only session that we'll have. After that, everything should be operating as if it's the weekend. So if we don't free these trap shorts in the Asian session, I think we just deviate, come down, pick up some of these buys, come back in. I'm going to try to swing at Bitcoin down in these buy walls and then just take a short trade in the weekend, back to the weekend trap.
Batter up.
We'll see if we get this full measured move. I doubt it because we've got to absorb a bunch of Bitcoin. But it seems like every time we come through, like look on the 4 hour. Is it the 4 hour? Oh, way more than 1 hour should be enough.
Yeah, we got ETH dropping. My short's finally printing. Man, it's been going sideways all morning.
Yeah, look, see on the 1 hour when we came through these buy walls, we just got a wick, right? The buy pressure was so heavy that it left nothing but a wick behind on the hourly. Actually, even the 15-minute. 15-minute came in, stopping volume candle. The last decent buy of this round. Any shorts across the alts should print here as Bitcoin eats these liquidations.
I just found out Moodang means bouncy pig in whatever language it came from, which scared me because it gave me flashbacks from pork.
Oh boy. You always find your way back into these swine coins.
I know, I got some PTSD man, when I heard that.
These haram coins.
But why would they call it bouncy pig? Like,
Because a little hippopotamus, right? It looked like a, makes sense, I guess.
Yeah,
a little pig.
when it's a baby. Yeah, when it's a baby, it looks like a little piggy, I guess. Another problem with it is like it's not a baby anymore, and that's what was cute about it. So I'm like, maybe I should start fading out of my position because it's not really a baby. I don't know. But I might swing at Bitcoin too because I've been working hard these last few days, and I do want to take a swing. And I still got this Ethereum, I got this Doge, and biddies. I took a swing at her the other day for the first time in like 4 years. I was like maybe 5 years almost.
It's been kind of quiet on the narrative front right now. People aren't in the mood to speculate as of such. But I think we'll see our next narrative pop as Bitcoin starts to make some ground. Remember, we don't have that long, guys. If we go back to M2, right? We're in that sideways nastiness here. But come
where the heroes
April,
are made.
yeah, come April 25th, we should have seen the worst of it. Our job is to decide where this money is going to go.
Man, have you guys been noticing though? A lot of computer systems have been going down on companies. Like I don't know. Overheard someone saying Home Depot today. All of it was shut down.
Discord went down the other day across the world too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Happened to me at Costco, like a week ago or something. It was weird.
Today I was at Panera and their systems were shot. So I had to pick up there for like 20 minutes because they had to like print out the orders on paper. I was like, oh wow.
That's some first world shit right there, though. Think about how bad somebody in another country here is talking about shit's getting so bad. I had to wait in Panera while they did my shit on paper.
Yeah. First
Those
world problems.
sandwiches fucking slap though, my friend.
Oui.
That was a great sound effect. Good time.
Wait, you guys that are celebrating can't eat past midnight today, right? That's how it goes. Or is that tomorrow?
What, celebrating what, Easter?
Yeah,
I thought that
Thursday night, right? They're not allowed to eat past 12.
I don't even know.
Well, I'm on Asian time, so it starts today. I mean, we can't eat pork. No pork today. No, it's just fish.
Okay.
Yeah, Jesus food.
Or else you're a sinner directly to hell. I'll never forget, man, like every Christmas in Romania, especially like when you go through the village areas, you just hear the squeal of pigs all the time because it's like a tradition to slaughter the pig and like cook it fresh on Christmas.
Yeah, it's the same in Puerto Rico. It's funny.
Yeah, for real?
Thanksgiving
Dude.
too.
Oh
Yeah.
man, it's
Same
just
here in the Philippines, man.
Yeah, bury.
It's like lechon, man. We
dig the
roast
pit.
that pork. Yeah, dude. We put
dig
that
the
in a
pit, bury them, let them slow cook all day long.
Us, we roast them on a pit, so so the skin's nice and crunchy.
I had to eat raw skin of pig's ear one time. These gypsies, like these musicians, I was like videotaping for this one company that I was doing like some work for. They were like a distributor. They sent me like in the middle of nowhere with like 20 gypsies, and I was in this dark ass van in the back, and they're like, "If you want to come with us in the studio, you got to eat this." And they just cut. It was a freshly killed pig, like it was still like twitching, like its muscles were still twitching, and it cut off the ear, and there was like blood all over it, and I had to eat it right there. And I was like, they wouldn't give me anything except a little bit of brandy to wash it down with, and I was like, I got to do what I got to
Damn,
do,
I hope
man.
you made a bag off of that studio session.
Man, it was just like I just did it, man. It was just like a
When in
normal
Rome.
thing. I was making loot, but we were going around with like a lot of loot. Like these dudes were throwing money in the air at weddings and stuff because they're musicians, like doing weddings and stuff. It was crazy. But I was making loot, but it was just like I just did it because it was like I wanted to go in the studio to take those pictures, and I wanted to see for myself too, like what was going on in the studio.
I mean, when in Rome, right?
Yeah, it was nasty. I mean, that was foul. It had like hair on it too. It was like a little bit of hairs on it. It was foul.
Hey, yo, Dbloc. So you're Puerto Rican. You're half Puerto Rican, or you're Puerto Rican? Oh, okay. So like, I have a question. Like, why is there like Chinese and Puerto Rican food? Why is it always to go together?
There's a lot of Chinese people in Puerto Rico. There's a lot of Chinese people in the Caribbean. I think it has to do with like old trade routes, but I mean, you'll get Chinese Jamaicans, Chinese Cubans, Chinese Puerto Ricans, and their food is always on point because it's like Chinese food, but with
man,
but with like
so
Caribbean
good.
seasoning. Oh,
Yes, sir.
so good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's a Cuban Chinese place not too far from my house here. And you go in there and they'll talk to you in like broken half Spanish, half Chinese. It's the funniest shit ever. I'm like, all right, I only caught half of that, but let me get to.
Yeah, in New York, there's a few spots, Mexican, Chinese spots, like Asian tacos, the bomb.
Fusion or whatever they call it.
It's not even fusion though, man. That's what's crazy.
They're just from there. That's why that's when it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, like they don't try to make it's not nothing cool. It's just like, oh, it's wild. It's like I guess the husband might be Asian, the wife might be Mexican. Who knows? You know, some kind of stuff.
Nah, it
like
makes
that.
for some good food, bro. You get like it makes
man.
for some good food for sure.
They call it baos. It's like a Chinese bao, and they put like South American yeah baos, man. Baos is a shit, dude. Love that shit.
Some stuff's coming in Bitcoin here.
Yep. ETH is diving. Sweet. Finally.
Yeah, all the alts should take a little dip here when we make
I've been
this move
waiting
down.
all day. That market maker been trying to lick my liquidation point. I'm like, nah. I got enough margin.
No one's touching my mood dang. It's protected right now.
Ooh, whoever's a short on ETH, you're gonna look good.
Yeah, I'm not the most popular person when it comes to ETH TA right now because nobody likes my projection, but
The only TA I have on ETH is when Bitcoin goes down, short ETH. That's it. That's my TA.
I can tell you what I think is happening. I think we're gonna break this bear flag and come back down underneath 14.
And to just pop up, just like explode up. No choice.
I'll tell you where I feel like my bottom is.
Mine is like 1250 all the way to 1400.
My bad
buys
place
all over
here
that
is
place.
between 13 and 1250 is what
Yeah, 1250, baby.
that gives us a perfect. I mean, when I say perfect, I mean that gives us a perfect hit on this butterfly harmonic. And the projection for the recovery of that would be 7,800-ish, 7,600-ish. I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, 1250 all the way to like your new like psychological high of 2000. Dude, that's you're gonna be printing. You don't even have to think about it.
ETH is going to be one of those things where you either believe it's going to come back or you don't.
Yep. Remember last cycle, right? ETH jumped $1,000 in like what, 2-3 weeks?
Yeah.
2 weeks? Less than a week. That January. That's crazy.
You guys notice Vitalik's been on like a privacy kick lately, and now he's trying to do like crazy upgrades right now and make ETH super private. I think they're having a new campaign like let's bring ETH back to the cyberpunk days of what it was supposed to be, like super private.
ETH needs an identity, bro.
Vitalik might look like he came from outer space, but he knows what he's doing. That girlfriend shit, his time out of the game, him selling some of his bags. Dude, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He's been in the game way too long for us to think that he's lacking.
Oh, I wasn't saying that he's lacking. That's not what I was saying at all.
You remember when Vitalik first got his girlfriend, Drew? We were like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Sell ETH, bro. This man's never had a reason to flex before. He's got all the money in the world, and now he's got a reason to flex. This is not going to end well.
We knew what was up. But yeah, check out some of his last tweets and just see, like, you could tell he's pushing, like, and he's out for blood right now. Anybody, I think somebody, oh yeah, he replied to a tweet from Polymarket, I think, and Polymarket posted a picture of that Asian girl, Wang Fong or whatever she is. She's like one of those influencers, crypto influencers on Twitter. And I think he might have a crush on her or something. But he replied on the tweet like, "This is disgusting. You know, people need their privacy or something." Because I guess that lady didn't give her permission to Polymarket to post that picture of her pregnant, even though she wasn't pregnant. It was probably an AI picture. But he's just like going on like replies on anywhere he sees with people like doing stuff that has like with anti-private stuff, and he's Mr. Privacy all of a sudden for some reason.
Well, he needs to go scrub the internet of all his dancing videos and him wiping boogers on the wall. That'd be the first thing I'd be trying to do with my billions.
But I'm just wondering why. Like you can tell like he switched gears, like he's really going towards like he wants to be like cyberpunk now, He's not happy with the bigwigs buying his coins. I don't think he wants his stuff to be considered blue chip, I guess, or I don't know what's going on. Keep a close eye on him. He's a loose one. Oh, he left a nice little blog. His last tweet, "Why I support privacy." I'm going to read that. April 11th, he retweeted Ethereum.org. "You probably heard people yapping about cyberpunk, but what exactly is it, and what is Ethereum's specific brand of cyberpunk? A guest thread by Postpost." I have a whole thread about what cyberpunk is, or I guess what Ethereum thinks cyberpunk is. And then he retweeted, "My own current privacy roadmap," this was on April 10th, "much lighter on L1 changes, but also more limited in its consequences. Highly encourage people to read both." And it's a tweet that says, "Make Ethereum cyberpunk again." Isn't simply a slogan, it's a statement of intent. This isn't branding, it's resistance. This isn't about playing nice, it's about reclaiming Ethereum's soul. Look, it's very simple. Ethereum must provide privacy unconditionally. Jump to the rest is just on and on. But it's you can tell they're switching gears.
Is he rewriting his? Is he reinstating his mission statement? Because if he's doing that as a CEO, that's that. If he's doing that as a CEO, that means he's serious.
I'm here for it, bro. I love all of that shit. But I'm going to hold them to it. You can't just throw around the cypherpunk name and then just keep doing the same bullshit you've been doing. So let's see if they really mean it.
Because being cyberpunk means like you're a bit rebellious to the norm. You don't want to be part of the system.
Oh wait, I was saying it wrong. It's actually cypherpunk.
Yeah, I was saying cypherpunks are different than cyberpunks, but cypherpunk is what I mean. If you're going to call yourself a cypherpunk, then there's certain ideals that you need to stick to. Privacy being the main one.
And like what else? Like the first time I've heard of that term.
Cypherpunks are who get the credit for creating Bitcoin, right? These are a group of people who decided to fight against the government, against oversight, and secure privacy through cryptography, both for financial transactions, everyday life, whatever. All the guys, all the big names, most of the old guys that you hear, your Jack from Twitter, your Elon, all of these guys were in the same mix. Let's take a look at others real quick to see. What are the chances of a broader altcoin dip here?
Oh shit. Is that others?
Yeah.
Because that's like bullish. That's a very bullish chart.
Others is just slowly climbing. You know, others unlike Bitcoin has already sort of come all the way back home.
Here we go. Bitcoin just broke the 50 on the 15-minute. Successfully retested. It's going down. Go B.
You got to break this 800 on the 5-minute. This has been the issue. But once we get into that, we'll be fine. Let's take a look at these buy walls, make sure they're all still there. Yep. Roughly the same amounts. Take a look at liquidation. You guys playing the 5-minute scalp strategy, your short would have started at 84.8, and you're starting to gap away from your EMAs here.
Exactly. I got mine at 84.788. Just right above that candle before it broke down. Come on, sweet. Hit my target. Come on.
Just remember that if you're in this short and this 800 does hold, chances are that you're going to revisit that 50 for a bearish retest underneath before a further continuation. So you have to decide.
I see the retest.
You have to decide what the game plan is before you get there, so you're not scrambling at the last minute.
Yeah. Come on, sweet. Push down.
Zenki, I'll look at Ronin. Yeah, I was looking at it earlier. Excuse me. It's not ready yet, but we are watching to see when we can start flattening out. Got the beginnings of the possibility of something on the small time frames, right? But we're still looking, just like everything else, to see where we put in the right side. What we want is a higher low.
Oh, Ronin looks good.
Yeah,
that looks really good.
If we can get a higher low, then hopefully we're already there. But then we can get the right side of this W.
Yeah, we broke the 50 on the 1 hour. We broke the 100, so that's good. Clearing the road. Yep. The RSI on the 1 hour is refreshed already, so I think it wants to attack the 100 again. Try to lick the 200 at least to show a new high.
You have a buy order where, Zenki? 0.4. Oh, I don't know if you're gonna get 0.4. That might be too much of a drop there. You would need that to come down over 15% to get that. I mean, as of right now, right, trend is your friend, right? So as of right now, the best entry was obviously 46.2. The second best entry would be wherever this higher low comes in. If the higher low doesn't come in, then your stop should trigger from your original entry, and then we're back into catching a falling knife sort of mode. Yeah, I'll look at OM. Give me a second, see. Yeah. This thing's still getting manipulated down here at the bottom. So you see how nasty the manipulation got here at the bottom after that first 3x? So it popped that 3x and everybody was like, okay, maybe that's the beginning of the, you know, the end. But look at all these yellow X's that popped up. Right? This is large money pushing it down with abnormal amounts of money in short periods of time. Basically like a short ladder attack that you would see on Legacy. Takes hold, finds its bottom. You get that secondary rip. And that's already sort of given back all that move. I don't know, man. What I've been saying about OM the whole time is if this thing is going to survive, there'll be signs that it's going to survive. Right? We're not seeing that yet. So to take the risk now and get in a position to wake up in the morning and be down sitting underneath 3 for some reason or retesting that wick, I mean, it's just with all the X's, if this thing does recover with all the X's that it has left, you're okay giving up 2 or 3 X's off the bottom just for confirmation. It's too risky.
If you want to speculate on Mantra, check out CoffeeZilla's interview with the CEO. You after I watched that interview, I stopped scalping that coin.
Nah, I told you guys, it's either incompetence or it's theft, right? And either one is unforgivable. You know, the fact that you don't
You should
know
see the CEO.
exactly. I
He
know, I
was
watched
just
it. I'm just saying
outright
the
denying
fact,
that shit.
yeah, the fact that you can't explain what happened exactly and it's your project and you've had over 48 hours, like, complete bullshit. What he refuses to admit, and I think what they're gonna have to admit in the long run, is that that so-called group of traders that had collateralized their mantra were insiders, or they wouldn't have had that amount to be able to drop price by that
For sure,
much.
for sure. When I heard the formula that the OTC guy was offering those buyers to like do OTC then perp on a short, that's insider info. He knew that was going down.
Yeah,
That's
the
why he was
crazy thing
offering
is
it at
that
OTC.
shit is really common on OTC deals. It's really common on OTC deals. Because if I can tell you, okay, I'm gonna give you $100,000 worth of mantra or whatever, but I'll give it to you at 70%, 50%, and I'm gonna take that. Now you can't use your coins. You can't get rid of your coins for 3 months. But I'm gonna take all the money you give me and I'm gonna use it to buy mantra on spot, which pushes the price up. Then yeah, it's the same thing, right? Because what you can do is, okay, you can't touch your tokens, but if I know you're about to put all that money into mantra, I'm gonna take a long, right? I'm gonna take 100x, 200x long, and I'll get my money off of that leverage position instead of worried about getting rid of my tokens in 30 days. But the problem is that shit is done all the time. Not that it makes it better, but that's why you don't see a lot of projects pointing fingers saying, oh my God, it's crazy. I can't believe they did that. Look at what they did. Everybody kind of does the same thing. All right, we're working on that mean reversion back to the 50 here.
You're right about the 50 on the 15-minute. Bitcoin just did a complete reversal.
And we'll see if we get there. We got the 50 and the 200, so there's not too much hope for it to pop that unless we see some aggressive buyers come across the tape, but probably just going to be a rejection and a continuation. LTC, yeah, I'll take a look at Litecoin. This wick here, I think it's possible. It's not holding any ground. You know, if we flip the chart and we flip the chart and we look for the signs that we would look for when it comes to something being bullish. You know, it'd be your W pattern, right, to find your reversal. But more importantly, you'd look for the levels that get taken to get held, right? So this was resistance, it became support. This was resistance, it became support. Right, that would be your measured move from this, which is almost played out. Had a stopping volume candle, but it got invalidated. So like, you'd still be bullish here, right? So if we reinvert the chart, then you have to see this as bearish, right? If you invert the chart and you look at it now and you see this as bullish, then you have to check your bias. So yeah, I would assume one more sort of sweep down. I don't know what kind of liquidations we have here. Yeah, see, that makes sense. Look at the big batch of liquidations left in that measured move there. Come down, sweep, stopping volume candle in this range, and then start to put in some sort of bottoming formation. That for me would invalidate if we were to get and hold above 80. Right, if we manage to crawl and hold above 80, then we'd have to start looking at the 800 EMA basically. But you wouldn't be out of hot water until you got above this level again on LTC. Right, that bigger SR flip that we lost, retested, gave us the drop. That's when you can really start to feel comfortable on Litecoin is above 100. I wouldn't be waiting for that to buy personally, but you know, I do think you're right though. I think at the very least it revisits that wick and probably drops a little bit lower. All right, we're almost at that mean reversion on the 5 minute. Yeah, some family coming over. My aunt's cooking. Low key though, just family. I don't know what she's got in store. Where's my others BTC chart? There we go. Made me feel like I was crazy for a second. So this is others Bitcoin. This is a depressing ass chart. But until this thing turns around, we're not gonna have any real sort of sustained move on alts. So this last vector here, hopefully the target. Doesn't look as bad when you look at it on log, right? But you know, as bad as people think that alts are doing, I mean, they were doing a lot worse already. So all the zombie coins and everything, but all the coins that are actually getting motion. I mean, we haven't even come back down to that SR flip. You know, so yeah, definitely the last, you know, since December has been shitty. We're still looking for the right side on Jasmine. I think we still got some more to go there, which is all right. Okay, and we want to put in that good base. You can kind of see the play there. Yeah, I'm gonna let that dust settle on the Jasmine shit to really figure out what's going on, man. All these votes and shit is like, you know what? When you guys figure out what you want to do, let me know. It's funny because a lot of the hardcore Jasmine people online, they're like, I don't care. Just get rid of it if you're gonna get rid of it. We don't need Binance. I don't agree. I would like for it to stay on Binance. But this is the sort of liquidity sweep that I'm waiting for. Sweep down, grab those 100Xs that we saw down there, and then freak the world out. From that low, where I plan on putting the rest of my Jasmine in at, the top of those liquidations would be over 3.5x. I don't like that whole letting people vote thing because it's like it lets them not take responsibility for the decisions that they make, right? They'll just say, well, we let the community vote. I think it's a cop out. You're gonna delist something, delist it, and give reasons why you did it. All right, let's see. We're going for that retest now. This is where we see if market maker is really in control of this weekend trap here or not. Or I guess better said, this is where we find out if Asia's on the same page. Only half an hour left in their session.
Isn't it a holiday for everyone? Good Friday?
What's going on, brother?
What's up? It's like, I mean, I'm in India. The stock markets are shut today.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be closed down tomorrow as well.
So I'm assuming like everywhere else, I mean, the Asia markets or the Europe markets also shut.
Yeah, this Asian session here is the last session where we'll have active market makers until Monday. So far, everybody's been pretty well behaved, though. Just normal sort of action. We're used to seeing this on Fridays, right? But we're seeing it today because basically our Friday.
It's gonna be a boring weekend as for you, or you think we can see? Sorry, I might have missed what you might have said earlier.
No, I mean on Bitcoin, yeah, but Bitcoin sideways is good for the alts, right? Because as long as we can get dominance to go down, if we have Bitcoin sideways and dominance down, then we can have some fun trading the alts. And since we're gonna have, if they are able to keep it inside that weekend trap for the whole weekend, that means we have Bitcoin sideways for like 3 days. So it could be a nice opportunity to get some pops on some alts. It's just going to depend on what dominance does. We're at 64% dominance. Like, this is ridiculous, right? Out of every $100, $64 is in Bitcoin versus the alts. So we need that to come down.
Yeah, I mean, as for that Benjamin Cohen, it's almost 68, 69 if you remove the the stable coin.
Yeah. Yeah, he's shooting for like 66, I think is what he's looking at. At this point, I don't even have to give a target above. It'd be way too difficult. I just know that we're not at the top yet. So I'm counting on it playing out the way it always plays out, and for that we need quantitative tightening to stop.
Yo, Dbloc, I need some confirmation on Toshi because it's making a bull flag, but it's a pretty long bull flag. I don't know if
Yeah, I'll
it's
take a
already,
look at it.
yeah, if it's already too long of a bull flag to continue.
No, it's not too long. You got a long pole on that pause, so it's not. You've got a little bit of room. More important is that you want to hold this range. Look at your your horizontals, right? So you've managed to hold that, which is decent.
Yeah, I
That could
called
be
that
the start of
earlier. A bunch
something.
of us went in that really early. I already took profit when it went sideways.
Yeah, on my other Toshi chart, we were looking at when we first put in that W down here. That's already played out. But as far as your market maker pattern goes, you would be on your rise level 2 here. Hold on, let me map this out so that I can do your count. Alright, so you would have the wrong one. W, your rise level 1. 2, or this could be your rise level 2. Yeah, I think you got another push out of here, but the problem is that you've given so much there's so much resting on this support holding right now because you've got plenty of vector gaps underneath. Just from moving so quickly, right? You left really big imbalances in the book here.
Bitcoin getting some nice buys. Yeah, my first 3 base tokens was Toshi, Bald. What was the other one? It was what was the name of that other one? It had to do with Brian Armstrong. I forget that.
Real quick, my target on Toshi is 3.8, but you have to hold this 50 on the hourly. If you lose this 50 on the hourly, you're gonna come back, clear these vectors, and then you're gonna be underneath the range again, and shit's gonna get choppy and messy. But if you can retest that and hold, yeah, I'm shooting for a psychological high on this. 3.8. All right, we're at that retest on Bitcoin here. Let's see if it holds. Remember, it doesn't matter if price passes the 50. If the 13 doesn't cross the 50, you don't have your momentum shift yet. Yeah, Trey, people like to overcomplicate this shit so much. The amount of time I've seen people explaining Bitcoin dominance is the easiest thing in the world, yo. It's percentage based, right? So out of every $10 in Bitcoin, there's $6.39. I mean, for every $10 in the market, there's $6.39 sitting in Bitcoin. So all the other alts only have, you know, $3.99 to share amongst themselves. And we're sitting here trying to be geniuses and pick which alt's going to get the change.
It's just some of these alts are so much more elastic. I mean, the problem is they're elastic on their way down, but they're like rubber bands and they like pop up when Bitcoin just gets a nice little 5%, or some of them get like 20%, 30%.
Yeah, it's a quicker hit. You can go in with a heavy spot bag and make a nice amount, but the taking profit part is the important part.
Oh, of course.
Because that's what catches people, you know.
I like that. My new problem is I take profit too early, but that's a good problem. I used to have the opposite. I take profit too late, and I figured out that this is a better problem to have.
Oh yeah. You just have to start looking at every dollar like $10. You know, it's not.
Yeah, Bitcoin's lying down on top of the 50 right now.
Bitcoin's about to melt faces.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just wait to see what the EMAs do here. If
Snap
that
out of the
13 doesn't cross, and we already expected it to break down, don't worry about the price crossing the EMA. Worry about the 13. Worry about the smaller EMAs crossing that 50. You'll get tons of fake outs.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Yeah, I'm using the indicator now. I love it. It's perfect for this kind of volatility,
Yeah.
for what's happening right now. Love it. Perfect. Yeah, I can see where the 15 is.
That's what we look
But
for
it's also the
confirmation
POC.
shift. That's the amount
Yeah.
of that's the best fake out prevention you're gonna get, right? Like this was your target to go long here. And this is for people
Yeah.
who, like I said, don't really have a lot of TA skills, but don't want to miss out on the trades. You obviously know there's times where you should, stopping volume candle, you should be throwing your bag at this, especially in a buy wall. If big money wants to buy down here, not financial advice, but probably not a bad idea to do what they do.
Yo, the U.S. Space Force publishes Space Warfighting Blueprint for Future of
Man,
Warfare.
y'all couldn't even bring down those drones. If you don't go sit down somewhere in a corner, Space Force.
Global power projection. That's what they're published as Space Warfighting, a framework for planners. I mean, they're putting out a blueprint though, and it's. I know right now, it's basically Russia and China has some space programs now too, right? They're not too far behind.
Listen, bro, if there's any aliens out there listening, I don't want no problems. Dbloc speaking. You guys are cool with me.
Chilling, man. Hey man, I'll be hanging. Let me impregnate your daughters.
That's
Oh,
Drew.
remember.
That's Drew speaking, by the way. I know we sound alike. I don't want it to get mixed up. So abduct Drew and have him handle that. Leave me
But
alone.
don't forget, go ahead.
There you go.
Yeah, I was saying, don't forget the laws of the universe. We're thinking these aliens are gonna come here, like they're gonna be kind and they want peace. The universe is malicious in every intent.
That's just us, yo.
Is it though?
Yeah,
Or
it
is
is.
it
It is.
I
just
It is
think it
the
might
law
be
of the
us.
universe.
I think the universe
It is
looks
the
at
law of
us
the
like,
universe.
look at these animals.
I guess that's
No, that's how we think, right?
Yeah.
Because that's our culture.
Yeah,
But see, but the universe, if you look at
Maybe-
even the non-living the non-living objects in the universe, it's malicious. If it collides, it doesn't collide in peace. It doesn't become something.
But get this.
Yeah.
In the universe, think about it. Wouldn't you say there's more stability than chaos right now? The symphony of everything of life for it to be in the creations of just everything, and even
Hold
if
on.
it's
Y'all gonna have to let me roll up if we're gonna do this. Hold on.
So for
I was
things
gonna
to
say I
be the
just
way
want to
they
smoke some
are,
space weed, man.
think about it. Things are they're so planned out so perfectly. Look, a bird can see water from up above when it's flying just because water reflects. Now, who designed water to reflect so birds can see it easily, hidden through the forest, like a little puddle?
That
We can't
bird
see
who
that
can
puddle.
see through water
We
and
wouldn't be
sees the
able to see
fish.
that water. Yeah, well,
The way the bird sees the fish, it's also in a malicious manner.
I think malicious
The
is the.
universe
I think
is
I think malicious is the wrong word, right? Because
Yeah.
malicious implies intent.
that actually came from a scientist.
Violent maybe, but
Yeah, violent is the layman term. But
malicious.
malicious is
Malicious
it's
implies.
basically there's always an intent.
Malicious implies intent, though.
Yeah.
You think nature
The intent-
has a negative intent on itself, or you think it's just survival?
Not actually negative, but it is a law. So if
when a
it's a law,
lion
it
when a
doesn't
lion
really
kills
mean-
a zebra, is it malicious or is it survival? Malicious would be
Well,
kill a
well,
zebra
of
because
course,
he
in
looked
our-
at you
yeah.
funny and walk away. Like we do that.
Yeah, malicious is not the good
Yeah,
word.
but that's how our culture perceives it. But see, the malicious part of that is if we go to the the root of what the lion did to the zebra, it's pretty malicious. It has to kill. It has to maim. It has to literally
No, that's not
Isn't
destroy.
the way
isn't
the
that how
universe
you're?
works.
Isn't that how our
No,
human brain sees it though? I think that's what you're
yeah,
saying.
that's
Yeah,
not
We
malicious
see it as
intent. Like that's
malicious. They
that's true.
don't. They
Also,
see it as I was too
that's true.
slow.
Also, yeah. So
and
so
it.
in the words of that scientist, in his
I
definition,
think,
that's the word he can only use. But that's just how we see it.
Tell that scientist he needs to find a new word.
I think
Hmm.
if you want to say something's malicious, if you want to say something malicious, you could say like when a cat plays with its food instead of killing it right away and eating it. That's malicious.
Well, we were talking
But
about the
it eating the
universe
food isn't
originally.
malicious.
So, like
It
a
is not.
comet running into the moon isn't malicious, right? Two universes colliding aren't. It's
No, it's
not
violent.
malicious.
Sure.
It's violent
Yeah.
as hell.
But wait, why is
So,
the cat playing with its food? It's not. It could also be given
so,
the prey chance to
so
escape.
okay. If we use
If
the
you're
word
with it,
violent, so
you
if
can
the
engage
other
in.
life finds us, would the intent be of peace, or
Us or them?
would it use the law of the universe?
No.
Us or them? Because we're probably going to shoot at it. Depending on what country it lands in, somebody's going to shoot at this thing.
No, I'm laughing because like if I see something that doesn't look human walk around,
Right? I mean,
I'm gonna
chances
shoot at it.
are
I'm gonna
you're
shoot
going to
at it.
pop at one or two of these things
Yeah.
before. You're going to come down here
Yeah.
with your weird
I'm in a
clicky
part of my
alien
country
language.
where
I feel threatened.
yeah, I'm in a part of my country where you go in the wrong door and
But
wrong house, you get shot at.
Trade, the purple line is the 800 EMA.
hopefully they land somewhere near a bunch of hippies. They just get to smoke some of this good earth weed, and we get to smoke some of their alien weed, and we're all cool.
I mean, we've seen every possibility in movies, right? Like anything that we can think of, that first encounter being like, we've already seen it play out. But I mean, more realistically, if you were intelligent enough to develop a way to travel from one galaxy to another and you found Earth, would you be in a real big hurry to interact? Or would you, it's kind of one of those things like, okay, let's at least wait till they get to the point where they understand how to harness the power of their own star and they're not trying to kill each other for little green pieces of paper. And then maybe we'll, pop in.
Yeah. No, they want to see if we're going to be a threat first.
The question is, would they be able to understand
I don't
something?
think they're a threat if they can travel here.
Would it be possible for them to understand us waving hello or nodding our head yes or no? They wouldn't. So that first initial communication would be the most important. That first thing.
It's
It's like
vibes,
saying
bro.
you never have
Vibes
the
are
second thing.
universal, man. It's vibes.
Yeah.
You
Vibes are
know, if an
universal.
alien
Maybe
pops
they're not
out, you get
galaxy.
that friendly vibe or you get
But
that
like,
hostile vibe.
Maybe they're not galaversal though. Maybe they're universal, but vibes might not be galaversal.
As long as it doesn't look like
it also
Cthulhu.
depends on how long they've been studying us already.
Yo, let's be fair. The more different they look than
They already
us, the more
studied.
chance we are
They
gonna
might
have of trying to kill one of them.
But how would you know what to do? The thing about this, like, do you ever see Close Encounters of the Third Kind? They found out that there's special musical notes that they could interact with. But the thing is, like, if you reach out your hand to shake their hand, they might take that as something offensive.
Exactly.
So that's like, what is that first encounter gonna be like?
Well, hopefully, if you're gonna send out a team to represent your planet, right? You're probably not gonna send the crash outs, I would imagine. Right, like you're gonna send the ones that maybe are a little bit calmer and are prepared for this. You're not gonna send a bunch of crash outs that are gonna freak out when somebody points their finger at them.
Well, right, but it could be someone calm just reaching out his hand, say, "Hey, let me shake your
aliens
hand,"
wait
and
till
the alien takes that as a
Well,
threat.
if they've been observing us for this long, then they would have already observed that that's how we greet each
That's
other.
a good point. That's a good point.
I think that's why you would have
I
to
swear to God,
observe.
Bitcoin better make a decision,
what are-
man. Fucking
Dude,
coin
Bitcoin's
pissing
gonna
me
pump.
off.
I told you.
No, don't pump yet. Don't pump yet. My shorts.
Just wait for confirmation, man. We haven't got the cross yet. It's just dibbling dabbling. Remember, I told you has the 200 and the 50 there.
Buddy.
Musical
Summertime.
notes.
Go swimming, go skinny dipping, take off them shorts.
I was gonna say musical notes are vibes too. So Essentially, hopefully they can read energy, and hopefully our energy is not out of line. You know.
I
That's
haven't
interesting.
seen I haven't seen a more obsessed country with aliens than America, man.
it's our movies, bro. They fed us this shit since we were kids. Like it was all aliens all the time.
I mean,
That's the
exactly.
key.
All your movies only have aliens attacking America. What about the
Yeah.
rest of the world? Why aren't they
Nah,
attacking
they don't
anywhere
care.
else?
Apparently they just hate New York. Imagine me, I'm from New York City. Every single movie we're the target. Whether it's terrorism, whether it's aliens, whatever it is. Dirty
Well, not
bomb,
just
they're
movies,
definitely coming to New York.
not just movies. You guys
Transformers,
really are the target.
Avengers.
Yeah, Transformers, Avengers, even the superheroes
I'm
destroy New
hoping for
York.
like
I mean, you never hear
I'm
China
just hoping
or
for those like aliens with like
you never hear any other big country ever talking about
That's
aliens the
funny
way
though. I
America
never
is.
thought about that. That's interesting though.
Yeah, they come to Asia, they be chilling, man. We show them the beaches and the bitches.
Man, you
You
guys
think
aren't fooling us. You guys have been in contact with the aliens. That's why the technology is so crazy on the east.
I'll tell you guys a little story. You know, like you've heard stories of crash retrieval teams going to the South Pole, right, to Antarctica, right? My dad's Dutch, right? So like so he runs a shipping couple of docks and shipping companies. He was part of a team that actually built the icebreakers and loaded up scientific equipment and retrieval equipment, and had to be escorted by um, the Navy, and they had to sign documents when they went to Antarctica to unload everything, and everything that was unloaded was to build a base, and most of the instructions were of a retrieval. This was during the 1960s, 1970s. So he was going back and forth to Antarctica throughout all this time, sending equipment there, building huge construction materials.
All right, so it's just us here, us and 123 people on YouTube, and probably like 200 people on Discord. What did you find, bro? Tell us. Are they real?
He wasn't allowed to go further than base one, but hit one of the guys there, one of the colonels there became one of his best friends. It was really crash retrieval.
I'm not a big like tin hat guy, but it is interesting how secretive they are up there.
Yeah, it's very, very, very.
Yeah, Antarctica definitely has secret bases.
It's more of like, since the retrieval is there, it's just hard to kind of ship the object because the object's huge. So they had to build the base on it. Don't worry, the files are going to come out. I mean, like, there's already files that they're trying to declassify where Eisenhower was actually talking. Who was the president when we tested our first nukes?
Was
it
it
Eisenhower or
Eisenhower?
Roosevelt?
I think it was
Eisenhower, right? Yeah. Dad told me, like, one of the documents that they're trying to declassify, and one of the colonels were telling him was like, when after Nagasaki and after that, the aliens actually had a meeting with Eisenhower to tell him, this is the future of that technology. This is why you should never use it ever again.
I heard Eisenhower schizophrenic.
Well, if he wasn't before, he definitely was after that meeting.
Yeah,
that'll do it to you.
Eisenhower's response was to create, together with Russia, then around 20,000 of those devices, right?
Yeah,
That's not the
and
total.
that's why there was always halt on using it on a populace. It was a show of power, but imagine throughout all these decades, throughout all the wars, we've still hesitated in using it ever again on a populace.
Hopefully, there's a bit of humanity left that had something to do with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll come out soon.
Oh yeah, Wu-Tang. About to break out a bull flag.
No breaking out. Nothing bullish yet. Nothing yet.
There seemed to be a strong correlation between Bitcoin dominance and the topics on the channel. Because the higher it goes.
Yo, Dbloc, would you mind looking at the Wu-Tang for a sec?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
'Cause I'm thinking it's at the level right now. It's either about to make it or break it. It's finally where I want it to be. I'm locked and loaded.
Just like everything else, bro. It's trying to put in the right side of a W. It's trying to lock in a
Right?
higher low.
Exactly. Let's go, Bulls. Come on. My Doge is looking nice right now a little bit. Nothing crazy, but it's holding. It's holding.
Not horrible. You put in that stopping volume candle. It hasn't been violated. Your first initial W played out. Hit your 200, came back. I don't like that it lost the 50, but it is trying to get back above, so that's decent.
Yeah, it's trying. It's right now. It's like,
Oh, that's official. Mudang's gonna break out. That's a
yeah.
high.
I
That's
hope.
it.
Guys, it's easy. Relax. Calm down.
Let's go.
There's no official, but we do have two targets, right? If it holds, if it comes over and holds, it'll. That is not a weekend trap. If it comes over and holds, it'll target that vector gap above. If there's any weakness or any slowdown at all, they'll come down and clear that leftover. What you don't want to do is lose this bottom, right? That's a decent bottom for a W there. So let me draw out your invalidation.
Yeah, right there, the bottom of that higher low. Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, if you hold
There we go.
that, you can get better entry. If you break that, you can get better entry. But for right now, yeah, it looks good. You go on the 5 minute.
Hey, good call, man.
You
I got
put
in
on
there.
my
Well, this is just a quick breakout, I would say, for
Oh yeah,
be
for sure.
careful.
Yeah, I'm up 25%. Good.
Nice. I'm gonna play this for a little bit longer than a quick breakout, but if you're just on it now, I would play it as a quick breakout, nothing crazy.
I'm gonna shoot you
I'll
this
just fill up the
indicator
RSI.
when I'm done with it. I'm almost done with it, but I'm gonna shoot you this indicator when I'm done with it. I basically just had the 50 EMAs, the dots, and I had it turn green when the 13 crosses.
Oh, nice.
So instead of having to wait, it's basically, as much as I hate the idea of buy and sell signals, and these aren't buy and sell, this is just, I'm actually might change the color because something psychological happens with the green and the red, and then people stop looking at other shit. But yeah, so far you're good. Momentum's good on that.
Yeah, volume's
What colors
picking up.
could you use though to be like neutral or like
a blue and purple or something?
Yeah.
That would be your bullish trigger if you can get above that. There go your liquidations you'd be targeting above. And then probably another consolidation zone once you get to these highs.
But you're from Asia. How did Mudang get so famous though? Like, what was the whole thing of it? Just because it was a cute hippo, or?
Oh, it's a pygmy hippo. It's a pygmy hippo. It's a smaller version of a hippo.
Oh, so it's not. So it's gonna
really
stay
cute.
small forever.
There you go. It's not a baby, Drew.
Yeah.
Drew didn't like the idea of it being a baby hippo for some reason.
Yeah,
Nice.
and it's popular because like it likes to play with its caretaker. When it sees its caretaker, it starts attacking him, like biting
Nice.
him, attacking him,
So it's
and it's really cute.
And it's gonna
So
be small forever, right?
it won't be like the ones you see in Africa. It'll get big, but it won't get that big.
Not that big. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, cool. So
Yeah,
it's gonna
cute.
stay cute forever. Okay.
Oh yeah, dude. I was in Mudang since like 50 mil, like 40, 50 mil.
Oh, nice. You got to ride that up?
Yeah, it ran
Yeah, no,
really
when
hard
it first
with
got
the
into,
first
yeah,
meme.
it ran really hard.
The first meme run, it ran really hard.
Yeah. And then it was supposed to get to $1 billion, but on the same week, it was running up to about like 300, 400 million. Peanut came out. Peanut just took all of the liquidity from Mudang.
That's how it. I mean, that's how the whole cycle ran, right? It was just one liquidity
Yeah.
suck after another, and the money just
Yeah.
got flushed from one project to the
Yeah,
next.
people
to the
didn't know
next.
where to put their money, man.
It peaked to $1 on what exchange?
Binance. When it got into Binance, it just ran up all
Did it
the
go
way
for
up.
$1?
No, it didn't reach $1 because
Yeah, on
when it was
Viking-
about
on
to,
Viking, it reached
Peanut came
$1.
out.
On Viking, it reached $1.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because
And
on
that has-
NextCN
that
and
has-
Binance it didn't.
That has higher spot volume right now. I mean, Binance only has perpetuals on it, I think. Mudang, right? Yeah, Peanut, man. And it's a shame the guy that like went through most of the pain with Peanut, his OG Peanut project didn't even really make it, and he didn't. I don't think he made any money off that.
Yeah.
Peanut.
Peanut is the best example of luck. The original Peanut, the first Peanut that actually came out on.
Something happened to your mic, bro. You sound like you're far away right now.
Oh, sorry. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first Peanut that actually came out didn't do anything at all. It was the second Peanut that came out of Punk that actually flew.
It was after Elon tweeted.
Yeah.
I think it just came down to whatever had the most momentum when he tweeted, because that's what people jumped into when they jumped on on Deck Screener. And nobody cares about that squirrel now, bro. I saw people move their utility positions to dump into Peanut at the top once it hit exchanges, and I'm like, bro, you guys gotta like, how this late into the cycle do we not realize how this works? Snipers get in early. Team keeps 80% of the supply. Snipers eat early. If it's successful, they manage to drop it on an exchange. The very first time that it gets on an exchange where you can trade leverage on it, it gets shorted to shit, and then the bags get sold. They double dip both on selling for profit and on the short, and then they move on to the next project.
Yeah, when I was running with Tyrell and the boys, so like we have our own big community, and we run memes. Like we made a killing with Mudang. Well, with Mudang, Peanut made like 100, 150 sold on Peanut. Made like 100 sold on Mudang, 120 sold on Mudang.
We had the bullish momentum here, but we didn't have any follow through once we got to that bullish trigger. Like, nobody wants to be the next one to buy. Everybody's waiting for somebody else to push this thing, which means market makers going to come after these 100x liquidations if somebody doesn't step up to the plate.
So, D, is it because Solana goes up, that's why these things go up, meme coins, or is it meme coins
The
go up, that's why
opposite.
Solana goes up?
Yeah, it's the opposite. Right? It's the transaction value. What gives L1s their value is the transactions, right? Daily transactions, new wallets. That's how we judge what L2 we should invest in and not invest in, and that ends up making the value go up. 95% during the middle of the middle of the meme coin run, 95% of the transactions on Solana were meme coins. Right now it's about 70%. But yeah, if people stop trading memes, then Solana would go down. I mean, Solana is the safe. If you don't want to trade memes, but you still want to be exposed, then you just buy Sol. Because what happens when this guy makes $15 million on Mudang and he goes to take profits? Right? Like, you have to buy this. Like, the money will find its way into Sol.
Yeah, when we ran Aura with Whale, so like Whale, the dev for Aura, is a good friend. So when we ran Aura, you have to have rules because like it's such a big group of snipers that like we're only allowed like 0.5% on the first bag, then another 1%, and we have to keep track of all of our wallets because the team we hold so much of the supply in the beginning because we do a supply shock. So any buys that comes in after pump just rockets the price upwards. And so that's why we have to be careful about the people in the team because 50 like more than half of the time the team's gonna fuck you over. It's one guy in the team that's gonna just like destroy the chart. Yeah. So yeah, that became really stressful.
That
Me and
guy's
Ty.
Drew.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, but the trenches was fun. It was really fun. But like when after Libra, I told Ty like, you know, I gotta lock in, focus on my bag first. I'll be back. But like, you know, go back to my roots, trade Bitcoin alts. That's how I replenish my soul so I can keep on trading memes before I just trade alts on the side. Produce more soul.
Not all money is good money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to dunk a little bit in the trenches, but I definitely got dunked on more than I did dunking.
Oh, for sure, for sure. See, the reason why, like us, the guys, like when we head the communities and we run the projects, the reason why we actually make money is because we run the projects. Imagine if we were just one of the guys in the community. Like 90% of the guys in our community don't make anything. And it's
One of
also
my
because
bets
of the
played.
referrals.
One of my bets, I got lucky. I got in pretty low at the Boys Club OX 686766, whatever that one. No, OX 69686766. And then I got to ride that from like under 1 million to 10 million. So that was pretty nice. Got to 10x that.
Nice. Yeah, your one soul. So like when we run projects, right? When we put one soul at like a market cap of about 6-7K, when that hits 1 million, that's over. Like we get like 100 to 200 soul back from our one soul. So those were like the really good days. Those were like the advent of pump. But after
about
that,
a
it
year.
was dog eat dog.
About a year and a half ago, I was just catching the rhythm, and that's what I was looking for. I was like, just a little bit under 1 million, catch the ones that are like 700K market cap, bang, ride them and see if they can get that momentum to break a milli. And then the range usually is like next target's 10, everyone's praying for 10. By the time it gets to 6, I'm out. You know, I'm like 6 million, I'm out. It's fine, usually. I start fading out.
Yeah, it's also when the kids started to learn how to bundle. That's when I didn't want to be part of the trenches anymore. Like the new bundlers right now, they're so advanced. It makes it look like there's like 400 people trading your chart. There's so much volume going on, but it's just one guy.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Running his app.
And it's so easy with Solana right now, and like how transaction fees are so low.
That's what people don't understand. Everybody wants the cheap, but this is what comes with the cheap. There's a reason why Ethereum's as expensive as it is. And it's not just for the DDoS, and it's just it keeps everything to a minimum. It's too cheap to transact and do shit on Solana. It is.
Yeah, fake volume is a problem. Fake volume definitely I would consider a problem for Solana.
All the projects, all of the projects they have on there.
If you're paying like 2 cents or a cent and you make $25, you're good, right? And you hop on to the next coin. But in Ethereum, you're paying $25, so you're not supposed to take your money out until you actually make good profit.
People are less likely to cheat on Ethereum. It at least creates some sort of stability, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Funniest
Yeah,
thing is listening to the Soul guys and the ETH guys fight on Twitter. I keep going back to this one fight. It was great. This Soul guy was going in, bro. He was listing all the problems with Ethereum, how they're centralized, and what it costs, and how slow it is, and how it sucked for everything, and just explaining how amazing it was for memes. And then the guy just listened patiently, and he was like, "Yeah, Ethereum is perfect." I mean, he said, "Solana's perfect for shitcoins." He said, "You know what Ethereum is perfect for? It's for tokenizing Nasdaq, for tokenizing all the global real estate. Like, you think
Yes, sir.
billionaires care about $200? Like, that's the example that I always use. My money manager calls me and tells me, "Hey, we're gonna put $20 million into ETH for 4%. We're gonna get you your own validator, and we're gonna stake your shit. We're gonna get you 4 or 5%, whatever it is." And you're like, "Cool, let's do it." And then you're like, wait. Before I let you go, it's gonna cost like $200 in gas fees to do it. Like, why are you bothering me with this bullshit? I don't care. It's gonna cost me $200 in gas fees to get it done. Like, the type of money that we're talking about. I'd be concerned if you told me you could do it for 75 cents and it would only take 1 second. Like, nah, let's go the safer route. Why don't we, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I can't wait for meme season to come back in, because when meme season comes back, I'm not gonna be riding the tokens anymore. I'm gonna do what Ghosty and the other boys are doing. So like for Trump, instead of riding the coin and the price, you just provide liquidity. So you're actually collecting money from the transactions.
Memes will run again after Bitcoin hits all-time high, in my opinion. Once we get into the super speculative part where Bitcoin's already hit all-time high, everybody's cash rich and looking for that last sort of lottery ticket.
Yeah.
That's when we'll get hard gaming run, hard meme coin run. I mean, memes are still going to run. The problem is that you got all the attention. So all the retail that comes in has all the attention on memes, right? But most memes are dead. So that really just leaves your large caps, which is cool because it consolidates some of that money. You know what I mean? But it's not going into these projects that are, $2 million market cap, $3 million market cap. Those days are done. That money has moved from speculative hands into people who put it in ETH, put it in Sol, put it in Bitcoin. And I don't think they're in a big hurry to take it out until this run. That's why I said that it'll happen after, the top of the run. And the blow off top, euphoria sort of. Right. So you see how we got that rejection on the 50? See how the 13 never came close? There's really no reason to really worry about it.
Yep.
I'll look at Matic for you. Damn, it's not even Matic anymore, right? Poll. All right, so the bids finally came in here for Mudang, so it popped over that bullish trigger. Let's see if we get some continuation here, though. Such a stupid name for a token.
Yeah, they should have just kept it Matic.
Dumbest thing ever. Or just call it Poly. Like, why Poll?
Yeah, that's weird.
There's another token called Poly, that's why.
Well, they should have had a street fight for the name or something.
Yeah. Exactly.
Celebrity crypto boxing. You lose the ticker. I don't know. Let me back up on this thing. I always think about cheddar when I look at this token.
Yeah, right. Might.
Wow. It's unfortunate.
I'm telling you, it's a name change. They screwed up.
Well, it's not much different than everything else, guys. We've already, you guys are probably tired of looking at this setup already. Got the right side of the W, waiting to see if this left side was the bottom. So everybody should know where all their invalidations are for the buys that they made on their alts. See if it's missing any vectors down here. Came back and cleared most of that. I mean, that's still an issue, but it's not not the end of the world. Yeah, it's not even there on the daily. That's the wick on the daily. You've got a couple of vector gaps above. Just like everything else, this thing is struggling with its 50 EMA on the daily, but you look like you have the setup to be able to test that 50 here. And you've got two large vector gaps above that should draw price up. And then that'll be that test of the 50. The measured move would take you up into that 50 EMA. Whether it gets stopped short or not is just going to speak to the strength of it, right? Any coin right now that's above its 50 EMA on the daily is bullish. If it's attempting to get up to its 50 EMA, then at least it's showing some sort of, some sort of aggression. If it's still retracing from its 50 EMA and hasn't found the bottom yet, then you're doing bad, comparatively. And so this, I would say, is basically mid. You've got your stopping volume candle. You've got the beginning of what could be a W to take you to retest. Maybe there's a short-term play here, but if you see a serious rejection there, I don't know what your time frame is on the I don't know what your time frame is on this trade. Meaning how long you plan on holding it. Yeah, I'll look at Jasmine. So same thing like I was just saying on Jasmine. Judge it by judge the strength by the 50 EMA on the daily. Right, we made a nice push into it. We got above it. Try to hold it. Didn't necessarily hold it, but we are putting in the right side. Just like everything else, looking to see if we can put in a higher low. What worries me about Jasmine is this vector range here. Right, we've got a good amount of unrecovered vectors. So I wouldn't be surprised if the right side of this W was a bit deeper than we would expect. Anywhere in this range. I haven't started buying back into Jasmine yet. I took profits and I'm waiting to get a little bit deeper down here. I'd love to pick it back up under a penny, but I don't know if we get that chance again. You're good, brother. Just remember, underneath this all, we're waiting for this liquidity to catch up. We're waiting for Bitcoin to catch up to this global liquidity. Right? So we were watching this way back here. We knew that this would be a rally that fails. Right? We played this. We gathered some dry powder. Now we know that we've got some sideways here with some peaks. Right? Some action in the middle, right about where we are. If you look at global M2, we should have topped out, what, on the 15th? And look where our top was. Right, so even to the top of this last move up, we've been following M2. You know, if that's the case, we could look at another top somewhere around the 21st, and then a decent retracement. And then this range here is where, in my opinion, you should be at least prepared for price to start going up. Now, whether that's going to be in Bitcoin or whether you're going to be in alts, that's a decision everybody's got to make for themselves, right? But as far as global liquidity goes, this money has already hit the system. We're just waiting to catch up with it. It just depends on where it goes. Right? Our job is to figure out where that's going to go. You think it's going to go into Bitcoin? You think it's just going to go into the stock market? You think it's going to go into meme coins? You think it's, you know, it's going somewhere. There's no stopping it. Let's just hope Trump doesn't say anything crazy. The Chinese don't do anything absolutely batshit in the next couple.
Let's go, Mudang.
We got a green vector through that bullish trigger. First area of resistance is going to be about 2.7. Most bullish outcome would be projecting off 2.7, coming back, clear some of this green vector, and holding that resistance. Then we can start targeting psychological high. Market maker target right now is this vector that's in the psychological ranges. Remember, the psychological ranges are always a mean reversion. leaving a lot behind. It kind of leads to the idea of a retracement at that resistance. Drew finally got me looking at this damn Moodang and then he leaves.
He took profit already.
Yeah, it took profit, went to sleep. Red candle. Gears finally found a way to make the others chart look bullish. Others v ETH is crazy. And people are like, when alt season? When alt season? There's your alt season right there. Others season. Basically, yo. Yep, you definitely had to be more 50 IQ during this run, man. Anybody that's been here for a while, since, I mean, even on the other channel, why I got so much shit, because, like, I was always super anti-memes, but I was like, yo, you got to get off that 200 IQ shit and come to the other side of the spectrum, because you're going to think your way right out of a bunch of money. Yeah, Dragos. I mean, in a way, it's still 200 IQ, right? There's still 200 IQ to jump in the pool with the 50 IQs and just make sure you leave before they do, which wasn't hard in the beginning because everybody was waiting for their coin to go to $1 or whatever. So you could always take profit before, before retail did. But the game got complicated. It was fun though.
Yo, Dbloc, I think Toshi's ready. I think. I think this is the candle. The volume's picking up just a bit. Too early to say though, but like It's looking stronger. The candles now look stronger than the trends earlier.
Yeah. If it breaks that resistance, I don't think it'll have a problem getting like 3.7, 3.8. But this resistance is so.
Yeah, it needs to break 3.4. Remember before when I called it out and it shot up, 3,400 is always the first resistance. Then after 34 is 37. Hopefully 38 and 400 4 mark.
All right, it's not holding that. Not holding the support we hoped. Momentum is still bullish though. The 5 minute.
Yeah, I'm underneath those candles. I'm trying to ride. I'll see how far it goes.
Just regular vector recovery. Got vectors down to 2.6 and you're already leaving a red vector on the way down, which shows intention for continuation.
I kind of get your thesis on the vectors. I kind of get it. I just need to hear it a couple more times.
Yeah, no problem, bro. You'll definitely
it's really
not
good.
stop hearing
Because
it.
I actually roll with Ran and the boys. I've been with Crypto Banter for about 2.5 years. So I usually run charts with Dylan and Kyle, the Whale Club. Yeah, but we run more like traditional TA. And when I saw your channel, I was like, God damn. That made so much sense.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I tried to do when I started doing this full time was to simplify it, and then getting to be having to like teach people who are brand new. I really, and I don't mean to sound, because I'm not one of those guys, but I really do think that if new people come through this channel, they can avoid a lot of unnecessary sort of pitfalls and like bad habits.
Yeah, I know most of the TA that you need to do to accomplish a chart, but when you started talking about looking at the market maker instead of just trying to TA and just wait for things to happen and hope it hits those levels.
Yeah.
And then when I saw how you were doing it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. It's simple. Because for me, the best TA is the simplest TA. The less TA you have on your chart, the better.
Is it actionable or not? Is it giving you an edge or not? Like, it's one thing to do TA that's explanatory, right? You can explain what's happened or whatever.
Yeah.
But where do you set your stop loss? Where's your target? Like, is it helping you answer these questions? Is it actionable? Can you press the buy button because of it? If not, it's just
noise. Yeah. It's just another indicator.
And
but it doesn't give you the confidence to press the buy button.
And for new people, it's like analysis paralysis, right? Like, it's already hard enough as it is, and now you're going through this checklist that you've been given, and it's like, oh my god.
Exactly. No, that's why I tell people I try to teach also. I try to tell them, like, try to simplify your TA, and the reason for that is that it allows your brain to actually tell you to click the buy and sell buttons. Because when you have so much information that's telling you this, and there's a counter information that's telling you that, you don't actually get to trade. And the purpose of you doing your TA is to be able to trade. But with yours, it's more of like, oh, I understand what's happening. I can actually take my time and figure out other things that I can look at. I can look at more coins because I know where I am in terms of like how you look at your Bitcoin chart.
Yeah.
It gives me more time and more choices of like coins to work on. I like it. I really like it. It's very simple. It makes sense because for me, I'm a momentum trader, so I look at like breakout volume. I look at
Fast.
like
That's the
200
main.
MAs.
That's my main. That's my main thing. Right now,
Yeah.
13 above the EMA. Both EMAs pointing up. This is bullish momentum on the 5-minute. Now it takes me 1 second to go and say, okay, momentum is bearish on the 5-minute.
Right?
Toshi is
You just keep
struggling,
on
but it
pressing
looks a bit bullish.
Yeah,
Brett's
you can just press
definitely
the
looking
space bar.
bullish here.
You can just press the space bar nonstop and just look for a chart that's actually about to break out.
Yeah,
Because
and
you have those.
you're
You
not
have those
like
simple
paralyzed trying to
momentums.
figure out what on your watch list is worth the attention or not.
Yeah, exactly.
And it works on any time frame. I mean, you want to find out if something is
yeah.
bullish on the daily. Okay, we've still got super bearish momentum, probably across 90% of these coins, and it takes a second to notice it by looking. You don't have to back out the chart. You don't have to back out to the macro. You don't have to. I mean, all of that is great for planning. But where are you? I don't know. Is it a higher low or not? Oh my God, forget about it. Don't even look at Argo. The thing is crazy.
It just makes sense. I like it. When you've been trading like for at least more than a cycle, like more than 2 cycles, you start to understand like you don't have time for too much information. You don't. Sometimes like having the most information in the room doesn't really make you the best trader.
All of that is cool before the trade.
Yeah, all that's cool when you're talking about it.
It's cool before the
Once the
trade.
PM
Like that's what you have to do. Like I go through every aspect of it. My setups take a while to set up. Because of it, my bigger trades and my bigger bags aren't as often. Right? I'm not taking 17 trades a day with a massive bag. Take little trades. I'm biting here and there, but those big setups, that's what it takes. But once you see the setup and it's there and you're already convinced that this is the right coin and the narrative is pointing in the right direction and it's got the right amount of liquidity and the market makers on your side, then you go, right? It's not looking for reasons to trade, it's looking for reasons not to trade, and then not being able to find the reason not to trade.
There you
is
go.
your
That's
go
what
signal.
that's what I was looking. Those were the words I was looking for. It's like with how you look at your charts and your TA, it allows me to like, okay, I don't need to do anything just yet. I'm good. Yeah.
That my trading strategy, my 5-minute scalping strategy, the main reason it's in there is because of the amount of people that I see get faked out of positions. Right? If it's just the only thing that you use to trade, if you have no other skill, right, which is how I assume when I talk to everybody just automatically, then it got you in there. This drop down, I mean, how many times have people gotten into a position, it pops up, it hits resistance, it pops down, you leave the trade because, oh, they're going to get me again, and then boom, it leaves without you. The leaving without you part. Right, so this keeps you all the way into the trade until finally at this point you're like, okay, momentum's changed and you're out. Then it flips again. You decide if you want to get back in the trade, and you just keep trading. But for the most part, it's gonna get you out above where it got you, where you got in at. Even when you get failed sort of rallies like this, right? You would have got in here, and your trigger to get out would have been here. For the most part, you're breaking even. You can do that all day. Right, that's trading.
Yep.
But when you got in here, didn't get out till here, it makes up for the fact that you broke even there, and then you're rewarded on the next trade. But just momentum, right? If the average of the last 13 candles aren't less than the average of the last 50 candles, then you're not downtrending. You haven't lost momentum yet. And you can do this on any time frame, like it works on any time frame. The problem is that the 5-minute gives you the best fake out prevention. Right, so it's the same thing here. When that 13 crosses here and we get bullish momentum on the 4-hour, then this 4-hour chart will be bullish. As of right now, there's still bearish momentum on this 4-hour chart, and you need more time for it to sort of pan out. So you don't take trades that are 3 days long. right? You come down to the 5-minute chart and you take trades that are 3 hours long or 30 minutes long. Same thing here. Market maker gives you a green vector, steps on the brakes, see if retail has the appetite to keep buying. They don't, so he pays himself for the liquidity he put in. This will probably come all the way down to 2.5. Same as it did here. Bitcoin is still hanging out, bottom of its weekend trap.
Yep. Yeah.
They'll wait. I think they'll flush this and they'll take some liquidity out of this wall, but they're gonna let these longs pile up for a while.
Yeah, I see it too.
This is gonna be a long weekend. I mean, if we run this trap all the way out to when it's supposed to end, I mean, we're still on Friday here. Saturday night. And we're trapped between these two buy walls and sell walls. I really wouldn't expect to get out of this range anytime soon. We've already been stuck in it for how long?
A good half a day. We're just
Yeah.
around this area.
You want my TA, it looks like this. It's a whole bunch of sideways. Whole bunch of sideways with some deviations above and below that don't free the trap
Yeah.
longs or trap shorts.
I already chose a side from that wedge. So we're gonna hit the bottom of that weekend trap and then go back up and go back down. Oh my god, it's gonna be a long weekend.
I mean, it looks like a good 3% swing, at least on the larger swings. We'll see. Asia wasn't able to, or not even that they weren't able to, but they didn't have the intent to break the trap, or they would have. Which means that market makers are pretty much in line for this to be the weekend trap. Our CME close is right at 85. These types of weekends are good for planning and setting things up. And if we can get dominance to start breaking structure, then the alts will still move this weekend. We too. Good morning, brother.
Hey, Dbloc, what's going on? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Give me 1 second.
What's up, Dbloc? Good morning. I saw XRP at $2.06, and so I had to come on here and see it cooking before I spend all my money.
What's going on, y'all? My bad. What are y'all boys up to?
What's up, Dbloc?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Just watching Bitcoin go sideways. I'm kind of in a couple of small little, but nothing big. I jumped into Mudang to support Drew because he wouldn't stop going on about it, and then he disappeared on me.
Did Drew hype you up?
No, we
He
were
got
looking
your
at it.
FOMO in?
Couple people. It had a good setup. I mean, technically, it was. If you just look at the technical setup and forget what it is, there's plenty of reasons. It's still going now. Like,
Yeah, a lot of altcoins have pretty good setups at the moment. You just zoom out on the chart and you wonder if this is where millionaires are made.
at least for a short-term push-up, I think there's some money to be made. But a lot of these coins are still looking to put in their lower highs. I mean, their higher lows.
Yeah.
But we've only got, to the end of April, in my opinion, to make sure that all of our ducks are in a row.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that 25th of April. Hopefully we get a bit of a drawback before then.
Hey Dbloc, I sent you a message. Which I know you have two Discords. Which one do you use to
The easiest
PM
way
people?
to contact me is the one that I'm talking on, because I'll be able to see it when I'm at my desk.
Okay, that's the one you're live streaming on.
Yeah. Hey, do we get that retracement, or was that the retracement? I'll check right now to see if you send it to.
Okay, thanks.
D-Block, I was just saying I woke up, I was sleeping, I woke up like 20 minutes ago and I saw XRP was at $2.06 again. So I thought I gotta come onto your channel and figure out what's going on, otherwise I'll spend all my money.
It's what you said? What's XRP at? Let me see.
$2.06.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere above $2, I think that you're still looking good. $2 is where it gets spooky.
Yeah, I feel like that 190 to like 210 range is pretty strong for us.
So this downtrend on the daily, we peaked over, but we haven't been able to break that yet, which means we need to find some support. I think the top of this old W would be a good spot for that. We were hoping that this SR flip right here would hold, but I mean, I guess technically if you don't include the wicks right where we are. To say this would be a great place for it to hold. You know?
I would like that.
It would be a great place for it to hold. If not, I mean, like I said, I don't think it's drastic, right? Worst case scenario, even if it breaks, not worst case, but most probable case would be another 3%, 4% down. to about 197. But coming down underneath this 1.8 is not good. Because we haven't invalidated this head and shoulders. Head and shoulders. We'd have to come up all the way to 259 to invalidate that. So you want to stay above this neckline as much as possible. Liquidity is decent though. I mean, there's plenty of liquidations to get to the top side here. So it wouldn't be unheard of for this to hold and just make another attempt at that daily downtrend. And our psychological high and lower above, right? So as far as mean reversion wise, targets are up. Higher low.
Yeah, nice W.
It holds decent. I think by tomorrow we'll have a better idea. But I mean, you wouldn't be crazy
Yo,
for
D-Block,
swinging
check out what's happening in Bitcoin. Just broke the trend.
Okay, I go for that sweep now. Kind of want to see them attack this buy wall to see how much damage they could do. I don't know if the bears have this much Bitcoin to sell. So personally, I'm looking for a stopping volume candle within this buy wall. And I'm going to ride it back up into the weekend chop.
Hey, how long have you been laying out buy walls like that and seeing how they hold or react for?
You'll only see me put them up when they're substantial, when the dollar amount is, or the Bitcoin amount is crazy. And this has definitely stood out. I mean, it's
What would you
just,
say is
it's not difficult. You just got to do the math, right? For that 600 buy wall to not hold, somebody has to sell 600 Bitcoin. So you have to look at the tape and see if that Bitcoin is coming in or not. For the most part, you could look at how much daily volume there is and assume that a wall is going to hold or not. I mean, this wall's already been hit twice above.
You know what would be cool is that if there was an indicator made that reflected in real time, like the amount of Bitcoin left at that sell wall or buy wall, like the amount of orders left in the
What do you
order
mean?
book.
That's
Like if you
what
literally,
CoinAnk does and Bookmap and any of your heat maps.
I mean in real time, like literally when
Yeah.
it's hit, a
Yeah.
few seconds later, like it.
Yeah, in real
Well,
time.
I'm saying that could be scripted onto TradingView, like where
Oh
it
no, it'd be
reflects.
nice. You'd have to get API from whatever. Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be a lot more convenient, that's for sure.
Because I was looking at this buy and sell walls the past few days, and it's like, yeah, it's just hard to gauge, like, in real time when things are close, like if momentum's gonna break them or not.
There's another buy wall that just popped up at 84.3 with 1,000 Bitcoin. Excuse me.
It'd be cool too if the
Oh, that's right underneath price.
That's the price I mentioned, 84,350.
what made you mention that price?
These liquidations will get it.
There was an order block right on that range.
That's the 1,000 Bitcoin I'm talking about. But these liquidations should be enough to clear it. Question is, are they going to have much more Bitcoin to sell after clearing that wall to attack the rest of these? Probably not.
How's the M
Yeah.
to money supply correlation looking?
Good. We got the high that we had on the high that we should have had on the 15th. We got on the 15th.
Oh, buddy, try turning on super blocks on your trading view. It really helps. It also, yeah, super blocks. It
I
actually
have
shows
all
the
my
order blocks in
liquidity
real
and
time.
everything on other
Yeah,
screens.
same. But super blocks kind of shows you the different order blocks in different time frames, especially the big ones. The big order blocks, they show up on the higher time frames, and the smaller blocks show up on the lower time frames.
Does it update them if they get spoofed or closed?
Yeah. You'll see it. And what's good about super blocks, it also adds fair value gaps, rejection blocks. So it kind of shows you where everybody is. Kind of shows you the range, without like making your screen look like a mess. It doesn't show the number, but it's just nice to see that you know that there's something there. You know where people are waiting to come in, or where they're planning to sell.
TradingView has its limitations. If you're really serious, you need to get yourself a paid subscription to a liquidity heat map.
Yep. That's still the best. Oh my gosh. Oh. Come on, go down already. Yeah, next order block I'm seeing is at 84 flat, from 84 all the way to 84 200.
It's coming back to base, Dragos. We were hoping that it would hold at the bullish trigger, but this is this retracement we were looking for here. You want it to hold this SR flip though. Basically where it's holding support right now. If you're looking for bullish continuation. But if Bitcoin continues to drop, you can call it quits on a lot of your alt pushes here, guys. To be completely honest with you. Looks like it's trying to hold though.
Hey Dbloc, what's the difference between a paid liquidation, the paid subscription with Coining versus the free one?
You're gonna get the large market orders, which is what you want. Right, you'll see the orders get hit in real. What you were just asking about. You'll get it on the free one, I believe, for 30 days, but then you gotta pay. Now that my computer's working, I'm gonna get everything back on this PC. But I moved all of my like graphically intensive shit to my other PC. I was trying to lighten the load as much as I could on the streaming PC while it was acting crazy. For some reason, Bookmap is like playing Cyberpunk on ultra graphics and shit. It makes no sense.
So for the order book, you look on that on CoinInc, or you look at that on the other website?
There's one on CoinEx too. Whatever exchange you're using should have a live order book. I mean, you really do want to watch the order book on your exchange, but if you are looking for just overall sort of idea of what's going on, Binance is one.
What is the order book under for CoinInc?
It should just be on. I believe it goes on the side. It pops up on the side panel. I can't remember off the top of my head how you open it though.
Yeah, I just see liquidation.
Click first on your indicators. Make sure you have your large orders. That comes out of your indicators, but your order book should be on that side panel. I can't remember how to start it though. I'm sure if you a quick YouTube sort of search will give you the quick tutorial real quick on that.
Yeah.
CoinAc is one of the better ones, in my opinion. But I mean, I'll be completely honest with you. It's, what you're looking for is a good UI, but there's no reason why you can't follow liquidity on free sites. The reason that I use CoinGlass and I don't use some of the paid stuff is because I don't want anybody watching feeling like, oh, well, he's got access to shit I don't have access to because he pays. You know what I mean? Like, you can see the 1,000 sitting right here that just came up. You'll see when it gets hit how much of it is left. You can see all the order blocks that I have drawn out on the screen. You can see the order blocks above. You can come.
And those, when they get eaten up, they like get shorter.
Yeah, this is in real time. Like every time you get a new candle, it's on a 5-minute candle. Like if you zoom in here, right, you see the 164 sitting at 843. When you get the next 5-minute candle, you'll get a refresh of that number. Right? If some has been hit, then it'll be gone from there. Excuse me. Like this is all real time for the most part. And if you only care about the bigger orders, then you can like really filter it down.
And you only you only used this for you use this feature on CoinGlass, not CoinInc?
No, I'm saying you'll see the same thing on CoinInc, but there's no reason that not being able to pay for a subscription should stop you from knowing where your liquidation levels are and your large orders are sitting. Right? There's free ways to get the same data.
Yeah, I was trying to find it on CoinInc, but maybe it's the paid subscription because I don't
Yeah,
have it.
that's what I'm saying. You've got to have, yeah.
If you, I was gonna ask you if you like enjoying charting and educating people so much, why haven't you released some type of yeah, like paid educational content or stuff?
Because I trade. I make my money trading. Most of these guys make their money with their courses, bro. Completely honest with you.
Yep.
I'm
That's
too
fair.
busy trading to sit there and edit a 4-hour video on. I can't do it. And if that makes me a horrible YouTuber, then hey, I guess that what I mean.
Dbloc, you gotta wear a gi. You gotta be in a dojo. You remember those
Yeah,
those
bro.
90s karate VHS tapes?
Rent a yacht somewhere and be like, you too.
You can be.
Well, I know some of the guys even that have made got $1 million portfolios they built up their capital, yeah, like selling courses or educational content, and then they use their skills to.
There's nothing wrong with it. I don't knock it. Don't get me wrong. I don't knock it. But for me, what I get out of this is sort of being able to provide what I wish I had when I started trading. That would have sort of saved me 6 to 8 years of hard knocks, and you know what I mean. And even though I do believe that everybody should invest in their own education, you know, and $50 isn't, you know, I know $50 isn't, you know, people can just pay $50 to come in and troll if they want to. But I don't want it to be exclusionary for anybody. And we've got people trading in here from all over the world. You know, so $50 US is something that some people have been trying to trade up to be able to afford. You know, what do I look like charging $300 a month subscription, or putting some of the information? Okay, imagine this. I've got some of this information behind $1,000 course somewhere, right? And then somebody pops up in YouTube and asks me a question, and the information is in the course. I'm supposed to tell them, "Oh, I can't answer that question. You gotta go buy the." I can't do that, bro. That's nasty work.
Yep.
You know. I mean, in the
Yeah,
future, don't get me wrong. When I put more, when I have more time during the bear market, and I put in like deep research, and I really put something together that has some value in it, then yeah, we can talk about, you know, access to that sort of. But I'll never gatekeep anything I know behind some
Yeah,
paywall.
I think what you're doing is great. You know, you're giving that's what you do in the beginning. You want to make a lot of money, build a community. Is you give. You know, you give value, give value, and then you take or ask once you've, you know, established your community and given value. I just think right now a lot of people they're about convenience. You know, people want stuff
Got
like
her troll
now.
right here. Rolling on the floor
Actually,
laughing
I
emoji.
disagree because
Love
like
ya.
if
American
you go to
Crypto
Telegram,
Monster with the super chat. He said, "You got your troll right here." Appreciate you, brother. Big $50 super chat.
if you check out
Coltrane, nah,
percentages,
it's $5 one-time fee, and then, you know, there's memberships on the YouTube too. People can support like that, or through super chats. But I'll be honest with you, a lot of people just sort of reach out. I mean, it's funny because for me, I've noticed it's kind of cultural, right? But to keep culture out of it, there's some people that if you don't let them, if they received value and you don't let them compensate you for that, they get offended by it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
No,
like,
you're doing the right thing,
like,
Dbloc.
no,
Like
I received
Tyrell,
value. I owe you this, and you're sort of offending me by not, you know. But the ask is a different thing, right? I'm never gonna come out and ask. But yeah,
Tyrell runs
donations
the
are
trenches the
always
same way,
accepted.
man. Yeah, Tyrell
Well, I
runs the
was
trenches the same way, and no gatekeeping of knowledge. It's a huge community. There's like 14,000 subscribers in Telegram, and
yeah.
basically, like he makes his money from the referrals from like Bullex and stuff like that. But other than that, it just provides a healthier, non-toxic environment when you don't have a tier like system for your members.
Nah, it's
And
nasty, bro. It's nasty.
yeah,
I've seen it. I've been in communities
I've seen it.
before
I've
where
seen
they're
it.
like,
I've been
"Okay,
in some
guys,
of them.
we'll start a side chat and we're gonna answer that question," and it's like, "Wow, okay."
Yeah.
I'm
No,
not
Tyrell runs
I'm not talking about creating a paywall or anything. I'm talking about making something more for exclusive high tier, because you know I've sold high ticket services before where people that got money, you know, that are 6-figure, 7-figure net worths, they don't want to spend weeks and weeks on YouTube waiting for you to come on and ask a question. They'd rather pay you the
Yeah,
money right up front and get what they want, because they can make, you know, hundreds or thousands of dollars an hour. Their time's worth a lot more than spending
yeah.
a week or two on YouTube waiting to get questions asked. I'm not. That's what I'm talking about more. I'm not talking about charging putting a
also
small
like
paywall.
one-on-ones,
Nah, I've been
Uh,
approached about some mentorships, and I'll definitely get into that during the bear market. But I think right now the best value for everybody is keeping a pulse on what's going on here.
Yeah, not even mentorships, because there's only one of you, right? You only have so much time. But you know, you curating your knowledge and stuff into essentially yeah, like a course or a platform.
Yeah.
And
Like I said,
then
that
people,
just takes time, the recording, the editing.
yeah, and that's where I'm going with the next thing is like you can go fast alone or go far together. Like, why don't you partner up with the right people to, execute on something and bring like everything to the market versus yeah, like
Well,
waiting
mostly
for.
the short answer is because our last poll, 40% of people still thought that the bull market was over. So, like, for me, my main goal is to make sure that everybody's on time for what's about to happen here. After that, we can worry about growing the channel and doing all of that other shit. We'll find our tribe naturally. Gonna keep it as organic as it can be. But yeah, as more time sort of frees up, I'm definitely willing to go a little deeper into the YouTube side of it, I should say.
I just been there before where I had a certain skill set or what my skill set was my strength, and I was at a plateau. It's hitting a ceiling. I can only do so much or get so far by myself, and then I literally partnered up. This is specific to e-commerce. I partnered up with 3 other people who were savages in what they did, whether it was um um what's that word I'm thinking of? My mind went blank, but operations or whether it was sales or marketing, we all came together and we made something amazing happen during COVID. And it's like that only happened because yeah, everybody was like amazing at what they did specifically. We came together for a common goal. The opportunity was there, COVID, everybody just buying stuff online.
Yeah.
Like I feel like yeah, you definitely have more than what it takes than more than 80-90% of the people on YouTube I feel that have made millions of dollars over the past cycle, maybe 4 to 6 years from their personal brand and like making content and like capitalizing on it, whether it's through school.com or a course or whatever it
Facts,
is.
bro. Facts. Like Dbloc has something. He got a special product.
Yeah, we're just gonna try to keep it as organic as possible, man. Last thing I'm gonna be doing is sort of the influencer games. I know I can make. I've been approached by exchanges already to have exchange. You don't have to be a big channel to have exchange referrals. I mean, most of them have already contacted me, but the majority of them are offering the same thing. Right? They're offering me percentages off your losses for trading. They're more interested than anything in getting people trading leverage. Probably no deals for spots, good sort of deals for leverage, but when you get lost, when you lose, I get paid. When you win, I get paid. That's nasty work. I told the chat long time ago that I'll never have an exchange listing on here that pays me off of any 1 penny off of your losses. That's what these guys do, bro. These guys have these exchange listings and new fish come in. They're brand new. They're like, hey, check this out. 100x leverage. Take my course. I'll show you how to do it, but you got to put $200 in the account. Just get trading. We'll figure it out after. And everybody gets wrecked, bro. And it doesn't screw up the brand because the sad truth about crypto YouTube is that you guys in the chat, half of you won't be here during the next cycle. It'll run you out. You'll leave. You'll hate the channel that wrecked you, but you won't be here to warn anybody about it. It'll be brand new people that come in and they just keep churning them through the, the meat grinder, bro.
It's like with the influencer thing, you don't have to be this guru influencer, You can work with other people that can, take on that role if necessary. And then as far as, revenue streams or monetizing, you can, there's always somebody who comes out and disrupts and sets the new standard or changes things up. It's like it doesn't have to be that, that leverage way. I will say that's what the seems
Yeah,
the
that's what I
market.
said. I mean, I plan on doing it. All y'all are gonna get is this. It's gonna be me, right? So I can't. There's no like persona. There's no. So if it's gonna succeed, it's gonna succeed because of what we got going, you know.
Have you
And
heard
my
of
promise to
crypto?
y'all is that I plan on never making one single penny off anybody losing any money.
Have you heard of
Yeah.
Steve from Crypto University? Crypto Crew University?
No.
He's got a channel. I followed him since the 2017 cycle, and he has never promoted leverage, and he's made millions just selling yeah, he's like educational course stuff, but he's one of the OGs that I really respect, and you should check him out sometime. And I followed him since 2017, and he's literally never he didn't pro- he's I never seen him promote a token ever until this cycle. He promoted XRP a lot, and other than that, I've never seen him promote any tokens literally. But he's an example of perfect example of you don't have to be promoting leverage heavy
Yeah,
or
now there's a couple
trying
of people
to.
that do it, right? And don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against anybody selling their courses. I mean, this is hard, it's hard work. And not everybody has the patience to go over a strategy brand new every 10 minutes when somebody asks. It makes perfect sense to put it into a package and sell it. I don't hold anybody. It's just some of the prices are crazy, one. And some of the subscription based shit that they've got going on is insane, bro. $600 a month discords and shit. Like, what are you guys? 600. Well, whatever
One of the
calls you got
practical
going on have better be absolutely perfect.
Well, that's the thing. I would say your stuff's just as good, if not better, than what more than half of these other people have going on.
Definitely.
I mean, I don't think Dbloc has a confidence issue. Like he doubts that he can do it. Some people just have different. I mean, I don't want to speak for anyone, but some people have different priorities,
Yeah.
and maybe that.
I just don't see if the game's to get more Bitcoin. Why would you sit on the sidelines when there's millions to be made and other people that are half as less qualified as you are gonna do it?
Guess is the difference between like scarcity mindset and an abundance mindset. Like the money's there, the money will come. I do the right thing, it's inevitable. But not all money is good money, and having money be the focus, even in trading, money isn't the focus for me. Like my focus in trading is my win percentage. Like I'm obsessed with win percentage. The outcome of that win percentage is profits. When it comes to this crypto thing, and I promise you, my number one priority is to make sure that this group of people that I've been with since the top of the last bull market makes it successfully to the top of the next one. Once that's done, then we'll start working on building with whoever's managed to jump on board between, now and then. And a lot of you guys have, we've had brand new people come in that have become family, and that's dope. But that core group getting to where we're supposed to get to is the main focus.
Yeah, the best businesses, like product or service to sell, is like one that sells itself. Whether it's a great community, a great product, a great service, it's like you have that. You have a great skill set and knowledge based system around trading crypto specifically, which a lot of people struggle with because of the volatility and stuff. It's like you just need to like work with the right marketing or salesperson, and you could literally like build a whole crazy community or brand like pretty quick.
It's going to be
And
fun. We definitely have enough time. I don't plan on going anywhere, so.
Yeah, also one of the more practical issues for Dbloc becoming a bit of an influencer is that he would have to shoot videos during daylight on a yacht.
Oh no,
that's what I've
I
been
can't do
talking
that.
about
That
this
means
whole
I have to be
conversation
awake.
is he doesn't it's why you partner with somebody. You can't do everything yourself. But I just say that because I've seen a lot of people here on YouTube since 2017, and Dbloc's one of the persons I've been the most impressed by for sure.
Appreciate that.
And so I'm just surprised why you don't do that. But I get it, like that you're you're not in a rush and you wanna take things
No,
slow at your pace. Like
no, this isn't a gimmick. Like, you know,
that's the thing. Like when you have the real deal, why not push it out there and get things rolling? Like that for me, that's why
well, go
I'm just
share the stream, damn it.
I mean, I'm on here all the time talking you up, and people are hitting super chats when I
Yeah,
start
but are
asking
you out passing
my questions.
flyers though? No, I'm just
I
playing.
mean, I've let
I'm
my
playing, bro.
friends
I'm
know
playing.
that
On some fly. On some pink paper. No, but like I'll tell you guys a little story. Like I asked Ty the same thing when he put up the trenches. Like, Ty, why don't you like create some parts of what you were teaching as part of your monetary system? And he was like, see, he told me to look at the community. If you look at the trenches, there's a sort of a all of the people there have a character of giving. The reason being is because when they look at Ty, they mimic Ty in the trenches. And since he does that and everything in the trenches is free, right? Everybody in the community, even though there's thousands of us there, they don't end up like, there's no cannibalism,
Oh,
there's no
Nina,
like
wait a bit.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
everybody
everybody here tries to be super helpful for the same reason.
yeah, because you know why? Because that's what you do. So people mimic that because that's what they see. When people admire someone, they want to mimic, of course, not only the skill, but also the character.
Sample, you got to open mic, brother.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, my bad.
You're good, brother. Don't worry about it.
I was wondering if you would mind taking a peek back at Moodang.
Nah, let's do it. Yeah, so it held that SR flip so far, but it hasn't started going back after these vectors yet. That would be the target if that 50 EMA holds. Five-minute, your momentum is still bullish. Not out of hot water yet, though. A lot of liquidity underneath. Gonna depend on Bitcoin, honestly. If Bitcoin takes another run down, so far it looks like it wants to hold the trap. But if Bitcoin takes another run down, then Mutang is gonna go after those liquidations. As long as Bitcoin stays healthy, I think people will still be willing to speculate a little bit. There she goes.
Also looking at Ethereum, and it seems like it's kind of flipped. Like Ethereum now is it seems more in an uptrend. All other things are in a downtrend. Where before I feel like following before, but I feel like we were getting deeper drops. I wonder. Look at ETH BTC.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I still get that sneaky suspicion that ETH is gonna take another leg down, though.
Yeah.
What's the red line?
Sorry.
Oh, it went away.
This one. So that's our quantitative tightening, right? But what I was looking at was, interestingly enough, see how it's starting to try to do a thing. I hate to say it, but we're just gonna be stuck to Powell's every word during the next meeting again. But if they do announce a continuation to the end of tightening, or tightening being over completely, then we could see a bottom here on the federal asset sheet, which means that ETH BTC should also be finding a bottom, but we're not really seeing that just yet. Fortunately, ETH BTC put in a fresh low. The problem is that this and this, in my opinion, have to find bottoms before ETH USD does. And that, I think, is going to be around the
So,
1300, 1250 range.
Man, it's really hard to think ETH could go that low, but I'm with
I
you. I
know.
think it could go to 15.
Bro, I've been talking about this. I had this damn harmonic drawn out when we were here. And we had just put in those lows and put in that nice wick at 17. And I was like, guys, if this wick recovery doesn't go well. So, I mean, after coming all the way down to 13.9, it doesn't seem that crazy anymore, but it's still a pretty nice drop.
One thing
I was gonna ask earlier, when you're drawing out your harmonics, are you? I'm assuming the kind of Fibonacci angles have to be like
They have to
perfect.
be,
I
or it's
know
not
some of
even
them
worth
have
doing it.
negatives.
It's, yeah, and that's what's so attractive
Yeah.
about this harmonic was how closely it's played. Right, you had your perfect 786 between your X and your B, and then your 886 between A and C would give you that range we were looking at. And then your X and your D and your B and your D would give you like 7.6. What's interesting to me is how the timing is played out, right? Because we are coming right to when Powell should start announcing the end of QT. And then that brings us back into this range here. Right? It's just all playing out really perfectly. Right? We were in QT. Fed was reducing the balance sheet just like they are now. While you're in QT, if ETH BTC holds an uptrend, if ETH USD holds an uptrend, ETH BTC bleeds. And as long as ETH BTC bleeds and doesn't find the bottom, ETH USD continues to bleed out. Even once it's found the bottom, it continues to bleed out. So that's what I'm waiting for. And I mean, luckily we're in a situation where if I'm wrong, you know, and I have to start going all in at 17 or something, I'm not going to cry about it in 6 months. But I've waited for this long. I've already started nibbling. But I think we can get it.
One other thing I want to mention, just to finish up on what I was talking about earlier, is it's crazy how when it's like a library, right? Like, well, I'll just say, like, you can give something away for free and people won't value it until you put a price on it. There's like,
yeah, some people are like that. That's definitely true.
Yeah, there's a lot. And the other thing too, like, I've sold stuff for, a couple $1,000s. I've sold stuff for high ticket, like 30K. And the lower ticket stuff, people are like, is this gonna change my life? Like, am I gonna make X amount of money? You know, like, is this worth it? Whereas the high ticket stuff, you're selling to a different group of people, and they're just like, send me the wire info, boom, 5 minute call. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's just the I don't know what that would be considered, but I don't know, the mindset or the yeah.
Yeah, you
But
hear it all the time in business. They say sell a small amount of things to rich people so that you can afford to sell a large amount of things to poor people. That's the whatever reasoning behind it.
How does that equation work if something's priceless
What happened?
or invaluable? That's how I was asking Ghost how that equation works if something is priceless or invaluable.
It doesn't. I mean, honestly, like, if what I wanted to do was convince people that I was really amazing at this and they should pay me to do it, this would be completely different. Like, I'd literally come on every day and be like, on the last episode of Crypto Cypher, and play like a 10-minute clip of the prediction and have it flash screen to it playing out in real time and rockets and confetti and all that shit. And like, that's not the type of time I'm on right now.
nah, that sounds
I'm
corny
glad
as
you
heck.
didn't. That turned me off. A lot of other channels for sure.
Yeah, that's what they do, bro. They'll go on Twitter. They'll make a
Yeah.
million. They'll make a million predictions. When one of them actually plays out, they'll erase all the other ones. They'll take the screenshot from that one, put it up on their chart, and be like, "Look, this is why you should give me money."
And slot machines, man. Shiny colors, loud noises, tons of FUD, right?
Right. Cole said you should definitely do that for that Liberation Day call. That was a wild day, bro. That was a good call, though, I have to say.
Breakout on some of the alts.
Yeah, Bitcoin's pushing back up into the middle of the range here. This is going to be nice for alts. Dominance is still dropping, which is really what's key here. Bitcoin, for the most part, if it's inside this weekend trap, it's going sideways. Whether it's going down or up, the alts are going to consider it sideways. Dom is what you really want to watch here. As long as Dom keeps breaking structure, the alts will do okay.
I was
Toshi
going to
moving.
mention quickly. I am getting a diamond on New Day, and I think aligned with Bitcoin pumping, this is going to be another little run.
We're digging into that vector now. Let's see if volume picks up here. Yeah, Toshi's trying to get above that resistance now as well. Going after these top vectors, daily open, psychological high is what I'm targeting on Toshi.
Just about where I've got my take profit.
Nah, too early for all that yawning shit.
Hey, Dbloc, I've always been kind of confused. Like, what's the difference between the liquidity map? I don't know if you call it that, liquidity indicator on your chart, and like the liquidity heat map on like coin rank.
It's basically the same. You're just seeing it on the chart, right? You'll get more detail by looking at it on the heat map because you'll find out exactly how much the liquidations are. Right, that lets you know if it's gonna add a bunch of gas to the push up or not.
Okay.
And then for your then you want to check your order book for your walls. From what it looks like right now, from looking at both of them, plenty of liquidity above to push if they manage to get up into that 8.6, and not a whole hell of a lot of sell walls to stop that from happening, except for these ones that we've already looked at earlier, but they're way smaller than the ones underneath. But we're just smashed between these two, right? That's what bulls need to buy to keep the price moving up, and this is what bears need to sell to keep the price going down.
When people put up like a sell or buy wall, that's not all that liquidity is not really like attractive for the market makers to just go grab.
Not as much as
Mm.
liquidations and vectors. They will go and they'll, like, if the market, let's say the market maker can't get up to get these liquidations and get this vector gap, he'll dip down and grab this liquidity to do it. Like, those are just buys that they know that they can grab if they need to for whatever reason. But it does go into the sort of risk, into the cost benefit analysis, right? So we look at these liquidations underneath and we're like, okay, market maker can get paid for going to these liquidations. But if you remove sentiment and just look at what would it cost for market maker to do it alone, he would have to sell all of this Bitcoin to break through all of those walls just to get down here to grab this money, right? Which means he might have to pay, you know, $400 million just to make $400 million. Whereas above, you've got your liquidations, which are automatic sell orders, right? Which give you the liquidity that you need to break these sell walls, where maybe you only have to put 10 million, 20 million, $30 million into this play to get up to this top vector, right? So it's always a calculation on what's more cost effective because it's a business. The market maker's just there to provide liquidity and to get his money back as cheaply as possible. Now you put in sentiment and say, okay, how likely is retail to jump in on a push up versus how likely are they to get scared and sell? And then you come up with a sort of percentage on what's the more likely move. That's how I do it when I look at liquidity. But I always have the market maker mind frame in mind. I'm the market maker and I need to get the target A. How much is it going to cost me versus target B? And right now, I think it makes a lot more sense if they were going to attack anything. Remember, we're still, market maker algos are keeping prices close to the CME close. We know how this works on the weekend. But if we were going to attack any wall, this one would be a lot cheaper. One, you don't need that many Bitcoin to get through it. Two, you've got plenty of gas to give you the liquidity you need for that. I hope I didn't make that more confusing than it was before you asked the question.
No, it makes more sense now. I feel like maybe I've been overcomplicating the liquidity. The liquidity heat map, I thought, like the website, I thought like you needed to learn how to read it. But I think it makes more sense now. Like you just look at the liquidity and see where it's at and factor that in.
Yeah, all you're worried about on the liquidity
Mm.
heat map is the current block that you're on. Everything that's before that is just what was there before. Right, so the only reason you're looking at the stuff behind it is to see, okay, was this wall spoofed a bunch of times? Do they keep putting a buy wall at 85, but every time price comes up to it, they remove it? Like, those are the type of things that the heat map will show you.
Hey, just to clarify, because I think I was getting a little confused too. So, like, when you're saying heat map, that's separate from liquidation heat map, right? Or are you
Nah, your
talking about this?
liquidation heat map, that's what you're looking at. I mean, the heat map is just a way to visualize it, right? So some places will have the order book as the heat map. Only difference is what it shows is what happened in the past, right? So it'll show you if the order was removed, if it wasn't removed, if the liquidation was hit, if it wasn't hit. But for the heat map, you're talking about orders, right? This is the order book that you're looking at, and it's giving you a visual representation of what happened in the past.
Got it.
Right. This is your liquidation heat map. This will show you your liquidations, but it doesn't show you orders. For that, you have to go to your order book heat map. But the heat map is just the way it's visualized. Right. It could be either liquidations or standing orders.
Got it. Yeah, I think maybe I would say, I would just say I wouldn't be surprised if newer people would get them confused the difference between like the liquidation heat map and the book order heat map.
Yeah, they probably do. But new people should be concentrating more on support and resistance and shit like that anyways. You know, just take one tool at a time. And I don't mean just take it until you can use it to make money. I mean, use it until you understand it. You understand why it works. And then you just move on to the next thing and you keep adding tools to your toolbox.
What do you think of order block indicators? Like, do you think that those work well, or if that's like a
They're all
good
right. I
tool?
mean, it's a good heads up. It's a good sort of visualization that something's, but you still, for the most part, still need to look on the order book and see what's actually there. Like a lot of them aren't very detailed. Just because it's hard to get the real-time API data on TradingView.
Hmm.
What do you mean it's hard to get that data?
It's hard to
Oh,
get
you're
it
talking
in,
about on
in real
TradingView.
time.
Okay.
Yeah, trading.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I looked at that super block someone mentioned earlier when I joined this call, and
Yeah.
it was just I didn't like it because it's just lines. It doesn't show me how big or small, or I can't.
Well, a lot of
there's no
it,
numbers
a
on
lot
it.
of
It's
it
more
works
visual.
on, a lot of it works on open interest, and it'll just give you an idea of where the attention is, right? Where the
Yeah,
demand is.
and then I
Yeah,
need
because
to
when
go
I'm
actually
flipping through
look,
the chart, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
and then I need to actually go look at the actual book order heat map or the
Yeah.
liquidation heat map to see the interest. So
Yeah, and sometimes because like when you have a watch list, right, and you have like different folders for the watch list, and you have like a lot of coins. Sometimes you just want to go like, I've come to a point where I just press space bar, and visually I'd see if a coin is ready. Just like all I need is a few seconds because the indicators I use are like they just work well together, so that when I see something and I go like, oh, this is ready, and then that's when I start like doing like real proper TA and start looking into deeper into the coin.
Your indicators should save you time.
Yeah.
If it's taking you longer to make a decision because you're using a new indicator, I mean, when you're going through the learning curve, cool. But if you see that like you're stacking indicators and that's literally stacking time, decision making time, it's you're working backwards at that point.
I could see
So, like,
that. I just use I just trade Bitcoin or ETH, but I see your point where if you're looking at like 30 different coins, it can
Yeah,
get
I'm just going through it and I'm just looking for this like visual that just makes sense to me. And then when I see it, that's when I start opening up, the different sites, like looking at if this is something I can pull off.
Man,
But other than that,
I don't see how some of y'all trade more than 5 coins, 3 coins.
no, I mean it's really during this process right here because like we're going through a zone, right? So we know that this cycle we're in a what we call a Bitcoin cycle, like it's Bitcoin dominated. So the only reason why I'm trading these other coins, these altcoins, because I trade like you, I only trade Bitcoin and ETH also. But like during this time, you want to have as much Bitcoin and ETH, right? So I use these alts because they move faster than Bitcoin and ETH. I just trade them because they give me more profits so I can buy more Bitcoin and ETH.
Majority of people still trade alts to make more Bitcoin at the end of the day. Which
So
is why
that's
you see the
basically
reactions, the alt reactions when
thing right now.
Bitcoin decides to move.
I get that, and that makes total sense. I understand it. It just for
Bitcoin.
me, it takes so much time to look at just Bitcoin and ETH. I can't imagine trying to look at 10, 15 coins at a time.
That's why I think being in a community like what Dbloc has right now, it kind of, to be honest, it cuts my Bitcoin worth by more than half. Like as soon as I come into the channel
Hey,
and I
right
see,
now, I'm just curious. So like, as you sound like a legit trader, how I'm just curious. I'm just since we talked about it earlier.
yeah, go ahead.
So you see the value, right? Saving you X amount of time, which is worth I don't know how much. How much of that would be worth for you um to pay monthly? I'm just curious. Like with you knowing that there's value attached.
Well, maybe when I was starting out, yes, that would be a question I could answer. But like now, I've come to a point where I understand what I want to do trading. You know what I mean? It's like you know for a fact that I just want to trade Bitcoin ETH, right? That's what you have for you because of the time that you spend trading. I'm already there also. So now it's more of like I'm looking for that. Actually, that's a good question because like now Dbloc halves the time because it's actually correct. It's undeniably correct what he's looking at, and
Yes.
it makes total sense. So as a experienced trader, it's way worth it in terms of a product, in terms of value. But see, it's also that I think as a trader, you have to identify what kind of trader are you. Are you here for degen plays? Are you here for are you here to amass your Bitcoin bag or your ETH bag? Are you here? You have to identify what your goals are, and that kind of like resolves itself and like tells you what kind of product is important to you. Because for me
Yeah.
right now, I know it's a Bitcoin dominated market, no doubt about it. Like whatever the alts are doing, it doesn't matter. Even if someone puts $1 million on Toshi right now, it doesn't matter. If Bitcoin wants to go down, Toshi's gonna go down.
Yeah.
So what Dbloc is offering at this like very important juncture of this cycle is precise, no mumbo jumbo, no rainbows. Just like this is where the money is, this is where the orders are, this is the momentum, this is where we're headed in terms of Bitcoin. And because of that, it tells me, okay, this is not yet the right time to trade. Okay, this is the time to trade. Because if I'm going to trade alts during a Bitcoin cycle, I have to know precisely that what I'm seeing in my Bitcoin chart coincides with Dbloc's. Because for me, his uh, the conviction in his chart is way better than mine.
Yeah,
I
that's one of
appreciate that,
the
brother.
things I've been the most impressed or that I was taken back by was, yeah, his TA for market structure around the his market maker weekly
Oh
pattern.
yeah, it's a game changer. The market maker, like the way he views the market maker, it's just like
Yeah, I feel
yeah.
especially for something that's so volatile and people think. I used to be on the same page that crypto was super freaking unpredictable, but you know, after seeing this weekly pattern and how much it seems
Right?
like it plays
Right?
out, I'm like, oh wow, wait, I'm like, this is
Right?
it's not as
You get to schedule your entire week, your entire day. You get to
yeah.
schedule your bags, when to put big bags, when to do just like small stuff, big stuff.
Even the weekend, like for example, I've been trading since off and on since 2017, and I know the weekends are crazy, and people say be careful on the weekends, but it never really made sense to me until the way D-Block broke it down with the reason you know, we get stuck in a range is because a market maker's not working on the weekend, and the intent is for the algos to keep price balanced in the chart, and so I'm like, oh wow, okay, yeah, now I
Right?
know like now that I can put one and two together, one and one together, reasoning behind it, it helps give me the conviction. Okay, now I truly know on the weekend I need to not trade or be very careful. And so,
Exactly. I used to rely like, oh, I have the skill to trade the weekends, which I do, but it's not a perfect win. Your win-loss record is not perfect during the weekends.
But because of Dbloc, I get to understand, okay, I'm gonna do smaller bags on the weekends. Just to scratch the itch, you know what I mean? Just to make sure you have some trades during the weekends. But
Yeah,
it's
same,
kind of
same. Yeah.
yeah.
Us,
But it's laid out
us,
more reason to just not, not go overboard during the weekends.
Yeah, and I think there's also like where D-Block has also cultivated a community here that is like, if you're, I think it doesn't matter what time, like there's people on trading. So even when things shift up really quick, the response time is pretty great. So there's a lot of scenarios that are alleviated in that manner, uh, and just a
That's
lot of
another thing
experience.
that's crazy is I agree on is I've only been on here actively since I think end of February, but I haven't seen someone this active. It's pretty crazy. Uh yeah, this active, like it seems like he's on 24/7.
You mentioned earlier about people magnetizing to or not mimicking, but kind of, repeating similar patterns as people they look up to and so on and so forth. And I think here there's just a lot of it's a lot of dedication. Like this is it's beyond just like uh half in half out at most. Everyone here is here, if not every day, and here trading, discussing discussing what's happening in the market news. It is pretty amazing.
Yeah, like even Ghost was talking about one of the most valuable things I get away from this channel is yeah, D-Block's market structure breakdown. And even if I'm not on YouTube for a day or so or two, and I'm just doing my own trading in TA, I'll cross-reference my market structure layout to his if I'm trading, just to that's because that's how strong his market structure basis is. I'll look at it just to reference it against mine before I enter trade, or maybe before I exit or take profit on a trade. Pretty valuable.
It looks like it's starting to pop to the upside. We do have a rejection block up here at just about 270. So, if you are in Mooding still, just be aware of that.
Yeah, I'm done with Moodang. I made my money with Moodang. I'm looking at H bar right now. It just broke the top this last candle. It's not listening to Bitcoin as well.
Oh, let me go take a look at it. So Drew, if you're still here, thanks for calling out Mooding, man.
Yeah, man.
Crawfish.
Yeah, that's another thing that's so funny to me too right now is like people in the chat I see like, hey, are y'all paid actors or something? And it's like we're not. Like that's just how much yeah, that's just how strong the value is, which I'm like
That, that was a
for
joke. Okay?
for well, even for me too, it's like the reason I brought up what I did earlier was that what so when I was in e-commerce and we had we're the first to do what we did in our niche area and to do it to do it really well, if not the best. And it just was only a certain matter of time between other people, picked it up because it's a free market and they just started selling it with their name on it or something. And so yeah, I just think Dbloc has something here that he could that's valuable and could be would help more people than it wouldn't. And so I just don't I don't understand why you wouldn't share that.
Think, think about it like this. He is, right? And here's the thing. So I know it can be hard to understand. 'Cause you're like, yeah, you know, it's pretty extraordinary to see this, but I'm learning to pay myself. Why I don't need to be a paid actor. And so uh, something I've learned from people who are very powerful, very wealthy, very knowledgeable is they ask good questions, and they are learning from you while you're learning. There's there's so many benefits beyond monetary benefits, uh, and that are natural and organic that are just you know, a part of kind of putting that energy out there. And I think when you allow these things to occur, it creates something much bigger than something that a financial incentive can bring, and it doesn't bring any of the negative energy that those financial incentives can have, even if intent is good, right? Um,
Yeah. Yeah,
I think he
that
just
makes
doesn't. He
sense.
don't want the. He doesn't care about the money, dog. I mean,
But yeah,
you know
the
what I
last
mean.
thing,
He, he
the
gets
last thing I
more. I think he gets more satisfaction from helping people than it's
yeah,
not.
I
mm.
true
It's just not about money.
yeah, I truly believe that too. The only reason, the last thing I just want to say about that, which while I was trying to finish what I was saying earlier, is that it's just you know, it's like it's only secret sauce until somebody else starts putting their name or their yeah, they start selling it themselves and stuff. And it's just like I just
You're talking free like people stealing code and selling it when it's already existing open source. Well, it doesn't matter because it's already open source, right? Steal it all you want, rebrand it, but it's
And I mean, I'm
already
not
out
going to
there.
speak for Block or anything, but I'll just say I'm pretty sure that it's just like it's not. You know, I'm sure he's been. I'm sure a lot of people here have been in situations where they've seen such things and and I know you're not talking about like doing a paywall or anything of that stuff, but it's like he's probably just seen all that stuff, man. It's like that's kind of what sets him this channel apart from all the other ones is that he's not trying to do any like he's there's not some there's not a secret hidden behind the thing. Like he's just trying to help, and that's like right there is more valuable than anything. You know, it's like
yeah,
I
and I
don't
get
know.
it. The channel's
It's
like
not that we
super
don't
new.
need money.
I
It's
can't I,
and I get it, you know, this
I
channel's like
can't speak
super
for him, but
new and
I know
stuff.
But I do want to talk
I
to you
wouldn't
about
be no,
e-commerce
it's
in
not
a
even about that.
separate forum as well, just because I have a question or two about boxes.
I can't speak for him, but
Because
I wouldn't probably be actually actively trading right now if it weren't for the fact that like none of those things were here. That's all that everywhere else, right? And I'm not hating on nobody's hustle, but for me it was like it became apparently clear uh, that I could being someone who know the markets and you know that I was comfortable learning these things because I didn't feel like I was being sold anything, and that exposed me to so much more. So, and I'm not saying you know like that to dictate how anybody acts. I just for me it was the fact it was the way that it is exactly the reason why I've like given trading a real shot, and I've learned so much from it. Not saying yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting the people that are you know providing benefit to you to succeed. That's an honorable thing as well. But just to give my perspective a little bit.
Yeah, and for me, it's just frustrating because it's like crypto. I've been in it, like I said, a while, and I know at the end of the day, 99.9% of people are in this space to make money, and that's it. You know, that's their number one goal. Like, they're not Their goal is not to make friends. Their goal is not to, kill time. Like they're here to make money. And it's like if you have, in what my opinion is one of the best things to offer the crypto community, it's like why not build products and stuff around that. But I get it, guys. Like I really do. It's just more so the business side of me that is like it's like I don't know, like yeah. But I get it, and that's
So
another thing too is
can I
like
ask you?
mhm.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
It seems like you have a lot of ambition for business, right? Uh, have you considered getting into business yourself?
Yeah, I'm not trying to toot my horn or something, but I've built a company that made over well, yeah, it did 7 figures profit,
Very
but
much.
it's done over 8 figures, yeah, in revenue. So like I've done it, I'm still
Congrats, man. That's
I'm
what's up.
still yeah, I've had downs too, ups and downs, but I just I guess for another thing too, I've been lucky enough to see what's possible, and so when that happens, you get a better eye for being able to spot opportunities. Those are the people that make a lot of money, or the people that can spot opportunities or trends before other people do. When they see a gym before other people do, and yeah, it's just yeah.
So, you know, that's it's very. I mean, dude, that's awesome that you turned seven figures profit and 8 figures in
Yeah,
revenue.
I mean, I
That's
have business partners and
good
experience.
job.
It's not like
Uh,
I'm some super crazy rich multimillionaire, but I've done okay.
no, but that's you still were in the right place at the right time. You worked with the right people. It sounds like, and so
That was the key thing, man. I'll give you all some
the
advice. Like I was mentioning here, is that it's like you can only do so much by yourself. Like you just partner with the right people, and it opens so many doors. Like so many things are possible. That was the key thing for a big shift for me. Is I kept trying to do everything by myself. I was like, F everybody, I can rely on myself. And then literally, I went to my first networking event, started networking. I met some people, and yeah, boom, like started working with other people, and then that's when things started. People that were qualified. That's when things started really taking off.
wheel of opportunity is always spinning. You can take that wheel whichever way you want to, or not. Choose not to. It's all up to choice.
Oh, but I hear you, buddy. Because like I run a brand management company, right? So like my thing is to look like when I see a product that has something like the formula right away, and that's what I heard from you a while ago. I was like, you saw what Dbloc has, and you knew the formula to make it bigger. This is the way it is. I'm the same way, man. When I see something that has potential, it's just automatic.
I appreciate all the kind words, yo. Trust me, if
Oh,
I
we weren't
wanted
talking about you, bro.
if I wanted this to be big quick, it would have gotten big quick. There's a reason why
That's what
I'm slow
surprised me. I
playing
was
it.
like, who is this guy? Why doesn't this guy have like 50,000 subscribers? Where the fuck did this guy come from?
Well, it's pretty new because he's been here since I think November. Before he was
Yeah,
with
man.
another guy, but that was like a bit different from what I've heard.
I'm part of the whale club, right, with Kyle and all of them. And like, I've been sending D-block charts. I'm like, no, this is what you guys should look at.
That's funny.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like, you wanna hear something hilarious?
Yeah.
So back in late February, early March, when I came across your channel, and you were such an open book and so transparent and stuff with your insight. One of my well friends and I was like, dude, I'm gonna share this thing with you. It's on this guy on YouTube, but I was like, don't share this shit with anybody else because it's like that's literally what I told him, and I sent him the link, and I bet he sends it to more people just because I said that.
I'm finishing up some research before bed, guys. I'm here though.
Out of curiosity, what are you researching?
Trying to see what are the
share.
odds that Powell's gonna come in sort of dovish here coming up. So I'm trying to get to some of the data before he does, but they do so many revisions, bro, that it's like herding cats. I'm looking at it in real time now. Is trying to figure out what the revision is going to be on these unemployment numbers that we got. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
The good news is Altcoin is at least not just continually going down.
Hey, Ghost, how long you been trading for?
Trading like I know what I'm doing, or trading in general.
Just actively trading.
Actively, about 2 cycles, so about 4.5 years.
What's your
But
current like bread and butter trading setup or style for Bitcoin and ETH?
what I do is I only trade layer. So before this zone, while we were really kind of bullish, doing those bullish flags and like moving up to about 100K, all I did was trade layer 1. So it was like Sol, Sui, CAS, but I trade them against Bitcoin. Those are my spot bags. So it's like CAS BTC, Sol BTC, and Sui BTC. So what happens is I increase my BTC by trading an altcoin against them on their chart. And then at the same time, I would be running perps on them, because the layer 1s, if you look at all of the coins, no matter how fast other coins go up, when they correct, you'll notice that the least amount of correction will always come from the layer 1s. So that was my style. Like I would just trade just the layer 1s against BTC and just grow it. And I would do perps on the side just to increase the amount of either Sol, Sui, or CAS.
So are you saying when you saw Bitcoin have strength, you would go into L1s?
So
with
basically,
perps?
so what happens is if you look at the Sol BTC chart, when the chart goes up, that means Sol is growing faster than BTC. When the chart of Sol BTC goes down, that means BTC is growing faster than Sol. So it doesn't mean that the value of your Sol is actually going down. It just means it's time to go to BTC. So when the chart is going downwards, when it breaks trend, let's say on the 4, I trade them on the 4-hour. When it breaks trend, you switch to BTC. Even though the chart is going down, it just means that the BTC growth is faster than the alt at that moment. So that you're actually, instead of like, see, the problem with trading on the dollar value, you have one that has a volatile number, right? Like Sol becomes like 100, 120, whatever. And then you have the dollar, which is pegged to 1. It's always $1 is to $1. But if you trade it against BTC, you have volatility. And the only way you can actually make, grow value in trading is if you trade volatility, right? So if you have 2 volatile X and Y's, you have a very, very, very fat chart. And when you trade it, that when you trade back to your alts, you're actually multiplying your layer 1s. And then when you trade back to your Bitcoin, you're multiplying your Bitcoin based on how fast that alt just grew.
Yeah, that makes sense. I get it now. So
Yeah,
you're probably you've been staring at ETH BTC probably, huh? Waiting.
No, I when I found Sol BTC and Sui BTC charts, I stopped doing ETH BTC. I used to trade Sol ETH. Then when I saw that ETH just lacked the volatility, I completely ignored ETH already. But there was a time, because ETH was such a great trade, because it came to a point where you knew that ETH just lacked the strength. So in general, long term, you knew that ETH is going to go down in terms of value. So when you know that, like, when you know that a coin is just going to go down, it's just so easy to trade. You know what I mean? For a long period of time. So that, yeah. So
Can I ask?
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna ask so if you're doing swap trades, right? Like swapping BTC for SOL, for example.
Yeah.
Do you buy the whole curve up? Like, so do you basically like do you buy small chunks or which are swap in small chunks to avoid
Oh, if you look
getting
at
caught
exchanges, there's
in a
actually
switch
BTC
or at the
pairs.
wrong time?
Yeah. Sorry. What was the last part?
Yeah. And basically to avoid getting caught at like where it's kind of at equilibrium and potentially just losing fees.
Yeah.
And or do you target like the big essentially the big gaps? Like I've always been curious about how
Oh,
swap trading works.
the best way to do BTC pairs is really either on the 4 hour or the 1 day, because what that does is it prevents you from being faked out. The problem with charts like that, right? Since both values are constantly moving, if you trade that in the 15-minute, you're going to lose money. So if you trade that on the 4 hour, which means you're going to be trading that twice a week or 3 times a week, you'll see when it breaks trend. The charts for these BTC pairs are so clean because during a bullish run, it's just it just makes such a clean chart. But see, if you trade, like, for example, if you trade Sol USDT, right? If you DCA up and down, right, in terms of value, you'll notice that, for example, it grew by 4%. If you traded Sol BTC at the same juncture or the same timeline, you'd actually grow by 7 or 8%. You're doubling your value. But here's the thing: on the way downwards, when the chart is pointing downwards, it doesn't mean that your SOL value is actually going down. It actually just means BTC is now rallying faster than your altcoin. So
So you find those pockets and you swap out, you trade back into
you just draw a trend
USDT or
line, bro.
whatever, and
Just,
then you
it's
buy
so
back in.
easy. Just draw a trend line. No need for RSIs. Just go into 4 hour and you'll see the trend line. Just draw a trend line underneath the 4 hour. If it doesn't break it, don't even trade it. Once it breaks it and retests, and this retest is successful, move into BTC. Same thing. When it goes down, when it breaks trend, move back to the alt. But it's better to use it for on your time frame.
Hey Ghost, I'm curious, when you said you trade perps
Ooh.
using this strategy, do you
Oh, no,
short or do
not
you
this
only
strategy. So that's actually a spot trade. Yeah, the
Oh,
BTC
okay.
pairs is spot
Got it.
trade. Yeah. For
Okay.
perps, it's really just normal USDT perps. But there was a time where I tried doing coin M perps. That was fun also, but it just, when you have so many trades going on, you will have some lapses. Because, like, for example, you want to trade 100 SOL long on 20x. Instead of using the dollar value, I would trade 100 SOL. So that, like, when it reaches like 5-6% up, I'd have 200 SOL. Because during a bull run, when you're on your way up, your main goal is to just accumulate as much of the coin as possible, so that when you hit the top and you sell, you actually get the maximum amount of value.
Yeah, you're just using the coin as collateral itself for your perp.
Yeah. I really like using that, but the problem is, like, I wish I could. I wish I was an ADHD, and I could actually, like, have in mind all the trades that I have during the time. So I kind of quit that and just stuck to just perps and then BTC pairs. So it's just easier
So
that way.
for the BTC pairs, what's typically your max drawdown, or your, like, let's say your how
Oh, being faked out is actually
well,
not
say
bad. Not
for your
bad.
stop loss, how tight or wide are your stop
Oh,
losses for you?
you don't need a stop loss. You know why? Your stop loss is actually
Fine.
being faked out because you're trading against BTC, not the US. You're not trading the dollar value of your coin. You're trading the momentum of that coin against Bitcoin. So, for example, if you keep going down, just leave it at BTC. That means BTC is doing better than your alt. If the charts keep going down, just hold it. If you look at ETH BTC for the past year or past 2 years, if you just held it at BTC, when ETH hit like 1,300, you would have more than doubled the amount of ETH you have right now.
So what's the average amount of time you're in these trades for?
Oh no! If you're in the 4 hour, like, because I need to scratch the itch, right? Like, you can get bored just waiting for the daily chart. So the 4 hours is so you trade it like 2 max 3 times a week. You flip we call it flipping. We flip it twice, 3 times a week. That's it. Actually, max is 3. It's rare that it happens 3 times because you need to fill up the 4 hour RSI. And then once you see that 4 hour RSI, stock RSI filled up, you start looking at the chart and you start drawing a trend line. And you start waiting for that break of trend. And what's good is even if you're faked out, you're going to be faked out by what? Like 0.5, 0.3%. So it's something that you can actually correct right away. It's not like perps, right? If you actually make a wrong decision, man, 1% is like 20% of your bag, right? So doing that is actually very healthy. And even if you make a mistake, the mistake is it's very forgiving. It's more forgiving than trading your alts against the dollar. Because when you're trading alts against the dollar, you're always looking at, like, is it still worth the same amount of dollars at the end of the day, even if I have this many coins? But since this is not the end of the bull run, all you have to think about right now is just, I need more Bitcoin. I need more of this altcoin. Because I don't care what value. I don't care if SOL becomes 80, as long as I have more SOL. Because once we hit the top of the cycle, then that's when I make my money. That's when you trade against the dollar, or you go into stables and
But
start
trading
moving
like
out.
that, don't you need to have revenue coming from an outside source or something? Rather, you can't compound as much, right?
That's a good question. See, the thing is, you're multiplying your tokens, right? When you're multiplying the number of tokens you have, and if that's the focus, it hasn't been that much of a problem for me to generate what you need outside of trading, because there's always an excess of tokens. But yes, rule number 1, you should always have outside cash flow, without a doubt. If you want to sleep at night, if you want to have a life outside trading, you got to have cash flow outside, and then you have your trading, and you have to treat your trading as an investment. That means you don't touch what's inside. Cash flow is so important. Like, especially if you're starting out and you're going to tell yourself, I'm going to make a living, I'm going to live off of my trades. Oh my God, that's so difficult. One of the hardest things to do.
We're going to reset the stream real quick, guys. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Hit that sub and like button. And just refresh the stream in a minute or so. We'll be back.